What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku died and was reborn in a world of females. Izuku Midoriya gave his all until his very last moments, sacrificing his life to defeat the villain and number one nemesis, the number hero, All Might. Receiving another chance from a divine being, he is revived, but not in the same world he knows, rather, in a somewhat feminine world. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time. Everyone, and I mean every My Hero Academia character is gender bent into women. Well, with that out, let's get into the story. We can see a completely destroyed city. Buildings, houses, schools, shops. Everything in that city lay in ruins. Why the destruction? Because a battle was raging at that very moment. It was a battle of monumental proportions. Not even the top heroes could get involved due to its sheer scale. The combatants were All For One, the number one villain, the villain All Might defeated, but who escaped from prison with the help of the League of Villains, who were captured in the process of freeing him. The other was none other than Izuku Midoriya, the current wielder of One For All. He was fighting alongside him, as the torchbearer, he had to defeat this quirk-stealing villain. Izuku was seriously injured. Blood was trickling from his head, his clothes were torn, and one arm was broken from using all his power in that limb to deliver a powerful blow to All For One's face, severely damaging him since he wasn't yet fully recovered. Fully recovered from the All Might fight. All For One. Come on, kid, give up. You're nothing compared to me or All Might. You can't do anything against me. The villain said arrogantly. Izuku. I will never give up, All For One, I won't let you kill anyone again, I won't let you continue doing evil. The green-haired man said. Even if it means my death, I will defeat you. Perhaps my body will break, but if this is how I defeat you, I will. He said, unleashing the full power of his inherited quirk. All the citizens and heroes had been evacuated to a safe zone. They all watched the fight on a huge television screen, filled with fear, helplessness, despair, worry, and anxiety, as the future of Japan. No, the world. Rested in the hands of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's classmates, Inko, All Might, Koda, and Eri, were terrified. They wanted Izuku to defeat the villain and return to them. But fate had other plans. Both beings resumed the fight, it was brutal. Izuku used his Black Whip quirk to grab All For One and strike him hard, while the villain used his multiple quirks to damage the emerald-eyed boy. Izuku took advantage of a moment when the villain's guard was down, kicking him in the chin and sending him flying through the air. Due to the tremendous strength the green-haired boy possessed at that moment, Izuku didn't waste that opportunity and jumped high enough to be above the eyeless villain, then delivered a punch that looked like more than 100 gigantic fists striking the villain at the same time. When the quirk-stealing villain received that blow, he felt his bones shatter instantly, his organs destroyed. Fortunately for him, none of them fatal. And he was sent crashing to the ground. The green-haired boy landed on his feet, exhausted. They had been fighting for over half an hour, and he was getting quite worn out. Izuku sighed wearily, thinking he had defeated All For One once and for all, but then All For One's attack pierced his left shoulder, causing him to scream in pain and terrifying the onlookers. All For One rose from the ground, badly injured. His clothes were torn, and he could barely stand. That blow had truly affected him. All For One. You brat. I'll kill you. He yelled with pure hatred, his left arm beginning to mutate due to the combination of quirks he was using. I'll kill you with my best quirks. I'll kill you just like I killed Nanashimura. He said, enraging Izuku and All Might, who watched the fight helplessly. The villain lunged at Midoriya, ready to kill him. Izuku. Don't you dare tarnish the name of All Might's mentor with your words. He says, going towards All For One, charging all of One For All into his right arm. He would end the legacy of evil with that blow. They both charged at each other, their fists colliding. The impact of their fists generated a powerful wind that literally cleared the combat zone. The helicopters broadcasting live were violently shaken. Neither fighter retreated. Both were determined to defeat their opponent. Despite his injuries, All For One was winning the clash. Izuku, on the other hand, was growing increasingly tired, barely able to endure. His right arm had turned a deep purple. Izuku. Damn it. If I keep going like this I won't be able to beat him. I have to go further. For them. I have to give my plus ultra. The determined green-haired man thought. At this point, he felt nothing in his wounds, and his exhaustion had vanished, surprising All For One. Can you withstand all my power? Then I must go further. He thought as his quirk began to rise to immeasurable levels, gaining the upper hand in the clash of fists. One for all. At 10,000,000%. All for one. How do you have more power? The number one villain asks desperately. Izuku. This will be the end for you, all for one. United States. He says, while with his right arm, he makes a powerful movement that explodes All for One's arm, causing him to scream loudly in pain. Then he moves closer to him, his left fist aimed directly at All for One's face, and immediately strikes it with all his might. Of Smai Ash. He screams with all his might, then slams All for One's face into the ground, shattering his skull and ending his life instantly. When the villain's face slammed into the ground, a tornado was generated by the force of the impact. The helicopters broadcasting live were shaken by the wind again. When it all subsided, a green-haired man with his quirk deactivated was seen, both his arms completely broken, his clothes torn to shreds, blood dripping from his face and arms. But that didn't stop him from raising his left fist in a sign of victory. Journalist number 1. He won. Izuku Midoriya won. He said while crying. Upon seeing and hearing that, all the spectators screamed with excitement and joy. Everyone was happy that the green-haired boy had won. Izuku Midoriya fell to her knees in fear. All Might just looked on with concern, but also with pride at his successor. Izuku's classmates were truly happy about their victory, but all that happiness would vanish when they saw Izuku slowly fall to the ground on his back. The UA principal, Nezu, shouted for ambulances and available heroes to rush to Midoriya's aid. But it was too late. After 7 minutes, the ambulances and heroes arrived, finding that where there had once been a city, there was now nothing but 2 people on the ground. One hero went to check on All for One, noticing that he was dead, so they put him in an ambulance. The other heroes quickly went to where Izuku was. When the heroes saw Izuku's lifeless eyes, they were a little frightened. They also noticed the green-haired boy's pallor, fearing the worst. Among those heroes was Eraserhead, Midoriya's homeroom teacher, who rushed to Izuku's side, knelt down, and placed 2 fingers against Izuku's neck. Feeling the cold skin, he tried to feel his pulse, but there was none. He tried to feel the pulse in the green-haired boy's hand, but there wasn't one there either. It was final. Izuku Midoriya died saving the world. The aspiring hero, Deku, had left them. Eraser. He's dead. He said as tears escaped her eyes, then she hugged Izuku's body. On the enormous television screen, everyone watched Eraser's actions. Many began to cry. Uraraka fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Bakugo was in shock. He didn't want to cry, but as if his body were against him, he began to weep. Inko, seeing the scene, fainted, but was caught by someone. All Might, seeing his pupil seemingly dead, fell to his knees, lamenting, feeling a deep pain inside. In an unknown place. A green-haired boy could be seen floating in a dark, empty place. He appeared unharmed, as if the fight hadn't happened. He opened his eyes to see the dark surroundings. Izuku. Where am I? He asks, somewhat confused. I can answer your question, Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy heard that voice, feeling nervous. He didn't know where he was or what was happening. He didn't understand anything. Izuku. Who's there? He said, trying to use his quirk to defend himself against any threat. But One for All didn't respond. What? Calm down, young Izuku, you're not in danger. The voice said, followed by the appearance of a man who looked to be about 60 years old, with a grayish beard that reached his neck, white hair that reached his lower back, and a white coat. I'm sure you're wondering what's going on. Well, it's simple, you're dead. The man said, but Izuku wasn't surprised at all, since he knew he was going to die in that fight. How rude of me, let me introduce myself, or as you know me in your world, in your tongue you guys call me Kami-sama. He said, greatly surprising Izuku. Izuku. Kami-sama. He exclaimed, genuinely surprised. He hadn't thought God existed. Would he go to hell for never praying to him or believing in him? He was afraid that might happen. And what does he want from me? He asked, obviously nervous. Kami-sama. Hahaha, calm down, Izuku, you're not in trouble or anything. In fact, I'd like to congratulate you and thank you for saving all those citizens by risking your life. The deity said to the green-haired boy. Izuku. Wait. What happened to All for One? He asks, genuinely worried. Kami-sama. All for One. Ah, him, well, he's in the deepest pit of hell being tortured for eternity. He said normally. Izuku sighed in relief at that. Well, I'll get straight to the point, Izuku, I want to offer you a second chance. Izuku. Second chance? What do you mean by that? The emerald-eyed man asked, puzzled. Kami-sama. To put it simply, you'll be able to revive. He says, watching Izuku's face light up with a happy smile, thinking he'll be able to see his loved ones again. But, and as always, there's a but. You won't revive in your original world, no, because that's forbidden. It would cause a global uproar in your world. Izuku. Oh. I understand. Then he hears your world. I hope he said your world as if there were more than one. He sees the Kami-sama had a sly smile. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise and then said. Are you telling me that there is a multiverse? Kami-sama. I'm surprised you understood so quickly, Izuku. Your comprehension skills are truly remarkable. And to answer your question, yes, there is a multiverse, which operates under different rules. Each universe has different things, for example. At that moment, a glass sphere appeared between them. The green-haired boy approached the sphere with curiosity, then saw that something was being displayed inside. In this universe, you never liked heroes. You considered them trash, believing they only benefited themselves, and you followed Stain's ideology, becoming an anti-hero, hunting down fake heroes. Basically, you're like a Stain 2.0 in that universe, Izuku. He said, surprising Izuku, as it was true. The sphere showed exactly what God had described. Then the sphere disappeared. Leaving that aside, do you like the idea of being reborn in a different universe? You could have a new life, who knows, maybe even a wife and children. The green-haired boy said, blushing deeply. God just chuckled a little at his reaction. Izuku. And I. She thought about it for a few moments, then gave a determined look and a smile. I accept your proposal, Kami-sama. Kami-sama. Perfect. But I need to clarify a few things first. You'll be reborn as a baby, but you'll have all your knowledge and memories. Izuku simply nodded. But I'll give you a gift from me. He said, snapping his fingers. For a moment, Izuku felt something shift inside him. He wondered what that gift was. Well, I've activated your quirk, but not the one you inherited. No, your original quirk. He said, making Izuku's eyes widen. When you're reborn and turn 4, your quirk will activate. That's when you'll know what your original quirk was. And I also want to give you this as thanks for saving your world. He said, and again Izuku felt something change within him. He also felt a sharp headache, groaning slightly. I've given you all my knowledge. Basically, you'll be the smartest person in your world. He said, surprising Izuku once more, who began bowing profusely in just 5 seconds. Well, it's time for your rebirth, Izuku. He said, clapping twice, and the green-haired boy began to glow, then started to disappear. Izuku. Wait. Which universe will I go to? Asks the green-haired boy with half his body missing. God shrugged, indicating he didn't know where the green-haired boy would go. I don't know, rebirths happen in random universes. Good luck, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. What, are you seriously telling me that? And Izuku completely disappeared. Kami-sama. Good luck, Izuku, you deserve a good life. God said with a smile, before going back to what he was doing. At Musatafu Hospital, 11:22 a.m. Nurse. Come on, miss, push harder. The nurse said to a woman with green hair, who appeared to be about 28 years old. The woman obeyed, and with the greatest pain in the world, she began to push. Then a baby girl emerged with a tiny green tuft of hair on her head. Take the baby, clean her up, and check her health. And other nurses did as requested. Come on, miss, just push harder. And the woman screamed in pain, pushing with all her might. Then the nurse took the baby, very surprised. I'd say. Boy. She said, and the woman with green hair was shocked. Miss Midoriya. You have a son. And the little baby opened his small eyes with effort, as if he were analyzing the place. Time skipped 4 years. We can see 3 green-haired children playing peacefully in the living room of an apartment. One of these 3 green-haired children is Izuku Midoriya, the mother of 2 green-haired children. The second green-haired child is a little girl of 4 years old, Azami Midoriya, the older sister of a little green-haired boy named Izuku Midoriya. Both women were very overprotective of the boy. You might wonder why. Well, it's simple. In this world, 99% of the world's population is female, and only 1% is male, making them an almost extinct species. Men are highly coveted in this world, so much so that a man can be worth more than 10 million yen. Izuku is an extremely intelligent boy, capable of many things that a child his age shouldn't know. Izuku knew that in this world, the male population was extremely valuable, so they didn't allow the green-haired boy to leave the house without disguising himself as a woman, something that made him extremely uncomfortable. While Izuku was homeschooling, the 3 green-haired kids were playing peacefully when Inko dropped a picture of them smiling. Izuku, seeing this, ran to pick it up, but then the picture just floated in mid-air, leaving the 3 green-haired kids astonished. Inko. Izuku, you awakened your quirk. The mother said, surprised but happy. Azami. Ani-chan, you awakened your quirk. Says Izuku's twin sister, who affectionately hugs her brother, who, somewhat surprised, puts the painting back in its place. Izuku. Apparently they're right. He said, returning the hug. So I inherited Aka-sen's quirk, thank you Kami-sama. The green-haired boy thought happily. Inko. Tomorrow I'll make an appointment at the hospital so a doctor can come and check your quirk, Izuku-chan. The loving mother said to her son. Now let's celebrate that Izuku-chan has awakened his quirk, I'll prepare a great dish. Azami was thrilled by this, and Izuku was very grateful for the gesture. Izuku went to lie down in his room for a while, thinking about many things, about his past life, about his current one. Although he also decided to test his new quirk, so getting out of bed, he began to levitate various things, and possessing Kami-sama's knowledge, he easily learned how to use it. After the 3 green-haired boys celebrated the awakening of Izuku's quirk, they all went to sleep. Time skip 11 years. 11 years have passed since Izuku awakened his quirk. Izuku discovered that it wasn't just telekinesis, but rather a mutation or variation of it. Izuku discovered that his quirk was elemental telekinesis. Meaning that he can not only levitate objects and such, but also manipulate all the elements, whether it be fire, water, etc. This surprised the green-haired boy, his mother, and his sister even more. Izuku had changed radically in these years. His appearance was not like it had been in his previous world. He was taller, measuring 1.79 meters tall, and his muscle mass was well developed as he exercised every day. Izuku's sister, Azami, had also changed. She was now 1.65 meters tall, with E-cup breasts, a well-formed rear, and good curves. Any man or woman who liked the same gender would be mesmerized by the emerald-eyed girl. The green-haired boy noticed that his sister's behavior was strange, as she wasn't like any normal sister. No, she was always with Izuku, whether he was eating, sleeping, etc. It seemed as if she were in love with him, but Izuku didn't believe that, although he strongly suspected it. Now we can see 3 green-haired boys eating at a table, all chatting calmly and happily, until Izuku brings up a specific topic. Izuku. Akasan, Azami-chan. I want to study in the hero course at UA and become a hero. He said, and the 2 girls remained silent. Inko. But son, you know very well what happens if you go outside, there would be a scandal, that's precisely why you haven't left the house in all these years, you could cause a scandal in Japan. The green-haired girl said, worried about Izuku's decision. Azami. Mom's right, Ani-chan, you should consider it. The green-haired girl said, worried about her beloved brother's decision. She didn't want any other woman getting close to him. Izuku. I know very well, but you all know very well that I can handle that without any problems. The green-haired boy said calmly. Due to his terrifying intelligence, Izuku had been able to solve several problems effortlessly. For example, Izuku ensured that the Midoriya house never ran out of water, electricity, or internet. Nothing. The green-haired boy secured his house without any issues. It was practically an extremely secure fortress. I hope you respect my decision. The 2 girls exchanged worried glances, not wanting their precious son, brother to do something so risky, but they also knew Izuku wasn't going to change his mind, so they had no choice but to support his decision. The day after that conversation with his mother and sister, the green-haired boy decided to leave home to train his physique and his quirk, which, if used correctly, was truly powerful. He could manipulate the elements at will, and also their variations, such as blood. Since blood is a liquid, he could manipulate it, meaning he could manipulate living beings at will. However, he had never tested this on anyone. Now we see the green-haired boy talking with his sister in his room, which was more normal than the one in his previous life. Izuku. Azami-chan, I've decided I'm going to leave the house to train. She says, and her sister turns really pale, as if she'd seen a ghost. Azami-chan? He asks, somewhat worried by that skin tone. Azami. But Ani-chan, the women outside won't even let you breathe. His sister said. Izuku. Haha. Azami was surprised by her brother's laughter. Don't worry about it, I've already made a plan for that, you don't need to worry about it. He said, stroking Azami's head, which made her blush at her brother's touch. Then the green-haired boy stood up and walked towards the exit. The green-haired boy, somewhat nervous, thought. Come on, Izuku Midoriya, you fought against the #1 villain, but you can't leave the house. But then he opened the door of his house and left, closing it behind him under the worried gaze of his dear brother. She only said, I'll follow him. And just as she said, she did. The green-haired boy began walking through the city, obviously concealing his body and face. He wore a loose sweater that hid his body, a black mask, gray pants, and his signature red sneakers, which, surprisingly, were also sold in this world, much to the delight of the green-eyed boy. He noticed that there were many women. There wasn't a single man, which didn't surprise him at all, but he couldn't help feeling uneasy. He also saw that the same shops as in his original world were there, only with a few changes. The heroine patrolling the area became suspicious of the green-haired boy's attire, believing him to be a villain in disguise. She walked up to him, who was standing still, looking at an exercise equipment store. The heroine took his shoulder and said, Heroine. Excuse me, miss, I need to ask you a few questions. She said, startling the green-haired boy, who, despite having the same intelligence as Kami-sama, could think of nothing better than to run. The heroine still had her hand on the green-haired boy's sweater, which ripped when Izuku took off running, revealing that he was wearing a black tank top. That's because he was going to train. A man? She stammered, surprised and puzzled. The heroine quickly began to chase after the green-haired boy. Izuku. Damn, I didn't think this would happen. I have to hide from that heroine. The green-haired boy thought, then turned to his right, entering a passageway. He quickly ducked, seeing the heroine walk past him. Ugh. Huh. The green-haired boy turned to walk outside, noticing a beach. But it wasn't just any beach. It was the same beach Izuku had cleaned in his other world. Seeing that it was just as dirty. This brings back memories. He said to himself. The green-haired boy looked around and saw that no one was there. He walked until he was in front of a pile of trash, but he didn't realize that he was being watched by two people. One of them was his sister, Azame, who was watching over Izuku while he hid. The other was a tall, blonde girl with blue eyes and a peculiar outfit. She was clearly a heroine. Alright. I'll do the same training as in the other world. But then, the same heroine who had been chasing Izuku appeared, along with more than 70 girls who had heard there was a man. And there he was. They saw Izuku, who was now without a mask and wearing shorts. The green-haired boy turned around, looking in terror at the large group of girls. Seeing the danger her brother was in, Azami ran to help him, but she didn't expect a tall, blonde, and shapely girl to jump in front of the green-haired boy, surprising the other girls and Izuku. All Might. Hahaha, I'm here. Says the number one heroine. Izuku sighs in relief that All Might is there. Girls, please leave the shonen alone, stop harassing him. Random woman 1. But All Might, he's the first man in Japan. How can we miss this opportunity to have a real man? The woman exclaimed, clearly upset. Azami stood beside her brother, saying, leave Ani-chan alone. Surprising him. All Might then grabbed the two twins, knowing these women wouldn't leave the green-haired boy alone, and jumped, landing in a place where there were no people. Izuku. Thank you so much, All Might, you saved me. Actually, there were over 100,000 ways out of there. But oh well. Azami hugged her brother protectively, obviously shaken by the situation that had just happened. All Might. Hahaha, don't worry shonen, it's my duty as a heroine to save the citizens. Says the number one heroine. By the way. She becomes serious, catching the green-haired boy's attention and making Azami nervous. You know very well that you're the first man in Japan, don't you? And Izuku nods his head. Why didn't anyone know about this? Azami. My mother and I kept Ani-chan's existence a secret for his safety. Izuku. Besides, if they find out there's a man here, it could be a national scandal. The green-haired man said seriously. Azami, can you go home? I'll catch up with you later. And the nervous girl, about to refuse, obeyed her brother. All Might. I suppose you came here to find an heir to One for All. Right. All Might's eyes widened at what the green-haired man said. When the number one heroine heard just the words One for All. Her eyes widened, then she adopted an even more serious expression and said to the green-haired man. All Might. Who told you that, shonen? The blonde girl said seriously. Was it that damn? The American heroine thought angrily. Izuku. First, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Izuku Midoriya, former wielder of One for All. The green-haired boy said with a slight smile. He assumed this would confuse the heroine, and as if he were a fortune teller, he was right. You're probably confused, All Might. I'll tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone about this, not even my family. The green-haired boy said very seriously, to which the heroine nodded. You see, I'm not entirely from this world. Let's just say I was reborn in a world that isn't mine. Well, that's what really happened. I used to be the 9th wielder of One for All, All Might's successor. He said, and fire began to erupt from his left hand, taking the form of a muscular blonde man with a wide grin. This All Might. And the number one heroine was very surprised, though she didn't quite believe him. Then he began to tell her about the attack on the USJ, his fight against Stain, the fight he had against Muscular, the fight that All Might had against All for One, and finally his fight against the number one villain. And after dying alongside All for One, I was reborn in this world. Says the green-haired boy, omitting the fact that he had met Kami-sama. The heroine was stunned. That story was told with so many details that it seemed to be true, but the heroine would say. All Might. Well, Midoriya shonen, your story is really believable, but I'll need some proof to make what you told me true. The American blonde said, to which Izuku replied. Izuku. Proof. Sure, no problem, All Might. The green-haired man said. But unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me. If you want the proof, come to this address in 2 days. He said, giving the heroine the address, which she accepted with some hesitation. Alright, it's time for me to go. I don't want any more women to find out about me. See you in 2 days, All Might. And then the green-haired man slipped away like a very stealthy ninja, since, possessing the absolute knowledge of God, he knew how to perfectly employ the ninja arts in many other styles. Time skipped 2 days. We can see a blonde standing in front of a door. The blonde was All Might, who had gone to the address the green-haired man indicated and then knocked on the door. In about 2 minutes, the door would be opened by Izuku. Izuku. I was waiting for you, All Might, come in. He said, letting the number 1 heroine in. Then they both sat facing each other. Alright, here's the proof. He said, raising his left arm, revealing a metallic glove with several buttons. It looked like a glove from the future. I built this glove that allows me to see inside my mind, to show my memories. It wasn't difficult to make, but it was a bit difficult to get the materials with so many girls around. And now that Aka-san and Azami-chan aren't here, I can show you the proof. The heroine, somewhat impatient to see the proof, just nodded, her characteristic smile on her face. Okay, first I'll show you the time All Might fought against All for One. She said, pressing some buttons and entering some commands. Izuku felt a very slight discomfort in his head, but it was because the glove was searching for the correct memory. After a few seconds, a hologram emerged from the glove, showing the following in third person. When the heroine saw that fight, she was truly surprised, because what Izuku had said 2 days ago was true. That was surprising, very surprising indeed. Izuku. Now do you believe me, All Might? Izuku said calmly, turning off the hologram and removing his glove, placing it beside him. All Might. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my godness. Exclaimed the number 1 heroine excitedly, now believing Izuku, and also gaining a successor, 2 for 1. Midoriya Shonen, do you want to have 1 for all again? The heroine asked, slightly surprising Izuku, as he hadn't expected that proposal so soon. Izuku. If I have 1 for all, and I master it before I do in my other world, I'll be able to defeat the All for One here. The green-haired boy thought, then said with a smile. Of course I will. All Might. Hahaha, fine. He said, plucking out a very long hair. I suppose you already know you have to. Eat this. He said, making the green-haired boy pale. He had completely forgotten that part. Then All Might passed the hair to Izuku, who ate it with disgust, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Well, in a few hours you'll be able to use 1 for all again. I have to go, see you soon Midoriya Shonen. He said, leaving the green-haired boy's house. Izuku. I feel nostalgic having 1 for all again. He says with a sad smile, then stands up and says to himself. Wait for hours. I don't think so, All Might. As red-orange lines begin to appear on Izuku, then his eyes glow, and his hair stands up a little. 1 for all. Full cowling 30%. And his green lightning appeared, which brought a smile to Izuku's face, before he deactivated 1 for all and said. Izuku. What kind of superpowered character am I? He says to himself, chuckling slightly. Applying to UA will be difficult. Just then, the entrance door is blown off its hinges by an explosion, revealing an ash-blonde girl with an angry expression. What do you mean that damn Azami has a twin brother and never told me? He says, unleashing explosions from the palms of his hands, then looks at Izuku, whose eyes widen in shock. Izuku. Kaken. When Izuku and that ash-haired girl locked eyes, no one said anything. Izuku had a bad feeling at that moment until the ash-haired girl gave a death stare, an intimidating aura, and explosions began to erupt from the palms of her hands. You're the nerd's damn brother, huh? The ash-haired girl said, annoyed not with Izuku, but with her friend, Azami, for hiding the fact that she had a brother from her for years. Izuku. So what if I am? Is there anything wrong with that? The green-haired boy said seriously, but then he heard his sister's voice behind the ruby-eyed girl. Azami. Ki-chan, wait. The green-haired girl said, breathing heavily. She had chased her friend for several blocks, but then she saw that her brother was there too, and all she could say was, oh no. The girl, now identified as Keed, approaches, coming face to face with her best friend, intimidating the emerald-eyed girl. Keed. So it's true about your brother, huh? She said seriously. Both green-haired people knew this wasn't going to end well. The ash-haired girl lowered her gaze, clenched her fists, and said, why? Why didn't you ever tell me this, you bitch? We're supposed to be best friends, and this is how you show me your friendship. The ash-haired girl said, raising her gaze. She had an angry look, but tears were in her eyes. Despite her explosive personality, she hated it when people close to her kept secrets from her. Azami. You Izuku stepped between them, his expression serious. Oh Ani-chan. Izuku. I'll take care of the situation, Azami-chan. The green-haired boy said kindly, then looked at the ash-blonde girl, who was staring at both of them, still with a few angry tears in her eyes. You see, my sister hasn't told you anything simply because it would cause a national scandal. You should know that men are practically world treasures, and Azami-chan doesn't want that, just like me. I hope you understand that this isn't my sister's fault. She just wants to protect me," he said seriously, but with a touch of kindness in his voice. The ash blonde girl felt her cheeks warm slightly, a sign that she blushed. Kate quickly wipes the tears from her eyes, giving him her typical unfriendly look. "Ugh, fine, I understand all that shit, you don't have to tell me, damn it," she says, looking away. A bead of sweat appears on Izuku's face, remembering his childhood friend, bringing a nostalgic smile to his face. "By the way, Nerd 2.0, I'm Kid Bakugo," she says, introducing herself. In her own way. Izuku Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kaken," said the green-haired boy. The ash-haired girl and Izuku's sister stared blankly at the nickname. Izuku noticed this and said, "Does it bother you if I call you Kaken?" The green-haired boy asked calmly. "Kid." She blushed slightly at the nickname. She didn't understand why she was blushing again at that Nerd 2.0. Was it some kind of effect men had on her? She didn't know, but she didn't dwell on it too much and simply said, still blushing, only less so. "Like I care. I'm leaving. I'll be back tomorrow," the ash-haired girl said, turning away. Izuku would only think. "Sundear." As Ami pout, because of the closeness they had, practically leaving her aside. The green-haired boy would notice this and stroke his sister's head. "Izuku. Your friend is a bit explosive, isn't she?" Izuku said, laughing a little. Azami. She blushed at the sight of her beloved brother's hand on her head, then said somewhat nervously. "Why yes, she's been like that since she was little." The green-haired boy noticed his sister's blush, becoming slightly worried before thinking. "Wait. Does Azami-chan have feelings for me? I have to investigate this." He internally prayed that his suspicions weren't true. In his room, he would take the time to investigate, even though he also had to train for the UA entrance exam, which was in 8 months. The green-haired boy used his original quirk on the door, which was intact on the floor, only with a more burned color, and then repositioned it where it had originally been, repairing it as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Thus passed 8 months during which Izuku managed to forge a good friendship with Bakugo, growing closer. Izuku's sister, Azami, was more overprotective than before. No, more possessive of Izuku. Throughout those months, Bakugo fell in love with Izuku, adopting a more tsundere attitude towards the green-haired boy. Izuku also investigated what was happening to his sister, although in fact, he didn't investigate. He figured it out on his own. His sister was deeply in love with him, which made him uncomfortable, but not too much. He also learned to use one for all at 100%. Having already learned how to use it, he easily mastered its techniques. Now we see 3 people. An ash-haired girl, a green-haired girl, and a green-haired boy walking towards UA, all 3 to take the entrance exams for the prestigious academy. But the green-haired boy was peculiarly dressed, as he was wearing a vest with 2 small, implanted fake breasts, something that the green-haired boy did it easily. He also had sunglasses on and somewhat baggy jeans. Let's not forget his classic red sneakers. The green-haired boy wasn't uncomfortable with that, since he wore it very often to be able to go out and go unnoticed by all the women. Now we can see the 3 green-haired boys going up the stairs of UA. Kid Bakugo, or Kaken, was talking to her Izuku, as was Azami, but then Izuku tripped over a staircase, bringing back a memory. "I'm sorry I used my quirk on you." When the green-haired boy heard the woman's voice, he couldn't help but hold back a few tears. Then the girl said release. Then the green-haired boy stood up, bowing in gratitude to the mochi-loving girl. "Izuku. Thank you so much for helping me, I'm Izuku Midoriya," the green-haired boy said, lying. He had also built a voice changer that became invisible once placed on the person, something he built in less than 5 hours. Even Izuku was surprised by how easily he could build things without blueprints or anything. For that same reason, the green-haired boy now had a woman's voice. "Ichako. You're welcome, Midoriya-san, I'm Ichako Uraraka," the cheerful brunette said, before wishing the 3 friends their luck and then entering the academy. Kid and Azami had been a little jealous of that interaction, but they let it go since they thought they wouldn't see each other again. Then the 2 girls and the green-haired boy entered the academy. Izuku knew the exact address of the place to take the written exam. The girls asked the green-haired boy how he knew where it was, and he excused himself by saying he was good at finding his way around, and the girls believed him. The heroine and commentator, Present Mick, began to explain the exams. Izuku was surprised by Present Mick's change. According to him, she looked really beautiful. Izuku. I'd give it to her, not just advice. The green-haired boy thought, but jokingly, since he wasn't a pervert like Mineta or Kaminari from his world. At that moment, a blue-haired girl stood up, making an unnecessary complaint to the heroine. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, as she was literally very different from the Tenuita of his universe. After the heroine finished her explanation, she told everyone to begin the written exam, which lasted a maximum of 1 hour, but Izuku finished it in 10 minutes, surprising all the women taking the exam and the pro-heroine. The heroine told the green-haired girl to go to Field C to wait for the other participants, which Izuku agreed to, and then went to the place the heroine told him about, seeing the enormous fake city that UA had. Izuku. I'd forgotten that the principal, the director, has way too much money, he said with a bead of sweat. After 45 minutes, the other participants began to arrive. Izuku noticed that he was paired with Iida and Uraraka again, smiling nostalgically. Then the green-haired boy did some stretches before using his second quirk, one for all. One for all. Full cowling 10%. He whispered as electric green lightning appeared around the emerald-eyed boy. 3, 2, 1, go. I'll only use one for all in the tests. The green-haired boy exclaimed in a feminine voice, then ran towards the gates of Field B, which opened. Izuku quickly entered the city, seeing several two-point robots appear. I'll only use one for all in the tests. The green-haired boy said, then brought the index finger and thumb of both hands together and launched 2 compressed air attacks at the robots, which couldn't withstand it and were destroyed at the same time. Delaware smash. He exclaimed after launching those attacks. Good, I've gathered 12 points, I'll keep gathering more. He said, watching as several female characters destroyed robots. While the green-haired boy continued to gather points, accumulating a total of 76 points with just one for all at 10% power. A large number of points compared to those in his other world. A tremor shook the field. The emerald-eyed boy instantly recognized what it was and ran towards a certain zero-point robot. Seeing that it was indeed the zero-point robot, Izuku noticed the women running, forgetting a certain brunette who was struggling to escape. Izuku then ran, using his inherited quirk at 15% power, increasing his lightning, and leaped powerfully, landing in the face of the zero-point robot. Izuku. Detroit. Smash. The green-haired boy exclaims, delivering a powerful smash to his face, causing it to explode. Unlike in his other world, here the green-haired boy wouldn't have anything broken, not even his clothes. He made sure his clothes wouldn't be torn by anything, so as not to reveal his identity. After Izuku destroyed the zero-point robot, he used his first quirk, a variation of it, air control, to manipulate the wind around him and place it beneath his feet, making it seem as if he were flying. He then descended until he touched the ground and stopped using his original quirk. He then helped Chako out of the rocks, using his one for all at 5%, and helped her to her feet, telling her. Izuku. I guess we're even now, Uraraka-san. The green-haired boy said with a pleasant smile, helping the brunette girl walk towards the newly arrived recovery girl, obviously keeping the voice changer at bay. We can see a green-haired boy wearing his UA uniform. This is because he was accepted. With first place. That's something the younger Midoriya hadn't expected. He'd expected Kaken to get first place, like in his first world. The green-haired boy requested to wear pants instead of a skirt to UA Academy, since he obviously felt uncomfortable in that type of clothing. The boy left his room already wearing his uniform. In his shirt, the green-haired boy had implanted 2 medium-sized pads to disguise his gender, also using his invisible voice changer on the back of his neck. The boy then left his house with Azami by his side. They both said goodbye to their mother, who told them to take care, especially Izuku. Upon leaving, they ran into Kid, who stood on the other side of Izuku. The emerald-eyed girl and the ruby-eyed girl looked at each other challengingly, as if they were competing for something in particular. Then they each grabbed one of Izuku's arms as if they were. The 3 of them were paired up, and they started walking. The green-haired boy just sighed, feeling a bit exhausted. It was going to be a long first day. After 25 minutes, the 3 arrived at classroom 1A. Since Izuku already knew the way to his classroom, neither he nor the girls got lost. Then Izuku opened the door, seeing his classmates. Izuku almost choked on his saliva when he saw that his classmates from his other world were women, although he had expected it. The green-haired boy went to sit in his assigned seat, which was the same as in his original world. Bakugo and Azami sat next to the boy, one on his left and the other on his right. The 3 were chatting quietly until a blue-haired girl approached the green-haired boy and said something to him. Lita. Nice to meet you, I'm Tenya Lita. The woman said, swinging her right arm up and down as if she were hitting something. You knew the true meaning of the exam, right? She said kindly, but without losing her authoritarian tone. Izuku. True meaning? No, not at all. Said the green-haired boy. This was true. He had forgotten the second meaning of the practical exam. And the pleasure is all mine, I'm Izumi Midoriya. Said the green-haired girl, introducing herself. Azami and Kid felt a little jealous of this interaction, but they hid it. Just then, a brunette girl enters the room and puts on a lively smile upon seeing a certain person. She then walks over to her and greets her. At that moment, a voice that conveyed laziness and tiredness is heard from the floor at the entrance of the room. Shouda. If you're here to make friends, you'd better leave. The female voice said, drawing the attention of everyone, including the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy already knew who it was and smiled slightly. Just then, the sensei entered the room, shuffling like a caterpillar inside a yellow sack. 8 seconds. Girls these days aren't rational, she said, sipping apple juice. Then she introduced herself and pulled out a sports uniform. Put this on and head to the training field, she said, leaving the room. All the girls, except for the green-haired boy, followed. Azami and Keed already knew why he hadn't gone with them. The emerald-eyed boy excused himself by saying he was going to tie his shoelaces. The green-haired boy sighed in relief when he saw that all the girls in the classroom had left. Then he noticed the gym uniform on Izawa's desk. It was surely the one he had shown them recently. The green-haired boy prayed to God that it would be his size, and as if God were on his side, it was. The green-haired boy thanked God for that. After putting his uniform in his backpack and changing his clothes, he went to the training field, where all the girls were already gathered. Shouta. Why did you take so long to change, Midoriya? The teacher said, sounding annoyed. The green-haired boy, with his voice changer activated, excused himself by saying he'd forgotten something in the classroom. Fortunately, it was believable enough for Izawa. By the way, the principal wants to see you in her office after class, the girl said, and Izuku prayed that he hadn't been summoned because of his gender. The black-haired girl explained the test, receiving a few complaints from the female students, but he didn't care at that moment. Alright, Izumi Midoriya, come here and stand in that circle. Throw the ball as far as you can, use everything you've got, she said to the green-haired boy, who then obeyed, taking the ball and standing in the circle. Izuku. Alright, I'll use natural control this time, he said to himself, then moved the index and middle fingers of his right hand, making several movements, causing some flowers to begin growing and thickening. These flowers then transformed into a medium-sized cannon. It looks better than I expected, he said, placing the ball in the correct spot. All the girls, except for Izawa, Azami, Bakugo, and a girl with two-toned hair, were surprised by this, as they hadn't expected him to do that. The green-haired boy then pulled the cannon, and the ball shot out quickly. It's going, and it's gone, the green-haired boy said jokingly, then returned the plants to their original positions. Aizawa-sensei, what was my score? Aizawa. 1,950 meters, he said, surprising many girls. Izuku smiled slightly, as it was more than he expected. Let's continue with the tests. After the quirk tests concluded, the homeroom teacher of Class A wearily announced the results. Izumi in first place, Momoye Oirozu in second, a bi-colored girl named Oyuki Todoroki in third, Keed in fourth, Azami in fifth, and so on. In last place was an invisible girl named Toru Hagakure, who was tearful and didn't want to be expelled on the first day. Aizawa. And about the expulsion. I was just kidding, the heroine says with a strange smile. It was so you could give it your all, now go to the classroom, except you, Izumi Midoriya, go to the principal's office, she says, making the green-haired boy, Azami, and Keed tense up, which was noticed by a certain heterochromatic girl, but she dismisses the matter and goes to the classroom. Izuku. Well, the green-haired boy said, somewhat nervously, before walking towards the principal's office. After a few minutes, he finally arrived and knocked on the door, receiving a come-in from a voice unfamiliar to Izuku. Upon entering, he was greatly surprised to see a short girl with straight white hair, 2 bare ears, and a scar over one eye, and next to her was none other than All Might. Director. Good afternoon, young Izumi. I'm Naoko, Director Naoko, the director said, introducing herself. I'll get straight to the point, young Izuku. The green-haired boy paled upon hearing his real name. I know you're not a girl. The green-haired boy touched the voice changer on the back of his neck, then deactivated it and spoke in his normal voice. And how did he find out? Izuku had an idea of who might have told him, but remained silent. All Might. I told her, Midoriya Shonen, the principal has to know this no matter what. We can't hide the fact that you're a boy from her, for your safety, the number 1 heroine said with an expression of concern for her successor. Director. As All Might has said, your safety is of vital importance, given that you're the first man in Japan and UA for many years. The girl with animalistic features says. That's why we want to ask you something, she says, intriguing the green-haired boy. Do you want the public to know that you're male? Or would you prefer to keep it a secret? Izuku. I'd like to keep everything a secret, I think it's obvious why, isn't it? And both women nod. Do you need anything else? All Might. That's all, Midoriya Shonen, you can leave, says the blonde girl, to which the green-haired boy, activating his voice changer, nods and leaves. After leaving the office, the green-haired boy arrived at his classroom and sat down in his seat, under the watchful eyes of Azami and Keed. After their respective classes, Izuku, Azami, Kid, and Ichako left the academy to go home, but then a blue-haired girl approached them. It was Tenya. They all left together, forming a friendship, although Bakugo and Izuku's sister were possessive of the green-haired boy. Izuku already knew why, but preferred to remain silent to avoid future problems. The next day. Some girls from Class 1A were chatting animatedly. Some were calm, others remained silent, and others were talking to a certain green-haired undercover boy. They would have continued like this were it not for a laugh that echoed through the hallways, getting closer and closer to the classroom until the door burst open, revealed by a certain smiling heroine. All Might. I'm entering like a normal person. And Izuku thought. That's the complete opposite of normal. The blue-eyed girl explained that they would be doing a heroines versus villains exercise. Izuku remembered that it was literally the same as in his other world. After the explanation, All Might said that they could use their hero costumes this time, making all the girls excited, except for a few. Then they pressed a button and the girls' costumes appeared, except for the green-haired boy. Ichako, curious about this, raised her hand. Yes, you're Raka Shoujo. Ichako. Why isn't Midoriya-san's costume here? That made the pro-hero nervous, so Izuku didn't hesitate to answer. Izuku. I forgot to send the sketch of my outfit, that's why I don't have it. She says, making a certain heterochromatic girl suspicious. So I'll use the sports uniform. And so it was, after all the girls left, including All Might, the green-haired boy quickly began to change his clothes, then put his uniform in his backpack and went to where all the girls were. Izuku saw each of their outfits, blushing at some of them, since they were somewhat revealing, like Hiroshima's. Kid and Azami saw the emerald-eyed boy blush and felt jealous, so they went over to him, and when he saw their outfits, he couldn't help but blush. For a moment, Izuku felt disgusting for blushing at his sister, but he let it go, since, according to him, any man would blush upon seeing such beauties. Izuku. The Mineta of my world would be crying with jealousy haha. Thought the green-haired boy. All Might. Alright Shoujos, I'll do the random team assignments. But then a girl with large assets and a revealing outfit raises her left hand. What's wrong, Yayoi Rozu Shoujo? Momo. How will you divide it up if there are 21 of us students in total? She says with a slight touch of elegance in her voice. All Might. One team will have 3 instead of 2. The blonde said, clearing up Momo's doubt before starting to draw lots for the teams, which ended up like this. Izumi Midoriya and Ichako Uraraka vs Kid Bakugo and Tenya Lita. Oyuki Todoroki and Azami Midoriya vs Mashira Ejiro and Toru Hagakure. Hantashiro and Dai Kaminari vs Kyoka Jiro and Minori Mineta. And so the corresponding teams continue to be shown. Izuku, seeing his team, could only think. Izuku. This is a damn coincidence. We can see a brunette girl in her hero costume alongside a certain green-haired boy dressed in the UA gym uniform. Both students were at the entrance of a building in a fictional city, about to begin the training All Might had assigned them. They were both making a plan, though for Izuku, the plan was the same as in his other world. Suddenly, they heard a loudspeaker and the voice of the number 1 hero saying, "Begin." Ichako and Izumi looked at each other and nodded, then entered the building. They walked stealthily until Izuku pushed Ichako, and the green-haired boy was caught in a point-blank explosion. Fortunately, Izuku had made some improvements to his uniforms to make them much more resistant than normal. Seeing that it was none other than Kid, who had a somewhat psychopathic smile, she would put her feelings aside during training and focus on massacring Izuku. She hadn't forgotten her explosively sadistic personality. Izuku. Uraraka-san, go to Iida-san and distract her as much as you can so I can go later, okay? Says the green-haired girl, receiving a hi from Ichako, and then going to where Tenya is. Kid wouldn't go to her because, simply put, she's not interested in that extra. Alright, Kakin, it's just you and me. Says the green-haired boy using his one for all. Full cowling at 5%, making his electric green lightning appear. Kid would think it was just a variation of Izuku's quirk. Without hesitation, the ash-haired girl launched herself at Izuku with her explosions, propelling herself swiftly toward him. He smiled slightly, and then the ruby-eyed girl attacked the green-haired boy with a powerful explosion from her right hand. However, Izuku nimbly dodged the attack, surprising Kid, who seemed to evade it with the greatest of ease. The green-haired boy quickly grabbed the girl's right arm and yanked her forward forcefully, sending her crashing backward to the ground. She spat out saliva and felt breathless. Izuku took 3 steps back, watching as the ash-blonde girl stood up, somewhat annoyed, before launching herself at Izuku with her explosions. Just as she was about to land in front of Izumi. The latter created an explosion on the ground, sending her flying behind the green-haired boy. Izuku thought to himself. She's faster than the Kakin from my first world. With surprise. But then he was hit by an explosion that sent him flying into a wall. Her quirk is stronger too. Before he could crash into the wall, Izuku created an ice surface behind him to break his fall. A certain bi-colored girl watched this with surprise, thinking the green-haired boy had a double quirk. "I almost crashed," she said, getting up. But then Izuku saw Bakugo with his fingers on the trigger of his glove, his expression serious. He said, "Let's see if you can handle that, Izu." And All Might, through a megaphone, exclaims, "Stop, Bakugo Shoujo. If you do that, you could kill him." Kid would think about it for a bit, but knowing how resistant he is, she would pull the trigger, generating a powerful explosion that destroyed everything in its path. But Izuku wouldn't be left behind, as he quickly began to inhale air, then placed his right index finger and thumb in his mouth in a circle, and immediately converted the inhaled air into fire, and then launched a powerful fire attack through his fingers, which started small but grew larger. Izuku had used firebending to perform that attack, and after launching it, both attacks collided, generating a small explosion that pushed both Kid and Izuku back, causing them to crash heavily into a wall. In the observation room, everyone was speechless at the sight of such a fight. Many wondered what Izuku's true quirk was, since he had demonstrated more than two at that moment. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, a certain ash-haired girl could be seen standing, but something was holding her back. Water chains had trapped her feet, hands, waist, and neck. The ruby-eyed girl was struggling to escape those troublesome chains. "Kid. Damn it, let me go, Izu bastard." And she couldn't finish because she received a powerful punch to her right cheek and heard a smash from Izuku, and the girl, due to the force of the blow, would be sent crashing against a wall, since the water chains were no longer there. After receiving that blow, the girl lay slammed against a wall, a trickle of blood running from her mouth. Izuku, in a fighting stance that showed he had no blind spots, said, "Never give your opponent a chance to attack you, Kaken." And the girl crashed to the ground, stunned by the blow. Seeing that she was exhausted, Izuku started toward the stairs, but the ash-haired girl raised her hands in front of her. Then, the ruby-eyed girl pulled the trigger on her only available glove, generating an explosion just as powerful as the previous one. Izuku hadn't expected that and, turning his head, saw the explosion just a few meters away. Before he could react, the blast engulfed him completely. In the observation room, everyone watching Kid's fight against Izumi stared wide-eyed. It was supposed to be just combat training, and it had ended up like this. A fight to the death. According to them, All Might would rush to the building where the fight was taking place, but then a blonde girl with a lightning bolt mark in her hair called out to the pro hero. "All Might sensei, look." The girl with the electric quirk exclaimed. The heroine looked at the cameras, impressed by what was happening. When the explosion stopped, thick smoke appeared, obscuring almost everything. Kid froze, not expecting the attack to hit the green-haired boy so directly. She couldn't help but think she had killed him. She couldn't even stand up straight to check if Izuku was alright, which frustrated and despaired her. But then, an electric blue light appeared through the smoke, surprising the ash-haired girl. All the women who saw him, Azami was truly worried about her brother. She knew he was strong, but she was still concerned for him. As the smoke cleared, a green-haired man could be seen standing, but he had many wounds on his face, arms, and legs. Blood trickled from his face and the other parts already mentioned. His clothes were torn and singed. It was surprising that Izumi was still standing, some of the girls thought. On the green-haired man's left hand, the same blue color that Kid and the other women had seen could be seen, except for Iida and Ichako, who were still fighting each other above. Then, the green-haired man began to float slightly, thanks to airbending. Before launching himself at astonishing speed at Kid, surprising her. He then struck the ash-haired woman's left cheek hard. When the ash-haired girl was struck, she crashed swiftly into the wall behind her, passing right through it, and instantly fell unconscious. The green-haired boy used the element of energy, or energy control, to increase the force of his blow. Although he could have used one for all, he also had to use his original quirk from time to time. After the green-haired boy landed that blow on the girl, he couldn't help but breathe heavily. It was tiring using two variations of his quirk at the same time, but he had to continue training. Fortunately, his voice changer wasn't damaged, allowing him to continue with the false voice. The somewhat tired green-haired boy started running towards the brown-haired and blue-haired girls. After 8 minutes, he arrived at the room where the two women were fighting. Although Ichako was on the floor, somewhat injured and tired, the green-haired boy went to the brown-haired girl, who, upon seeing Izumi in that state, "I'm quite worried. Ichako. Are you okay?" says the tired Machi lover. Izuku. "Don't worry, Uraraka-san, I've had worse." The green-haired girl said, then helped the brunette to her feet. "Alright, Uraraka-san, I have a plan." The emerald-eyed boy whispered the plan in her ear, to which the girl nodded. Then the brunette moved away from him. "This will be your end, villain," he said, taking on the role of hero. The green-haired boy touched the ground with his hands, causing metal chains to appear and grab the blue-haired girl, but she dodged them thanks to her speed. The girl with glasses sped towards the emerald-eyed boy, then stood to his left side and, with her left leg, delivered a powerful kick to his left side, which was blocked by the green-haired boy's arm. He felt a pain in his arm. The fight with Keed had tired him out. The green-haired boy needed to improve his stamina. "Uraraka. Now!" exclaimed the green-haired boy, and immediately the Machi lover ran quickly towards the bomb. Before Ingenium's sister could even move, the brunette grabbed the bomb, making the green-haired boy sigh wearily. All Might would exclaim excitedly through the megaphone. "The heroines win." Then the green-haired boy would fall on his butt with a smile, while Ichako and Tenyu would go to him, worried. "Lita. Midoriya-kun, are you alright?" the blue-haired girl says, receiving a yes in response. "Ichako. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary?" "Izuku. Of course, I would really appreciate it," the green-haired boy said, and the brown-haired girl quickly touched one of his arms, then made him float, carrying him like a balloon to the infirmary next to Keed, who was still unconscious. When they left the green-haired boy in the infirmary, Recovery Girl gave Keed a kiss on the cheek and then went to heal them both, telling the green-haired boy to rest for a while and that he could return to the classroom in an hour. The emerald-eyed boy lay down on a cot, then thought about something, opening his eyes wide. "Izuku. Tomorrow is the League of Villains attack," thought the green-haired man, because if he remembered correctly, they would be going to that facility tomorrow. We see a green-haired boy in an office, sitting on a sofa across from a certain number 1 heroine. School had ended, and the green-haired boy went straight to All Might's office, after resting enough and telling Azami and Keed to go ahead. The green-haired boy had a serious expression. All Might remained silent, as the green-haired boy asked to speak with her. Then the green-haired boy said. "Izuku. All Might, we're going to the USJ tomorrow, right?" And the heroine was surprised by that question, and was about to ask how he knew that, until the green-haired boy spoke first. "Remember that I reincarnated and that's why I know what's going to happen." And the heroine remained silent, nodding her head at Izuku's first question. It should be noted that he was speaking in his normal voice. "Tomorrow, go with all the teachers to the USJ," he said, surprising the heroine. "All Might. Why is that?" "Tomorrow is Awa-kun, 13 and I are going," the American blonde said, puzzled. "Izuku. Tomorrow we're going to be attacked by hundreds of villains," he says, surprising All Might. "As soon as we enter the USJ, they're going to infiltrate us, but don't come with us, it'll be very suspicious. I'll give you a communicator to tell you to come with all the senseis, to take the villains by surprise," the green-haired man says. "By the way," he says, becoming more serious. "All for One is still alive." All Might. "What? How is that damned woman still alive?" the heroine exclaimed angrily. "Izuku. I don't know that, but I do know where he is," he said seriously. "After going to the USJ, I'll give you the location so you can prepare. You shouldn't underestimate All for One's power, he's most likely getting stronger," the emerald-eyed man said. "Well, that's all I wanted to tell you. I'll give you the All Might communicator tomorrow. See you," the green-haired man said with a smile, then left. "I have to build the communicator and the full gauntlet that Melissa gave me. It'll be very useful," the green-haired man thought as he headed home. He had a lot to do. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by Azami, who affectionately hugged her brother. The green-haired boy returned the hug and then happily greeted his mother. He went to his room to change clothes and then went to dinner with his family. Izuku sat next to his sister, and the three of them ate, chatting and enjoying their meal. Afterward, they watched a movie and then went to their respective rooms to rest. Izuku sat in a chair and began drawing the blueprints for the full gauntlet. After half an hour of drawing, the boy prepared to begin construction. The green-haired boy had plenty of materials stored in his room, so there was no need to go out and look for them, and with his immense intelligence, he didn't complicate things at all. Time skip. We see a green-haired boy at UA. He, along with his sister and Keed, were already in their seats chatting. The green-haired boy was serious, but he was hiding it. He wore dark green wristbands on each hand, but they were concealed. These were the full gauntlets. The metallic gloves that allowed him to use his full power without hurting himself. Just then, Shada entered the room, instantly silencing all the girls and the green-haired boy. This brought a small smile to the heroine's face. She announced that they would be going to a UA facility, the USJ. Izuku already knew about this, so he wasn't surprised, but some of his classmates were. They also elected the student council president and vice president, with Izumi and Momo being chosen. This time, Izuku accepted the position. He got along well with all his classmates and vice presidents with him. After the former vigilantes class ended, Aizawa would order them to put on their hero costumes, which they all obeyed. Izuku already had his hero costume, which he would put on after all the girls left the room. He would also put on his communicator, press a button, and then say, "Izuku. All Might, we're heading to USJ, get the senseis ready. Said the emerald-eyed man in Izumi's voice before going to where his companions and sensei were. The entire class departed for the USJ. Everyone was chatting animatedly, except for 4 people. Kid, who was sitting next to Izuku. Oyuki Todoroki, who maintained her serious and cold expression. A girl named Fuyuka Tokoyami, and finally, Izuku, who was serious. After a few minutes, they arrived at the USJ. Izuku discreetly told All Might through the communicator. We're here. And they were all greeted by the Space Hero 13. Who gave an important and useful explanation about the lethality of quirks. All the girls and Izuku entered the USJ, but then a purple portal appeared in the middle of the USJ, causing all the women and Izuku to go on guard. More than 600 villains began to emerge from the portal, which surprised, frightened, and worried Izuku, as it was more than double the number of villains he had in his other world. Izuku discreetly pressed the button on his communicator and said, "We have a big problem, All Might. There are many more villains than I told you about. We need you to come." All Might quickly replied, "I'm on it," and cut the connection. At that moment, Aizawa launched himself at the villains to fight them, struggling a bit due to their sheer numbers. "Hey Kurogiri," says a villain with a huge hand over her face. "All Might was supposed to be here. Kurogiri. According to the information we received, that's how it would be. Something must have happened for Tamura Shigaraki not to come," says a villainess with a peculiar body. "Tamura. Never mind, let those villains deal with the brats. I want to see the look of despair on each of their faces and the look on All Might's face when he sees his students dead," the villain said with a twisted smile. Meanwhile, Izuku stood before his classmates and next to the Hero 13. Some of the girls were scared and worried about the situation, but then Izuku said, "Izuku. Shit. Everyone, we have to help Aizawa-sensei. We can't let her fight alone against all those villains. We have to be heroes here and now, show why we aspire to be," she says in a woman's voice, encouraging her classmates in 13. Then Izuku says, "Class A, attack," before launching himself at the villains alongside his classmates in 13. All the girls launched an attack to fight the villains. Surprisingly, they were easy to defeat, but that didn't mean they were weak. Izuku started running towards a certain light blue-haired girl. As he ran, he defeated several villains, since he had one for all at 20%. The green-haired boy saw Mineta cornered. The grape-haired girl was crying. She didn't want to die. Just when she was about to be killed, Izumi appeared and, using metal chains, incapacitated all the villains. Mineta thanked the green-haired girl profusely, and then the grape-haired girl went to help her friends. Izuku continued on his way, managing to see Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Nomu. Using 25% of his power, Izuku ran towards Shigaraki. "Izuku. I won't let them escape this time," he whispers to himself and appears in front of the villains and the beast. "Villains, we will stop you no matter what," the green-haired man says seriously. He was wearing the same hero costume as in his other world, only with 2 fake breasts, making it almost identical to Izami's. Shigaraki. "Oh. A brat playing at being a hero, how fun," he says, mocking the green-haired boy. "Nomu, finish off that brat," he orders the beast to attack Izuku. "You'll be the first to die at the hands of the ultimate weapon to take down All Might's bitch." Upon hearing that order, Nomu launched itself at overwhelming speed towards Izuku, reaching him in less than 5 seconds, leaving the green-haired boy completely surprised. He thought to himself, "It's faster than the Nomu from my other world." But couldn't finish his thought as the beast struck Izuku on the right side of his body. He blocked the blow, but couldn't avoid feeling an overwhelming pain in his arm and was also quickly thrown against a wall. Azami, who witnessed the scene, felt her eyes well up as that blow was undoubtedly intended to kill. When the green-haired boy crashed into the wall, he spat blood from the force of the impact. Tamura, who saw this, laughed maniacally and said at the top of her lungs, "Ahahaha, that's what you get for wanting to play at being a hero." But she didn't expect Izuku to get up, somewhat sore, and then think, "I'll have to use every ounce of strength my body can handle." And it causes his one for all to rise to 75%, making his hair stand on end even more and his lightning intensify. Then he launches himself at overwhelming speed against the beast, which also launches itself against Izuku. Immediately afterward, they begin to clash fists fiercely, generating a powerful wave of air that pushes back both the villains and the heroines and students. Every single woman stopped her fight to watch Izumi against that beast. Aizawa uses his quirk on Nomu, but it is a complete failure. Then Midoriya and Nomu begin to exchange rapid blows that are not visible to the naked eye. Everyone watched the fight in surprise, including Tamura and Kurogiri. The light blue-haired girl watched the fight angrily, since that brat was matching Nomu, but it wasn't true, the beast was gaining ground. Tamura, very angry, shouted, "Nomu, finish that brat off once and for all." Taking advantage of a moment of distraction from the green-haired boy, Nomu managed to punch him in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. But the beast didn't stop there. It followed up with a punch to the green-haired boy's face, sending his head crashing against the hard cement. As a result, Izuku's voice changer broke instantly, and Izuku's nose and mouth began to bleed. However, the green-haired boy quickly leaped forward and delivered a double kick to Nomu's chest, forcing him back. Izuku rapidly activated both full gauntlets and then unleashed a powerful punch with his left hand, delivering a devastating blow to Nomu's chest while shouting Detroit Smash. All the women heard a deep voice coming from Izumi. When the punch landed on Nomu's chest, he was sent flying. Taking advantage of this, Izuku quickly backed away and launched a fire attack with his left hand directly towards Nomu. Ah. Izuku exclaimed as he launched that powerful attack, causing the beast to be struck directly by the attack. Tamura was seething with rage. Izuku's classmates were puzzled by Izuku's deep voice, though also very surprised by the attack. Izumi and Kid were terrified, as Izuku's identity could be revealed, something they desperately wanted. Izuku breathed wearily, as the attack had slightly tired him, but he saw that Nomu was missing the upper half of its body, having been completely incinerated. Izuku's classmates and the heroines thought he had won, but they saw how the beast regenerated rapidly and lunged at Izuku, immediately punching him in the chest, breaking 2 ribs. He was also thrown against a wall, becoming embedded in it. Tamura exclaimed, "Kill him now, Nomu." And in 3 seconds, the beast was in front of the green-haired boy and punched him twice in the chest and stomach, causing him to spit up even more blood and the top part of his hero costume to tear. But Izuku used airbending to forcefully and swiftly push the beast away, then stood with his head down. He had several wounds on his body. His face was covered in cuts and bruises, and blood was dripping from his head to his chin. Half of his hero costume was already torn, revealing half of his body, but he no longer cared if his identity was known. Now he had to defeat this Nomu, which was stronger than the one in his world, so he decided to go all out. The light green aura began to emanate from the green-haired boy, his electric green lightning intensified even more, his hair stood on end, and his pupils also turned an intense green, clearly demonstrating that he was using 100% of himself. All the women at UA, except for 2 frightened girls, saw the green-haired man's appearance, their eyes widening in shock. Uraraka. Why does Midoriya-san look like that? Kirishima. She doesn't look like a woman. She and Izuku's other classmates heard Izawa shout, "Midoriya is a man," she said, genuinely surprised. She hadn't imagined one of her students was a boy, a man. All the girls' eyes widened in shock at that. Izumi was a man, a real one. Izuku didn't wait and launched himself at Nomu with lightning speed, appearing in the blink of an eye in front of the enormous muscular beast, and then delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen, sending the bird-beaked creature flying upwards. Upon receiving that kick, the beast was sent flying upwards at an overwhelming speed. Tamura and Kurogiri were both angry and surprised. Kurogiri wanted to pull Nomu out of there, but couldn't because of the air shockwaves generated by the fight. Izuku leaped onto Nomu, clenched his left fist, and delivered a powerful punch in front of Nomu. It seemed as if Izuku threw more than 70 punches at once. Izumi and Kid were nearly fainting from worry. On one hand, they had already discovered Izuku's identity. On the other, the fight was brutal. They just wanted Izuku to get out of there safely. When Nomu was struck by those swift and powerful blows, he felt his arms, feet, legs, and hips being ripped from his body with incredible speed, letting out a scream like a monster's. Tamura was quite surprised to hear his supposedly invincible beast cry out in pain. The beast then fell to the ground so quickly that it bounced, leaving a crater. Izuku seized this opportunity like never before. He was going to end the fight. Landing in front of Nomu, Izuku quickly drew his arms back, gathering energy from his energibending and heat from his firebending, and using all his power, he launched his attack at Nomu with overwhelming speed. "Izuku. Take this, plus. Ultra-Aya," he exclaimed as he launched his final attack directly at Nomu. When the attack hit Nomu, it was blasted out of the USJ along with the attack, and Nomu was quickly disintegrated by the heat. Just as Izuku's attack was launched, the doors of the facility were abruptly opened by all the UA teachers and the principal, who watched in surprise as Izuku defeated the beast. Tamura and Kurogiri, seeing All Might and the other heroines, quickly left, knowing they couldn't defeat such a large number of them. The heroines, except for All Might, were surprised to see that the person who defeated Nomu was none other than a man, but they had to put their surprise aside, since they had to defeat the villains who were fighting Izawa, 13, and the students. After launching that attack, Izuku deactivated his quirks, then fell to the ground, badly injured and unconscious. We can see a green-haired boy lying on a hospital gurney. Izuku had a respirator in his mouth and nose, his body completely bandaged, including his forehead. He was taken to the hospital shortly after All Might caused him to faint. A day had passed since the incident at the USJ. Fortunately, none of the other heroines or classmates were seriously injured, and all the villains, except for 2 who escaped, were captured. Azami, Inko, Kid, and All Might lay looking at the badly injured Izuku with sorrow. The emerald-eyed boy's sister had red and slightly swollen eyes from crying at the sight of her Ani-chan like that. Kid was angry, but not at anyone in the room, only at the damn villains who dared to attack her Izuku. Inko, like any mother, was extremely worried. It was obvious she hadn't slept a wink from seeing her precious son, and All Might, she was proud, but at the same time frustrated at being late despite having been warned by Izuku. The girls would have continued to be in their thoughts. Until then the green-haired boy slowly began to open his eyes. It was noticeable that it was a little difficult for him. All the females, when they saw that Izuku opened his eyes, hugged the green-haired boy. Izuku. Should I? It hurts. Izuku said with some effort, his body in pain. When the girls heard that, they moved away. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked, looking at Kid and Azami, who couldn't help but shed a few tears. Kid. Fool, you're the one we're worried about. The ash-haired girl said, trying to maintain her come closer and die stance, but it wasn't working so well. Azami. Oh Ani-chan, please don't ever do something like that again. You have no idea how worried we were seeing you fight that thing, how you ended up. I don't think I can bear it again. The green-haired girl said, tears streaming down her face and onto her chin. Izuku. I can't promise any of that, Azami. The green-haired man said. It's a hero's duty to sacrifice themselves for others, no matter how it ends. He added, making Inko and All Might proud of his noble words. All Might. That's the spirit, Midoriya Shonen. The #1 heroine said. Thank you so much for saving the girls from those villains. We heroines were supposed to fight them, but we arrived a little late. I apologize. The blue-eyed girl said, bowing to Izuku, eliciting a soft laugh from him. But I have to tell you something serious. She said, and all the girls and Izuku paid attention. Your identity has been discovered, Midoriya Shonen. The rumor has spread that there's a man at UA, and somehow, the journalists, news outlets, even the government, know that there's a man studying at the academy. She said, and Inko and Izuku's eyes widened at the news. Izuku. How did you find out? The green-haired boy said, sweating profusely. All Might didn't say anything and turned on the television in the room, displaying a news report. Izuku, Azami, Kid, and Inko's eyes widened in shock at the headline and the image of Izuku. Izuku felt a great terror in his body, remembering the time many women found him and All Might saved him, but this time it would be much worse. He wouldn't even be able to step outside his house, and hundreds. No, thousands. Of women would be there. All Might, realizing the mistake he'd made in turning on the television, turned it off. Before the American blonde could say anything, the bedroom door was opened by a small old woman in a peculiar outfit. It was the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Recovery. I see you're awake, young man. The calm old woman said. I need everyone to leave the room, if that's alright. And they all left, not very relaxed. Well, I have to tell you that I already knew you were a man. And Izuku wasn't surprised by that, since he knew a possible reason for it. Izuku. Blood test, right. Recovery. That's right, it was a surprise when I read the report, but as a doctor, I kept it secret, confidentiality, doctor-patient. She said, reassuring the green-haired boy. She knew the older woman was a medical professional and all that. But speaking of your condition, you suffered broken ribs, your arms were sprained, your legs were nearly broken, your mouth had slight burns as did your hands. Kid, if I hadn't healed most of your injuries, you could have been in serious condition. The older heroine said seriously. Izuku. I'm absolutely certain of it, but I don't regret any of it. I saved my comrades, and I'd break every bone in my body to do it again. Says the green-haired boy, now more recovered, since Recovery kissed Izuku's left arm, healing it completely, making him feel much better, but then he receives a blow to the head with a syringe-shaped cane from Recovery. Recovery. The idea is exactly the opposite. Don't break anything, silly boy. Says the nurse, somewhat annoyed. Izuku was about to reply, but he and Recovery Girl heard a huge commotion outside the hospital, so they both looked out a window and were utterly shocked by what they saw outside. There was a crowd of over 5,000 women, including journalists, citizens, etc. Izuku was literally speechless. Izuku. Shit, the green-haired boy lay in a hospital bed. It was night, a time when everyone was supposedly fast asleep, but no, Izuku could still hear the commotion outside the hospital. All those women were gathered, demanding to see the man who was in the hospital. How did they know the green-haired boy was there? Easy, they'd seen him peeking out that afternoon with Recovery Girl. The emerald-eyed boy sat up in bed and then sighed wearily. Izuku. Who would have thought my second chance would be so chaotic? Says the green-haired man. Azami. Second chance. Izuku's sister enters the green-haired boy's room, overhearing what he said. "What do you mean by that, Ani-chan?" the green-haired woman asks, sitting down in a chair in front of her beloved brother. "Izuku. Second chance." "I didn't say that." The green-haired man lied. With his vast knowledge, he knew how to lie without sounding fake at all. "Azami. If you said it," he says, standing in front of Izuku, intending to sound intimidating, but failing. "Izuku. No. Azami. Yes. Izuku. I think you misheard, Azami-chan." The green-haired boy said with a calm smile, making his sister blush. "Azami. Why yes, I think I misheard," she says nervously and blushing. "Anyway, how are you feeling? Does anything hurt?" "Izuku. Calm down, I'm perfectly fine. What worries me now are all those women over there, they keep appearing," says the green-haired man. "Azami. Don't worry, Ani-chan, I'll stay with you tonight to make sure no girl tries to do anything to you," the blushing girl said. Izuku thanked his sister by affectionately stroking her hair, making her nervous and her heart race. Then, the green-haired boy yawned, mentally exhausted. He knew the next morning would be difficult since besides being discharged, he had to find a way to escape. But with his vast knowledge, getting out wouldn't be a problem. The green-haired boy lay back down on the bed, pulled the covers up to his chest, and said to his sister, "Good night, Azami-chan." Before falling asleep. According to Azami, the girl took advantage of this opportunity to be alone with her beloved Izuku. She got up quietly and without making a sound, closed the door to the room using her quirk. She had telekinesis, only more advanced than her mother's. After closing the door, she went to her brother, standing to his left, watching him sleep. "Azami. Ani-chan is really cute up close," she said, moving closer and closer to Izuku's face, their lips just millimeters apart. Her breath quickened, her heart pounded, and she felt incredibly hot, but she attributed it to seeing her brother's handsome face. She thought, "This is my chance." The well-endowed girl then brought her lips even closer, finally meeting his. She passionately kissed the mouth of the boy who lay sleeping. Being inexperienced at kissing, she pulled away after 7 seconds of enjoying the kiss, leaving a thin strand of saliva connecting their lips. Then she pulled back completely, a happy smile on her face, and a blush spreading across her cheeks. "I did it. I kissed him. I kissed him. I'll go to the bathroom for a moment," the girl exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. She looked at her brother, who shifted to the right, sighing in relief at not having been caught, and then licked her lips with pleasure. "I'll go to the bathroom for a moment," she said to herself, and went to the bathroom. When the green-haired girl left the room, Izuku's eyes widened, his heart racing and a deep blush spreading across his face. He then sat down on the cot and stood like this. "Izuku. She kissed me," he says to himself. "On the lips." He continues, talking to himself. "And I liked it," he says, lying down on the bed and sighing. "I'm sick for thinking that about my sister," the boy says, but then the door begins to open, and he quickly adjusts himself, making no sound, and Izuku's sister enters the room with a smile. "Azami. Alright, it's time to sleep," said the girl with emerald eyes, then lay down next to Izuku and hugged him from behind, pressing her breasts against his back, making Izuku blush deeply. "Good night, Ani-chan," she said, falling asleep with a satisfied smile on her face. It was worth visiting her beloved Izuku again that night. Time skip. In the morning. Izuku and Azami were already awake and dressed casually. Recovery girl told Izuku he could leave the hospital and to be very careful with villains and women. The green-haired boy thanked her for healing him and helping him during his stay at the hospital, then started walking with Azami. Both were blushing, but Azami more so. The nurses and doctors already knew that the only man in Japan was in the hospital, and they didn't make a scene, since, being the professionals they were, they didn't do anything wrong. Izuku thought for a moment that the women had left the hospital entrance, just like the green-haired girl. How wrong they were. Upon leaving the hospital, they saw with astonishment that at the hospital gates there were hundreds, no, thousands of women demanding to enter to see the green-haired boy and do who knows what. All the women, upon seeing Izuku in person, began shouting at him to come with them, to be interviewed, to go to motels, and more. Izuku already knew the scandal that would erupt if their gender were revealed, but between imagining it and seeing it in person, it was simply madness. "Azami. This is a complete Izuku madness," said the green-haired man, watching the women making a commotion to get in. Izuku and Azami watched a crowd of women demanding, wanting, and pushing to get inside, but they were being held back by the police. Even so, it wasn't enough to stop all the girls. At one point, the women crowded together so tightly that they overwhelmed the police officers, obviously without injuring them. Then they began to enter. Izuku then swept Azami into his arms bridal style, making her blush deeply. "Azami. What are you doing, oh Ani-chan?" The emerald-eyed girl asked her brother. Izuku. We have to get out of here or they'll want to eat me alive and not in a good way if there is one. He says, activating his 1 for all to 15% and then starts running in the opposite direction from the girls, managing to leave the hospital quickly with Azami in his arms. As he ran, carrying a somewhat frightened Azami in his arms, he noticed journalists' cars, several motorcycles, buses, and helicopters. Izuku and Azami were wide-eyed as people did anything to catch a glimpse of him. Izuku Midoriya, the mother of the two green-haired children, watched with concern the news footage of Izuku and Azami running, with the headline "Live. Japan's first man in person." But then she heard glass shatter loudly in the living room. She got up, alarmed, to see what had caused the break, but was shocked to find her two children on the floor, surrounded by shards of glass. Izuku quickly exclaimed. Izuku. Deku security system, activate security level 3. He said into the air, followed by the sound of activating security system level 3. And the entire house where the green-haired couple lived was covered in a thick layer of metal, along with cameras and an electric fence twice the size of the house itself. Izuku had installed an ultra-advanced security system, the most advanced in all of Japan, and possibly the entire world, naming it Deku. With a total of 15 security levels, each one more advanced than the last. Izuku and Azami both stood up, removing the shards of glass from their clothes, and sighing with relief. Inko. Thank goodness you're here, you had me very worried. Says the mother of the emerald-eyed children, hugging her two precious sons. Azami. It was thanks to Oni-chan that we were able to get there safely. She said, now hugging her brother affectionately, pressing her breasts against Izuku's chest, making him blush, which Azami noticed and smiled at. But the problem is how to get to the academy with so many people outside trying to get Oni-chan. Izuku. That's no problem, I can call the principal so she can come pick us up. The green-haired boy said, taking his phone, which looked very modern, out of his pocket, dialing a number, and then calling, receiving an answer almost instantly. Hello, principal, it's me, Izuku Midoriya. It's good to hear you're safe, young Midoriya. Tell me, what can I do for you? The principal said kindly. Izuku. I need you to pick up my sister and me when classes start again. Said the green-haired boy. He had thought of a very simple solution, because if he did something more complex, he might attract even more attention from the women, and he definitely didn't want that. Of course, young Midoriya, it's no problem. Due to your situation, you and your sister will be escorted by 5 heroines, just in case. Classes will resume tomorrow. She said, then hung up the phone. Izuku. Well, there's the solution. The green-haired man said with a smile. Time skip. We can see Izuku with Azami. The two arrived at UA safe and sound thanks to the 5 heroines. Eraserhead, Present Mick, Midnight, Vlad Queen, and none other than All Might. All the women waiting for Izuku had to restrain themselves from jumping at him since he was accompanied by these heroines. Upon arriving at UA, Izuku felt the stares of the female students. Some perverted, some lustful, some in love, and some disinterested. The girls who looked at Izuku with disinterest were the ones who were lesbians. Then Izawa escorted both Midoriyas out of classroom 1A, glancing at Izuku every now and then. Azami, on one side, had Izuku's right arm wrapped around her, pressing it against her breasts. Izuku just kept thinking. Come on, Izuku, think about the Bible. Standing in front of classroom 1A, Izawa would tell Azami to come in, drawing the attention of her classmates and Kid, who all desperately wanted to see a certain green-haired boy, with the exception of a few. Kid. Hey, nerd, where's my Izu? Azami said, sounding worried about Izuku. Upon hearing the word "my," she felt a pang of jealousy, but it wasn't the time to make a scene. Almost all the girls, upon hearing the explosive girl's question, paid close attention. Azami. Ani-chan is. And I didn't finish because the door was opened by a black-haired girl, it was Sensei Izawa. Izawa. Today a new classmate joins us, treat him well and don't make him regret coming to UA, or you'll be expelled, hear me? She says authoritatively, activating her quirk, making all the girls nod. Good, you can come in. And the door is opened again, revealing a tall, well-muscled green-haired boy whose physique was slightly noticeable through his uniform. The girls in the classroom, including the serious Oyuki, blushed slightly, except for 1 or 2 girls who liked the same gender. Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Izuku Midoriya, I hope we get along well. He said, giving a slight smile. We can see an emerald-eyed boy standing in front of 19 aspiring heroines. Izuku Midoriya was somewhat nervous since the girls in his class weren't saying anything. The boy was about to go to his assigned seat when a blonde girl with a black lightning bolt mark in her hair abruptly stood up, staring intently at Izuku. Kaminari. I'm Kayomi Kaminari, do you have a girlfriend? She says, drooling a little when she sees Izuku. Izuku. No, I don't. Toru. I'm Toru Hagakure. Why didn't you tell us you were a man? The invisible girl asked. Izuku. Well, it's because I didn't want that. Kirishima. I'm Iji Kirishima. You're really strong. The red-haired girl exclaimed excitedly. Izuku. Thanks. Mineta. I'm Minori Mineta. How big is your dick? A piece of white chalk hits her forehead, knocking her unconscious in her seat. Azawa. Behave yourselves for once. The woman said, her quirk active, startling the student slightly. Go to your seat, Midoriya. And Izuku went to his assigned seat, feeling the intense gaze of most of the girls, including Izumi and Kid, who were completely smitten with him. This sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. He knew something bad was about to happen. The first class began, where Izawa explained a few things about villains, and mentioned that the famous UA Sports Festival was approaching, exciting many of the girls. Izuku remembered that he had to help Todoroki with his fire side. He smiled slightly, a touch of nostalgia creeping into his smile as he thought of his friend Shoto. He really missed his old friends, but there was nothing he could do about it. Or was there? Azawa. Okay, class is over. The former security guard said, getting into her yellow sleeping bag decorated with a few cat prints. Don't make too much noise. As Izuku was about to leave the classroom with Izumi and Kid, the green-haired boy was surrounded by his female classmates. Except for a few, Izuku felt somewhat uncomfortable due to having so many girls around him talking to him at the same time, but his salvation came when Momoyaoi Rozu, along with Izumi, Kid, Iida and Ichako, drew the attention of their classmates. Momo. Girls, you need to calm down, don't act like crazy people. We know he's your first man, but you need to control yourselves. Says the dark-haired woman with ample assets. Izumi. Stop harassing Ani-chan. The green-haired girl said, jealous of the other girls. Kid. Stay away from him or I'll kill you. The ash-haired woman said, surrounded by a powerful aura of death. The girls apologized to the green-haired boy, who, with a drop of sweat on his brow, simply said, don't worry. But he still felt their gazes that said, you will be mine. Before he sighed, tired and relieved. Izuku. One less problem. He says, somewhat calmly, until he opens the door to his classroom and sees that literally almost all the UA students are there, including second and third year students. And a new one begins. Ejiro. Why are you here? Says the girl with the tail, looking at all the women. Ichako. There are too many people here. The Machi lover said, somewhat surprised that there were so many people there. The female students looked at a certain green-haired boy with perverted, seductive expressions, clearly wanting to have sex with him. Many murmured things about Izuku, such as, he's really sexy up close. How big is he? I want him to tear my vagina apart. Just then, a purple-haired girl stepped in front of the group, intently observing the class and Izuku, who remained serious but nervous. The purple-haired girl declared war on the entire class, especially the green-haired boy, before leaving. At this point, Kid stood before Izuku with a rather special smile, still possessing that deathly aura. Kid. They're going to let us out, right? She says with a smile that would intimidate even third graders. Izuku. Kaken, stop intimidating our classmates. The green-haired boy said, placing his hand on the ruby-eyed girl's shoulder, but she immediately gave Izuku a sharp smack on the head. Kid. Stay out of this, Izu. The ash-haired girl says. These bitches just want to fuck you. She says angrily, letting out small explosions. Almost all from class 1A. Me too. The girls thought. They felt admiration, respect and a lot of affection towards Izuku for having saved them at the USJ. The classes passed by, with Izuku not copying anything from his subjects, since he knew far more than what was happening at UA, so he barely paid attention. During breaks, Izuku was accompanied by almost all of his female classmates, who never left his side. He was also quite harassed by the girls of UA, who showered him with all sorts of compliments and other things. Izumi was hugging Izuku's left arm, placing it between her breasts, making the green-haired boy blush. Izumi saw this blush and smiled a little pervertedly. Kid also had Izuku's other arm, placing it between her breasts. Unlike Izumi, she also had his hand holding hers. Izuku. Girls, I need to go see the principal for a few moments, I'll be back soon. Said the green-haired boy, speeding to the principal's office, knocking on the door, and receiving a pass from the woman inside. Director. It's a pleasure to see you, young Midoriya. To what do I owe your visit? The headmistress of the academy said formally. Izuku. I'd like to request a men's restroom and a changing room. Says the green-haired boy. It's really inconvenient having to change in the lounge when all the girls are leaving, and having to hold it until I get home to go to the bathroom isn't easy at all. He adds. Director. I already ordered that exact thing to be built 2 days ago, so it'll be ready soon. The white-haired woman said, not surprising Izuku. Izuku. Wow, thank you so much for that, but I also have a proposal for you. He says, drawing the attention of the UA director. Director. What's your proposal? She asks, intrigued. Izuku. Building dormitories at the UA. We can see a certain green-haired boy packing his things into his backpack. Classes had ended, and he'd been harassed more than once by many girls with less than holy intentions. Izuku asked the UA principal to build dormitories, which she agreed to after listening to his good arguments. Izuku would also give her some blueprints for the construction of the High Alliance. But since Izuku has an astonishingly high intelligence, the dormitories would look like houses from the future. Now the green-haired boy took something out of his backpack, a kind of silver button with light blue accents, and placed it on his chest, attracting the attention of most of his classmates, including Azami, Kid, and the cold Oyuki. Azami. Ani-chan, what's that button you put on? Lita. Midoriya-kun, bringing potentially dangerous things isn't respectful. Exclaimed the shapely blue-haired girl. Izuku. Lita-san, if it were something dangerous, I wouldn't have brought it. I'm the class president. Your safety is my responsibility, so this isn't dangerous at all. The green-haired boy said, smiling slightly, before looking at his sister. And to answer your question, Azami-chan. He said, opening a window and then jumping onto it, alarming the girls. Kid. What the hell are you doing? Get down from there now, Izu. The explosive girl said, somewhat worried. Kirishima. Get down from there, Izubro. Says the dyed-reed. Izuku. Let me finish speaking. The green-haired boy said calmly, before pressing the button. A dark green metallic suit then began to take over the emerald-eyed boy's body, surprising the girls. Izuku. It's still a prototype, but it'll do for getting me home until the dorms are finished. He said, wondering about the dorms. But before the girls could say anything, the green-haired boy jumped down. It's worth mentioning that they were quite high up. Alarmed, the girls rushed to the window, looking down, genuinely worried. But then Izuku appeared in front of them as if he were flying. It's better than using my quirk in public again without getting arrested or scolded. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. The green-haired boy said, leaving UA Academy wearing perhaps the only suit he'd ever built. Meanwhile, the girls sighed with relief that nothing had happened to their classmate, since, to tell the truth, most of them liked being with the green-haired boy. But now we focus on a duo of girls who gathered their things and grabbed their backpacks, leaving their classroom, then exiting UA and walking together. Azami. Okay, do you remember the plan for tonight? The green-haired girl, who loved the green-haired boy, said with a blush on her cheeks. She would finally have what she had longed for most during this time. Kid. Yeah, damn it, you've been telling me the same thing ever since Izu went to that mouse's place. I already told the old lady I'd have a sleepover at your house. The ash-haired girl said, her smile somewhat excited, as she was finally going to take something that had always belonged to her. When they arrived a few blocks from the Midoriya house, they saw that there were still women hoping to get at least an interview with Izuku Midoriya, but now there were fewer of them. Azami and the ruby-eyed girl sighed, then walked towards the house. Kid would use a few explosions to scare the journalists and the women, and they entered the house successfully, being greeted by Inko and Izuku, who was already dressed in his casual clothes. Azami and Kid smiled a little pervertedly, something that was noticed by Izuku, who felt a chill run down his neck and lower back. For some reason, he thought they were going to take something from him that day. It was already night and everyone was asleep in their rooms. Azami and Kid shared a room. It was approximately 2:15 in the morning. The girls woke up suddenly, since they weren't sleeping. They left the room stealthily, trying not to make any noise, and then stood in front of the door of a certain haired boy. The green-haired boy was sleeping peacefully in his bed. The two women looked at each other and nodded. Azami then silently opened Izuku's door, and the two of them entered and quietly locked it. Azami. You wake up Ani-chan. The green-haired girl said, receiving a look that said, you don't give me orders, but I'll do it anyway. Then the green-eyed girl began to take off her light green pajamas, leaving her in her underwear. She was blushing and anxious. Kid also took off her pajamas with prints that said boom, leaving her in her underwear as well. Kid. The fiery girl approached Izuku silently, feeling her heart pounding rapidly, but that wouldn't stop her plan, which they had been putting together for a few weeks. The ruby-eyed girl carefully took a pillow from Izuku's bed and roughly threw it hard at his face, making him wake up abruptly. Izuku. What the hell? Then he see a scene that would make Izuku's eyes widen and a deep blush appear on Izuku's face. Izuku. Holy mother. Izuku said, looking at the two beautiful girls in front of him. What's going on here? The green-haired boy asked. For a moment he thought he was dreaming, but dismissed the idea. Kid. We're going to have sex. The ash-haired girl said bluntly, climbing on top of Izuku, who was really blushing. Azami, on the other hand, was also blushing, but she wasn't going to back down, so she climbed on top of Izuku too. Izuku. What? But we can't. Azami is my sister. A really hot one, by the way. I disgust myself right now. Izuku thought, somewhat disgusted with himself for thinking like this. 2. Our mother is literally in the next room. Azami. I don't care that you're my brother, I love you, I really do. Says a blushing green-haired girl. Kid. You heard her, so we're going to have sex, whether you like it or not. For a few moments Izuku would think about it, then think. Life is for living. He says, taking off his shirt, showing the girls his well-built physique, making them blush. We can see Izuku lying asleep in his bed. The green-haired boy was sleeping so peacefully until some rays of sunlight reflected through a window of Midoriya's room, and those rays hit him directly in the face, causing him to start waking up. Opening his eyes with some effort, he saw the ceiling of his room. He wanted to get up, but felt extra weight on him. At that moment, he remembered what he had done last night with Kid Bakugo and his sister Azami. For a few moments, he felt disgusted with himself for doing those things with his sister, with someone of his own blood, but he certainly couldn't deny that he liked it. The One for All user got out of bed making as little noise as possible, managing not to wake the girls. He saw that he was naked, and he saw that the girls were too, making him blush. But he wasn't going to do anything inappropriate at that hour. He took clothes from his closet, then grabbed a towel and went to the bathroom to shower. Cold water to calm their morning fever. Time skip, Monday. We can see Izuku, Azami, and Kid walking together toward the academy, accompanied by 3 heroines. All Might, Eraserhead, and Present Mick. Azami and Kid each held Izuku's arm with a victorious and affectionate smile. They had accomplished their mission, and that made them feel like winners. Izuku. Azami, Kid, aren't you two a little too close? The green-haired boy asked calmly, despite feeling both girls' breasts in his arms. He wasn't a total pervert like Minoru from his other world. Kid. Huh. Don't talk nonsense, Izu. I do what I want with my boyfriend, so you'll just have to deal with it. The explosive girl said. Izuku just sighed. Azami. You mean our boyfriend? The green-haired girl said, kissing Izuku's right cheek. It should be noted that they had already arrived at UA and were walking towards their respective classrooms. Izuku. Calm down, girls, I already know you're my girlfriends, no need to repeat it he. The green-haired boy said with a slight drop of sweat, before kissing Kid and Azami on the lips, making that tsundere and the emerald-eyed girl blush. I still remember how taken aback Aka-san was when we told her about our relationship. The green-haired boy thought, recalling his mother's face, which was basically like her brain stopped working. At that moment, Izuku and the 2 girls entered the classroom, greeted by their classmates. More than one girl was glued to Izuku, making his 2 girlfriends jealous. The green-haired boy sat in his assigned seat. Uraraka and Iida approached Izuku to chat, though Ichako was more affectionate with him. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom, and with a speed that would put All Might to shame, everyone was already in their seats. Aizawa. Alright, girls, and boy. She glances at Izuku as she says this, then turns her gaze back to the front. As you know, the festival starts in a week, so UA will give you the rest of this week to prepare and train properly. Also, remember that the pro heroines will be requesting you based on your performance, so give it your all, and don't let me down. You have the rest of the class, except for you, Midoriya. Izuku and Azami look at the black-haired girl. Izuku Midoriya. The principal summoned you, go. She says, getting into her yellow sleeping bag and lying down on the floor to sleep, causing a bead of sweat to rise from everyone and the green-haired boy, who was reminded of the Aizawa from his world. They were practically identical, just with different genders. Izuku. I'll be right back, girls. She says, taking something out of her backpack, then getting up from her seat and heading towards the principal's office, under the gaze of Izuku's girlfriends and some classmates. The green-haired boy left his classroom and headed towards the principal's office. Some girls from different classrooms watched him from their rooms with hard eyes, making suggestive faces and other sexual gestures, and throwing in a few compliments. They were reprimanded for interrupting the class. With a bead of sweat in true anime style, the green-haired boy continued on his way. Just then, a tall girl with light blue hair and eyes of the same color bumped into him. Before she could fall, Izuku swiftly used his quirk to activate airbending and prevent her from falling, helping her to her feet again. Izuku. Are you okay? The green-haired boy asked, deactivating his quirk and looking at the girl in front of him. Nijire-senpai. Nijire. Thank you for stopping me from falling, Kohai-kun, I'm sorry I bumped into you. She said, now looking intently at Izuku. Wait. You're Izuku Midoriya. The girl exclaimed excitedly, then invaded Izuku's personal space, making him step back slightly, blushing at the senpai's closeness. The blue-eyed girl began bombarding Izuku with questions. What's it like being the first man in Japan? Do you like being a man? What's your quirk about? Do you have a girlfriend? Izuku, hearing so many questions in less than 10 seconds, his was literally broken and needed a reboot. We can see a certain light blue-haired girl invading the personal space of a certain young male hero more and more, to the point of being relatively close, feeling each other's breath, but Izuku, obviously noticing this, moves away from his senpai, saying, "Izuku. Excuse me, Nijire-senpai, but I have to go to the principal's office. Would it be alright if I answered your questions later?" The green-haired boy said kindly, trying not to sound pushy. "Nijire. Sure, I'll see you at lunchtime then." The third-year girl exclaimed excitedly. "By the way, just call me Nijire," she said with a kind smile, making Izuku blush slightly. "Izuku. She's an angel," thought the boy with emerald eyes. "Sure, but only if you call me Izuku," the green-haired boy said, to which the blue-eyed girl readily agreed. "Well, I have to go. See you later, Nijire." "Nijire. See you later, Izuku," she says in a somewhat seductive manner, causing a slight shiver in Izuku before leaving. Izuku continued on his way peacefully, fortunately not encountering any other woman who wanted to rape him, have sex with him, possess him, and who knows what else. Then Izuku finally arrived at the entrance to the principal's office, knocked on the door, and received a "come in." He entered the office and went to see the principal. "Director. Good morning, young Midoriya. I assume you came to show me the dorm layouts, is that right?" said the white-haired girl with a scar over her eye. "Izuku. You're right, these are the pla." He's interrupted by the principal. "Director. Young Midoriya, to accept the idea of dormitories, I want you to play a game of chess with me," said the mouse bear or whatever it was. "I need to check if what I think is true." Izuku. I know absolutely every possible move, I don't see why not," the green-haired man thought calmly. "Well, I accept." And the headmistress brought out a board with the corresponding pieces and they immediately began to play. At first, everything started calmly, but then it became a beating. For the headmistress. And after 15 minutes of play, Izuku crushed her. "Izuku. Checkmate," said the green-haired man, ending the game by defeating the supposed smartest person in the world. "And well, I suppose I can show you my plans for the High Alliance, right, Director?" She was speechless at being so utterly defeated. She grabbed her teacup, threw her head back as she inhaled, and then forward again. Ha 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 ha. When Izuku saw that woman laughing like a maniac, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't show it at all. "Director. You're quite interesting, Izuku Midoriya, and yes, show me the plans you prepared," the principal said as if nothing had happened. Izuku opened the blueprints, showing them to the headmistress, who was amazed by the perfectly detailed plans. There wasn't a single mistake. It was magnificent at first glance. The headmistress didn't hesitate and shook Izuku's small hand, saying, "The High Alliance initiation will take place tomorrow." Izuku then left the office, leaving the blueprints with the headmistress. When Izuku left the office, he saw that almost all the girls from his class were waiting for him. Some were giving him death stares. Azami and Keed were somewhat nervous, but Azami was more so. "Uraraka. What's this about you three being a couple?" the Machi lover said jealously, giving a gloomy look to the trio who were currently a couple. "Sigh. Could you explain, Midoriya-chan?" the frog quirk girl said without emitting any Kiro or Jiro. Which startled Izuku somewhat. "Kaminari. We won't hurt you if you tell us, Izuku," said the blonde girl, shooting a few yellow lightning bolts from her fingers. Izuku. "Well, Azami-chan and Kakin made me have sex." His mouth is abruptly covered by Keed, who glares at Izuku with a murderous look and says, "Keed. Screw it and I'll kill you, Izu," said the girl who was deeply in love with Izuku, to which Izuku nodded. He knew Kakin wouldn't hurt him, but he preferred not to risk it. He knew how explosive Bakugo could be. Izuku coughs falsely, making the jealous girls look at Izuku. "As I was saying, Azami and Kakin confessed to me at the same time. I was a little surprised, but since I have the same feelings as them, I reciprocated. I know what Azami and I have is wrong, but we don't really care about that," says the green-haired boy with a smile. The girls who weren't dating Izuku were saddened by this. They didn't want it to be true, but unfortunately, it was. "Well, I'm going to the cafeteria. See you later," he says, giving his sister and Keed a kiss on the lips, making them both blush and a little excited, before going to lunch. Azami. "So. Do you like Ani-chan?" the green-haired girl asked her classmates. We can see a certain green-haired boy walking through the cafeteria with a tray of katsudon in his hands. He was looking for an empty seat since he usually sat with his female classmates, but most of them weren't there. Several girls were watching him, wanting to have him right there, but the principal had established a rule which stated, "It is strictly forbidden to do anything to Izuku Midoriya." So they couldn't do anything to him. While the green-haired boy was looking for his seat, he heard someone call him. He looked towards the voice and saw that it was Nijire, who exclaimed to Izuku, "Izuku, come with us." Izuku, with a slight smile, headed over. After walking there, the green-haired boy noticed his new friend, a light blue-haired girl, smiling at him. Next to her were two girls. A girl with long black hair, black eyes, and a nice figure. And next to her was a blonde girl with eyes light blue and of good build. Najire. Hi Izuku, these are Tamaki Amajiki. Says the light blue-haired girl, introducing the shy black-haired girl. And this is. But she's interrupted by the blonde-haired girl. Tagada. I'm Miko Tagada, my pleasure, Kohai. Says the girl in a quite happy manner, introducing herself to her Kohai. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. He said, sitting down across from the girls and placing his tray on the table. If I remember correctly. I remember very well. You're the big three from UA, aren't you? The only boy from UA asked the girls. Tamaki didn't say anything, as she found it difficult even to look him in the eyes. Miko. That's right, Kohai, we're the big three. A third-grade girl exclaimed excitedly. Najire. Izuku, could you answer my questions? The light blue-haired girl asked. Izuku nodded, as he was eating some of his katsudon. Do you like being a man? What does it feel like to be a man? What's your quirk like? What's your quirk? And so she began her barrage of questions. A drop of sweat trickled down the back of Izuku's neck as he ate. Tamaki. And Najire, why you talk too fast? The black-haired girl said, pulling at her friend's shirt. Izuku. She's shyer than the Tamaki from my other world. Izuku thought, glancing at the black-haired girl surreptitiously. Well, Najire, to answer your questions, yes, I like being a man. It feels normal. My quirk is called elemental control, and it allows me to manipulate the elements and their variations at will. The green-haired boy said, answering his senpai's main questions. Najire. Awesome. She exclaimed excitedly upon hearing about Izuku's quirk. Would you show us your quirk, please? The girl asked with a somewhat childish attitude. Tamaki and Miko were also somewhat interested, and many other girls were murmuring things like, look, Izuku's with the big three. I'm so jealous now. I'd like to eat his din and things like that. Izuku. I suppose showing you a little bit of my quirk won't hurt anyone. The green-haired boy said. I'll use. An idea struck him. He activated his main quirk with a slight smile. Najire felt strange at that moment, unsure why. Izuku raised his left arm, and Najire did the exact same. I'm using a variation of my quirk, blood control. Interesting, isn't it? Izuku said, deactivating his quirk. Tamaki and Miko were surprised by this ability, and Najire was fascinated. Izuku continued eating until he finished his katsudon completely, then got up from his seat and said to his senpais. See you later, senpais. I hope to see you soon. He said goodbye to his new friends and went to leave his tray with a heroin lunch rush. Miko. Kohai-kun is truly interesting. Says the girl who was going to Night Eye's agency. Tamaki. Why you're right. She says somewhat shyly, since they were the center of attention earlier because of Izuku. Najire. I want him to be my partner. The light blue-haired girl said, smiling sweetly. She really liked Izuku. Perhaps it was love at first sight, like in some romantic movies. Meanwhile, Midoriya Izuku had already placed his tray with the heroine, thanking her. He then began walking towards his class, as the bell was about to ring. As he walked, Izuku began to drift into thought. Izuku. How are the people in my other world? He wondered to himself as he walked. Uraraka. Midoriya-kun. A certain brown-haired girl called to Izuku, but he was still lost in thought as he walked towards his classroom. Izuku. Will I ever be able to communicate with him again? She wondered again in her mind. Kirishima. Izubro. Says a certain red-haired girl, touching Izuku's arm to get his attention, which she fails to do. Izuku. How's Iri-chan doing? But his eyes widen as he remembers that he had to rescue Iri from Overhaul's clutches. Kyoka. Midoriya. He slams his jacks into the green-haired boy's ears, making him scream in pain and jump in fright. Izuku. Ouch. What's going on? Said the pained green-haired boy, seeing that most of his classmates were there. Azami. Well, you were having lunch, the girls, Ki-chan and I made a deal. Said the green-haired boy's sister, hugging Izuku's right arm and pressing it between her breasts. Ki just clicked her tongue at that, but she had no other choice. Izuku. And what agreement did you reach? The green-haired man asked, blushing slightly from having his arm between Azami's breasts, but just as quickly as that blush appeared, it disappeared. Kid. That those extras and we all be your girlfriends. She says, and the green-haired boy is left like this. Izuku. Sorry. What did you say, Kaken? The green-haired boy asked, thinking he'd misheard, but he heard perfectly. Sai. We want to be your girlfriends, Midoriya-chan, Jiro. The frog quirk girl said directly. Izuku. I'm sorry, girls, but I can't reciprocate your feelings. The green-haired boy said calmly, avoiding sounding uninterested. Zero. Why not? The black-haired girl with the ribbon quirk asked with a sad grimace. She, like her friends, companions, hadn't expected that negative answer. Izuku. I'm not rejecting you because you're not pretty or anything, on the contrary, you're all very beautiful and pretty. He said, making those who wanted Midoriya as a boyfriend blush. But I don't have the same romantic feelings towards you. I wouldn't want to have fake love relationships. The green-haired boy said in a tone of understanding towards the women, who weren't saddened. Mina. So, if we win your love, will you be our boyfriend? The pink-skinned girl asked excitedly. Momo. If we win your affection, will you be our partner? The multimillionaire girl asks her current love interest. 12. Izuku. Sure, then we could become a couple. Izuku said with a smile while scratching the back of his neck. Upon hearing Izuku's response and seeing his smile, the girls couldn't help but blush deeply, as could his current girlfriends, who couldn't help but remember that night when the girls and the green-haired boy were one. Just then, the bell rang, signaling that they should return to their classrooms. And so they did. They had history class with the heroine Cementus, English class with the presenter heroine Present Mick, and math class with the heroine Ectoplasm. The last period was with their homeroom teacher, Azawa, who entered the classroom bundled up in her yellow blazer, causing most of them to sweat drop. Azawa. Alright, kids, starting tomorrow you'll have a week to train for the sports festival, so I don't want to hear that you were just slacking off and doing absolutely nothing. And everyone, including Izuku, thought. What right do you have to say that? Understood. The black-haired girl said, or rather exclaimed, activating her quirk. Class 1A. Yes, Azawa-sensei. And the aforementioned deactivated her quirk. The black-haired girl would give them the rest of the free hour, so the girls, except for a few like Kota, Shoji, Tokoyami, Oyuki and Aoyama, went to where the green-haired boy was. Toru. What will you do after school, Midoriya-kun? The girl, whose appearance was not visible, asked her current crush. Mineta. Do you want to go to the movies? Asked the purple-haired girl with ample assets. The first time Izuku saw Mineta's appearance, he was literally left with this expression. Izuku. Sorry girls, but I can't, I have to go buy a few things. Said the green-haired boy, sounding not at all rude, but he wasn't going to buy anything, he was going to pick up some junk. Azami. And what are you going to buy, Ani-chan? Asked a green-haired boy's sister, who was hugging her brother. Izuku. These are materials to improve my hero suit. The green-haired man said simply. Lita. Midoriya-kun, remember that's what the support course is for. The blue-haired girl said, moving her arm up and down rapidly. Izuku. I know, but I like to build it myself. Said the green-haired boy. Besides, they wouldn't build what I want the way I'd like. Thought Izuku. Kaminari. Then it'll be for next time. Exclaimed the blonde with a black streak in her hair. Kid. They're taking too many liberties with my boyfriend. Exclaimed the ash-haired girl. Azami. He's my boyfriend too, Kid-chan. Said the green-haired girl. Izuku. Come on, don't fight over such things. He didn't finish his sentence because Kid grabbed his cheeks tightly and kissed him passionately as she was marking her territory. She then broke the kiss, leaving a thin trail of saliva. All the girls who liked Izuku watched with a blush. Wow. Lita. Bakugu-san, that's not appropriate to do in a place like this. The blushing blue-haired girl exclaimed. And after about 15 minutes, class ended and everyone went home, except for a certain green-haired boy who was going to look for materials to upgrade his character. Because of his agility, he wasn't seen by any of the girls. The boy was going to the place where all the scrap metal was, passing through the city calmly, going unnoticed, until a loud explosion occurred near where the green-haired boy was. Without hesitation, the boy went to see what was happening, and in less than 3 minutes he arrived at the explosion site. He saw a lot of smoke and some fire in several parts of the shops there. He also saw 2 badly injured heroines whom Izuku recognized immediately. Izuku. Water hose. And from a half-destroyed building emerged a somewhat muscular villain with ash-blonde hair and prominent muscle fibers in her arms and body. It was none other than Muscular. The green-haired man was surprised to see what caused the explosion, since the water hose were fighting there, and no one but Muscular. But he was also surprised because this fight, was happening much later than in his other world. The green-haired man, having an idea, smiled, then thought. Izuku. I won't let them die. He said as he activated his one for all to the maximum percentage his body could handle, causing his characteristic green lightning to appear, his emerald eyes to glow slightly, and his hair to stand on end a little. He then went to where the heroines were fighting against that villain. The green-haired man knew he shouldn't underestimate Muscular for anything in the world. Running as fast as he could, Izuku saw that Muscular was about to kill the pair of heroines, so he jumped, attracting the attention of several women present and being recognized by all of them, including the badly injured heroines. The green-haired boy, now above Muscular, clenched his left fist and delivered a powerful punch to Muscular's head just before he could kill the water hose, causing his head to slam hard against the concrete. "Izuku. Take this," exclaimed the green-haired boy as he landed that punch on the villain's head. "Water hose number 1. You're Izuku Midoriya. You must leave here," exclaimed the heroine, clearly in pain. "Water hose number 2. You can't be here, he'll kill you," says the heroine. "Izuku. Risking your life for others is the essence of a hero. I don't care if I'm unlicensed or if I have to die," the green-haired boy said, watching Muscular stand up. The emerald-eyed boy used his air control quirk to quickly move the duo of heroines away. "Alright, now it's just you and me, Muscular." "Muscular. That wasn't bad at all, brat," the ash-haired girl said with an arrogant smile. "But I won't let you live, I'll kill you," she said, causing many muscle fibers to rapidly appear around her body, giving her a kind of armor, before launching herself at Izuku with overwhelming speed, greatly surprising him. Izuku. His speed is much greater than that of the Muscular of the O. He couldn't finish because the villain appeared in front of Izuku with a maniacal smile, then grabbed Izuku's face tightly and slammed it hard against the ground. Fuck. The green-haired boy complained. Without pausing, the villain quickly grabbed Midoriya's right foot, spun him around in the air, and without wasting any time, began slamming him repeatedly into the ground, causing the emerald-eyed boy to spit out some blood and saliva. "Izuku. He's also stronger than the other Muscular," he thought, wincing in pain. "But I am too," he said, igniting his left foot with fire control and powerfully kicking Muscular in the face, causing him to be pushed back and release Izuku's foot. Midoriya quickly stood up, assuming a defensive boxing stance. When Muscular was hit in the face, she was pushed back, feeling a lot of heat on her face because of it. The villain, instead of getting angry, smiled with satisfaction and in a deranged way. "Muscular. That's it, kid. You'll give me a good fight," he exclaimed in a way that sent chills down the spines of all the women watching the fight. The villain with the muscle fiber quirk launched herself at the green-haired boy at the same speed as before, about to strike Izuku in the face, but the green-haired boy skillfully dodged the villain's attack, then immediately punched Muscular squarely in the face, breaking her nose and knocking out some of her teeth. But the villain didn't flinch from the blow, which didn't surprise Izuku, since he knew how tough she could be. Muscular increased the muscle fibers in her left arm, and without wasting any time, she tried to land a powerful punch, intending to slam the boy into the cement and pummel him, all while wearing a deranged grin. But she didn't expect the green-haired boy to leap upwards, effortlessly dodging the blow. He then performed a mid-air spin, thrusting his right foot upwards as he descended, and followed up with a powerful axe kick to Muscular's head, stunning her for a few moments. The green-haired boy had accumulated a significant amount of energy in that leg, and he also enveloped his foot in a thick layer of ice, thanks to a variation of waterbending. To make the strike even more effective. "Izuku. Manchester smash," exclaimed the green-haired boy just as he delivered that kick to the villain's head. When the villain received that blow, she felt stunned, but it didn't stop her from grabbing the boy's foot again, squeezing it so tightly he felt his foot being twisted. Then she slammed him to the ground on his back, making him feel like his ribs were breaking. She then grabbed the only man from Japan by the face and threw him hard against a wall. The heroines there felt powerless, unable to help in any way, nor could they call for help, as they could barely move. Muscular, without wasting any time, enveloped his entire body in muscle fibers and then launched himself at the green-haired boy, ready to kill him once and for all. But Izuku, somewhat injured, also launched himself at the villain, and then, "Izuku. Smash," he exclaims as his fist collides with Muscular, generating a powerful wind that pushes everyone back. "He's much stronger. Muscular. I want to see your blood. I want to see you beg. I want to see your face as you die," he exclaims, increasing his strength. "Izuku. I won't die. I'll save Kota's parents. I won't let they die," he says as he increases his 1 for all to 100% and using his air control to push himself from behind. "I won't let you keep killing. Muscular. What the hell is going on? Izuku. Delaware. Detroit. Smash," he exclaims, punching Muscular squarely in the stomach, using more than his full power, and with his fist engulfed in blue fire, causing severe burns to the villain. When the villain was hit with that powerful smash, she felt extreme pain that made her spit blood, and she was launched against a wall, crashing very hard into it, but not remaining unconscious. Izuku, seeing that he hadn't defeated her, enveloped his fists in a kind of black energy, and then launched himself with all the speed he could, appearing in the blink of an eye in front of the villain, who couldn't even escape. "Izuku. This is for Kota's parents." Black flash. We can see a certain green-haired boy sitting on the ground where the fight against Muscular took place. The emerald-eyed boy managed to defeat Muscular, saving Kota's parents, but he was exhausted from the combination of quirks he had to use. He was also badly injured, not only from the villain's powerful blows, but also from the excessive use of his original quirk in One for All at its maximum. In the final blow he delivered to the muscle fiber villain, Izuku combined One for All with the quirks of energy control and darkness control, causing his arms to break. The green-haired boy closed his eyes and fell backward to the ground, unconscious from the fight and the overexertion. Water hose number 1. Call an ambulance. Exclaimed the badly injured water hose, rushing to the green-haired man's aid, along with her partner. After a few minutes, several ambulances arrived, quickly loading Izuku into them and taking him to the emergency room. Muscular was arrested by several police officers and taken to a hospital before being transferred to Tartaros. Now we see a green-haired boy lying on a hospital gurney. 7 hours had passed since the fight, and Izuku received immediate medical attention. After treating him, they let him rest and also called his family, Inko and Izami. Upon hearing the news, they were devastated and rushed to the hospital. Upon arriving, they asked for Izuku's room and ran there. Inside, they sadly saw Izuku, who had a cast on his foot, both arms in casts, and several bandages on his face and body. Inko and Izami couldn't help but shed many tears upon seeing Midoriya like that. He had many wounds on his body. Inko approached her son and then knelt down while crying. Izami approached her mother and hugged her while she also cried. Inko. My baby. She says while placing a hand on her chest, looking at her poor son in that state. Izami. Ani-chan, wake up now. Please. Said the green-haired boy's sister and girlfriend with several tears in her eyes and trembling slightly. Meanwhile, in Izuku's mind. Izuku. I'm inside One for All. Izuku thought seriously, since the boy couldn't speak at that moment, only see and move his 2 arms. At that moment, Izuku noticed 8 silhouettes there, or rather, the 8 wielders of One for All. This truly surprised Izuku, since that event was not expected to occur until much later. Izuku. What is happening? He asked himself mentally, not understanding why he had unlocked the remnants of One for All so early. Toguro. We need to discuss something before you wake up. Izuku Midoriya. Said the 5th user of One for All, looking seriously at the green-haired boy. Nana Shimura. We were able to see your memories, and it was shocking, to say the least. Says All Might's teacher. Hikage Shinomori. It certainly surprised all of us to learn that the 9th was a reincarnated wielder. The first wielder of One for All said. But that's not what we wanted to talk to you about, Midoriya. I suppose you already know everything about One for All and who we are. She said, receiving a nod from Izuku, who remained serious. Well, we've seen that you previously defeated All for One using only One for All, but now that you have your original quirk, which will help you defeat my sister more easily, that's not all. Toguro. You have to unlock our quirks, kid. The 5th Hokage said, standing up and walking towards Izuku. You already know how to unlock our quirks, you just need the method to do it. You can do it, kid. You can do anything as long as you work hard. You can achieve it. She said with a smile towards the green-haired boy. You have to wake up now, and remember, kid. You mustn't die. And at that moment the green-haired boy suddenly opened his eyes. He was breathing heavily and sweating. He sat up in the hospital bed, looking at his left hand, which had red-orange lines on it. The cast on that hand had completely disappeared. 12. The emerald-eyed boy, breathing a little heavily, looked to his side where Izami and her mother, Inko, were staring at Izuku with wide eyes and great surprise. He also saw that the window of that hospital room had been shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the room was truly a mess. Izuku. Akasan. Izami-chan. Inko and Izami looked at their son in surprise, as while he slept, his quirk seemed to have gone out of control for a few moments, causing a great unintentional mess. When Izuku woke up suddenly, the women looked with concern and surprise at the arm that was glowing with those strange red lines. Izuku. Akasan. Izami-chan. Inko. Izuku. The green-haired woman hugged her son tightly while crying. Izami. Ani-chan. She hugged her brother as did her mother, while crying. Izuku returned the hug with a smile, although it was somewhat difficult because of the cast on his other arm. What happened? Are you okay? Izuku. I'm fine, don't worry. She says with a smile, which would make the green-haired boy's sister, girlfriend blush. Inko. What happened? To your quirk, son? The green-haired boy's worried mother asked her son. Izuku. I really don't know. The green-haired boy lied. But are you alright? He asked his mother and sister. Both green-haired girls answered yes, and then several nurses entered the room because of the noise of the glass breaking. The day passed with the green-haired boy receiving a checkup. Seeing that everything was fine, including his quirk, they removed his casts, though he received a few seductive glances from some of the nurses. Then they told the green-haired boy that he would be discharged the next day so he could leave. Izuku was now sitting on his hospital bed. It was approximately 9 o'clock at night and the green-haired boy was shirtless, observing something that left him astonished. Izuku. I have the same scars as in. He couldn't finish speaking because his sister, Azami, had entered the room where the boy was staying in the hospital. The girl blushed deeply upon seeing her brother shirtless and with those scars that made him look more masculine and sexy, according to his sister. Azami-chan. What's wrong? Azami walked over until she was sitting next to her brother, remaining silent, which the green-haired boy found strange. But then he noticed that she was tearing up, which worried the aspiring hero. Azami. I don't want to see you hurt anymore. I don't like seeing you like this. It's horrible to see you with so many wounds. The green-haired girl said while sobbing and trembling a little, but she didn't expect Izuku to hug her and gently stroke her hair. Izuku. Azami. For better or for worse, you may see me like this injured, not because I want to, but because I do it to save people, to protect others. It's what a hero does, Azami-chan. The green-haired boy said gently as he felt his right shoulder get wet, something he didn't mind. The green-haired girl would let out all her sorrow to her brother, then fall asleep from crying so much, being laid down and covered in the same bed as Izuku. The green-haired boy would look at his sister with a smile, happy that she cared so much about him. He would place a soft kiss on his sister's lips, then lie down next to her. Izuku. Luckily the principal prevented me from going to prison for using my quirk illegally. The green-haired boy thought, before closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. But Izuku didn't notice that someone was watching him from the now repaired window, a girl with an enormous hand on her face and a deranged smile. It was Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Soon you will fall and be ours. Izuku Midoriya. He says, disappearing into a purple portal. The next morning. We can see a green-haired boy opening his eyes to the sunlight. It was daytime, and he had to get up to get ready and leave the hospital. The green-haired boy was about to get up when he felt an extra weight on top of him. Lifting the sheet slightly, he saw his sister sleeping on top of him with a smile. The boy sighed, then smiled back. He moved his sister to wake her, which worked. The girl sat up with a yawn and sat on the bed. Azami. Good morning, Ani-chan. The green-haired girl said, stretching. Izuku. Good morning, Azami-chan. Said the green-haired boy, standing up. We need to get ready to leave. An hour passed, and we saw the green-haired boy running with Azami in his arms. He and his sister were fleeing from a crowd of girls who wanted Izuku. A video of his fight against Muscular also went viral. Izuku. Why is this happening to me? He asked, running as fast as he could without using his quirk. He didn't want to get into trouble again. After a tough race where the green-haired boy managed to reach his house safely with his sister, they entered forcefully, attracting the attention of 4 people who were there. Izuku. Deku, activate level 5 security. The green-haired boy said, then caused the house to be surrounded by a thick layer of metal. An electrified metal fence encircled the house, and 3 turrets appeared at certain points, causing the women to panic and flee as quickly as possible. Much better. He said, getting up and dusting himself off, as did Azami. They then saw his mother, who was watching him with 3 other people. His homeroom teacher, Azawa. All Might. And none other than the principal. What's going on here, Akasan? He wondered. Could it be the dormitories? Director. You see, young Midoriya, we're taking advantage of the week that was given to all our students. We've taken the opportunity to come to the students' homes so that their parents can sign for them to move into the new UA dormitories. We can see 3 green-haired boys sitting across from the 2 heroines and the UA principal. The mother of the 2 green-haired boys was reading the papers regarding her son's move, and it didn't take long for her to finish reading. The mother of the green-haired boys then said, Inko. I don't see any problem with them moving into those dorms, but I'd like to know what will happen regarding the safety of my little Izuku. The green-haired girl said, visibly worried. Azawa. Don't worry about that, a rule has been implemented which must be strictly followed, which is that nothing should be done towards Izuku Midoriya, for his safety. The black-haired woman said in her tired tone. Izuku. Don't worry, Akasan, nothing bad will happen, remember I can defend myself quite well. The green-haired boy said with a calm smile. Azami. Besides, I'll be there to defend Ani-chan. The green-haired girl said with a radiant smile. Inko. Okay, then I don't see any problem with my babies going. She says, signing the papers. Director. We appreciate your trust in us, Ms. Midoriya. The white-haired woman said, taking the papers with a smile. Well, some trucks will come by tomorrow to pick up your things so you can move. That's all. Thank you very much for your hospitality. The principal said, leaving with All Might and Izawa. Izuku. All Might, wait. He said, catching the attention of the blonde girl. I'd like to speak with you if it's not too much trouble. The green-haired boy said with a serious expression, to which the blonde girl agreed. The green-haired boy would go with all might to the green-haired boy's room, then Izuku would lock the door, then Izuku would sit on his bed and tell his teacher to sit in a chair. All might. What's going on, Midoriya shonen? The blonde American girl asked curiously. Izuku. Well, I was unconscious, I spoke with the wielders of One for All. Said the green-haired boy, which surprised the blonde-haired girl. Mainly, they told me that I could unlock their quirks to fight against All for One. Said the green-haired boy. All might. Unlock their quirks? The American blonde asked. She had already experienced the remnants of One for All some time ago, but she didn't know about unlocking the quirks of previous wielders. Izuku. That's right, the 5th wielder told me I can unlock her quirks. Says the 9th wielder of One for All. All might. Interesting shonen. Well, we'll have to deal with that another day. You still need to pack your things for the move. If anything else comes up regarding One for All, don't hesitate to call me. Izuku's teacher said goodbye to the green-haired boy. After the blonde American girl left the Midoriya house, he began packing his things into boxes, using his airbending to make packing easier. He finished in just 45 minutes, leaving him somewhat sweaty. He took off his shirt to cool down. Izuku. A cold shower won't hurt. The boy says, grabbing a change of clothes and a towel, and heading straight to his bathroom shower. The next day. We can see 2 green-haired girls and an ash-blonde girl walking towards UA. The 2 girls were holding hands with the green-haired boy and they both had smiles, as did the green-haired boy. Azami. It's exciting that we can live together, isn't it? Says the green-haired boy's sister, girlfriend. Keed. It would be more exciting if almost all the bitches at UA wanted to sleep with Izu. Exclaims the ash-haired girl, but Izuku kisses her on the lips, managing to calm her down and make her blush. Izuku. Come on, it's not that big of a deal, girls, remember we'll be busy training for the sports festival, there are only 5 days left. Says an excited green-haired boy. About 20 minutes passed, during which they had to avoid many girls to finally reach UA. There they saw a huge 6-story building, which surprised the girls, but not Izuku. There were also several trucks where the workers were unloading boxes to the respective rooms. Izuku saw that all his classmates were inside the building, along with Aizawa. The trio entered the facility, where they saw Aizawa with her colleagues. The head teacher saw the trio and then told them to go where everyone else was. Aizawa. Okay, now that everyone's here, the dormitories are divided into 6 parts. The first floor will have the recreation room, a dining room, and the kitchen will have everything you need. The refrigerator is also full of groceries, which will be refilled every 2 weeks. On the second floor there will be 5 bedrooms, on the third floor there will also be 5 bedrooms, on the fourth floor likewise, and on the 5th floor there will be 4 bedrooms. But at that point she's interrupted by a certain blue-haired girl. Lita. Sensei, why does it only have 4 rooms instead of 5? Ingenium's sister said, moving her left arm as if she were throwing karate punches. Aizawa. That's what I was getting to. The top floor will only have 1 room, which is Midoriya's. And both Midoriyas look at her. Izuku, Midoriya Izuku. The former vigilante says with a clear tone of weariness. The reason is for the privacy he needs. Dear girls, you don't have the same needs as a man, so I don't want to hear a single complaint. Did you hear me? She exclaims, somewhat annoyed, since she saw that many girls were about to protest. Almost all. Hi, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. Alright, now go and get your rooms ready, and remember that the sports festival is in 5 days. I don't want to see that you haven't done anything. Said the head teacher, leaving the High Alliance building. Uraraka. Hey Midoriya-kun, doesn't it bother you to be alone in that apartment? The brown-haired girl asked, but received no answer. Midoriya-kun. Momo. Midoriya-san already went to his room a while ago, as did several of the girls. The vice president said to Ichako, noticing that Izuku, Oyuki, Keed, Tokoyami, and others weren't there. Ichako. Oh. We can see a huge arena, filled with thousands of women, all eagerly awaiting the start of the highly anticipated UA Sports Festival. The 5 remaining days had passed, during which most of the students in Class 1 focused on strengthening their skills, with the exception of a few who believed their current level was enough to win the festival. Now we see the entire Class 1 waiting for the festival to begin. Many were nervous, but our green-haired boy remained calm. He was talking with Ichako, Iida, Azami, and Keed. The latter 2 were enjoying their time as girlfriends with Izuku, knowing they would later become rivals. Suddenly, a certain heterochromatic girl approached the green-haired boy with a serious and somewhat somber expression. Izuku. Todoroki-san. What's wrong? The green-haired boy asked, noticing Oyuki's cold gaze on him. All of Izuku's classmates were paying close attention to that conversation. Oyuki. Looking at things objectively, I'm stronger than you. The bi-colored haired girl tells Izuku. Izuku. she's colder than Shoto. Thought Izuku. Oyuki. But All Might and practically everyone else have their eye on you, don't they? Endeavor's daughter said with a cold look and an equally cold tone of voice. But I will defeat you, she said, turning around to leave. That comment angered a certain ash blonde girl and made more than one person nervous. Izuku. Todoroki. He says, calling her without any honorific and drawing the girl's attention. If you think I'll let myself be defeated, you're very wrong. Just like everyone here, I'll give it my all, and I expect you to do the same. The emerald-eyed boy says with a serious look. Oyuki clicked her tongue in annoyance, then returned to her seat. Just then, a horn blared, and the voice of a certain heroine announcer said. Hey. Attention ladies of the audience. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Are you ready? And everyone, including Izuku, heard the excited shouts of the crowd. It's time for the first years to enter. The class that stopped the villains with hearts of iron, the heroic class, Class 1A. And then all the girls from that class came out, but in front of them all was their representative, Izuku, who, upon appearing, was greeted with many excited shouts, since they were seeing the first man in that country in person. Then the announcer heroine introduced the other classes with the same excitement. Many eyes were directed at Izuku, making his sister and the explosive ash-haired girl jealous. At that moment, the +18 heroine, Midnight, drew everyone's attention by striking her whip against the ground. Midnight. It's time for the participants' pledge. Many girls who were batting on the other side got excited when they saw Midnight, but she cracked her whip against the ground again to silence them all. Izuku Midoriya, representing the students of Class 1A. And many girls were surprised that the only boy in that huge place was in first place. The green-haired boy walked calmly to the podium, then stood by the microphone, feeling countless eyes on him. Excited, lustful, perverted, jealous, and so on. He coughed slightly before delivering his speech, which thrilled many of Izuku's female classmates at UA. Afterward, the emerald-eyed boy returned to his class. Midnight. A great speech, as expected from Izuku Midoriya. The pro-hero, 18+, said. Izuku could sense a hint of perversion in her voice. Alright, let's begin right now. She said, drawing the attention of the audience and the students. Now, here's the catastrophic first event. She exclaimed as a giant television appeared behind her. The first event is obstacle course, she declared, making many of the participants nervous. The heroine proceeded to explain the rules of the event, then led everyone, including Izuku, to the starting point of the race. This left all the girls crowded together, including our green-haired boy, who felt himself being touched even on his rear end, causing him to startle and become slightly annoyed. Izuku. Stop touching me. But he is touched in a certain male area, making him blush a little. Hey, who touched my package? But Izuku already knew that the event was about to begin, so stealthily, he lit a small fire at the soles of his feet, causing the floor where he was standing to begin to turn a burnt black. And then a horn blared, starting the obstacle course. Everyone began pushing each other to get out of the tunnel, but the floor quickly began to freeze, all thanks to Oyuki Todoroki, who wasted no time in starting to run. But then loud explosions began to be heard, along with other noises. As Oyuki ran, she looked back and saw that several of her classmates and Izuku were already out of their trap. Kid. You think that'll stop me, you half-and-half bastard? The ash-haired girl exclaimed with her explosive temper, approaching the bi-colored girl. Azami. You won't defeat us so easily, Todoroki-san. Exclaimed the green-haired girl, making herself float and moving forward swiftly. Izuku was running with his one for all at a not-so-high percentage and putting out the fire on his feet. You won't beat me with that, Todoroki. Exclaims the only male at UA. Present Mick. What is this? They easily escaped Todoroki's trap. Your class is amazing, Eraser. He says to a black-haired girl who clearly didn't want to be there. Izuku Midoriya and Kid Bakugo are getting dangerously close to Oyuki Todoroki. How will this end? Find out in the next chapter. He says, breaking the fourth wall and ending the chapter. We can see a green-haired boy running alongside a girl with two-toned hair and an ash-blonde girl. The trio was running at speed, practically neck and neck, but Izuku had a slight advantage over the girls. Behind this trio were Azami, Yayoi Rozu, Iida, and others, but this trio had a clear lead over the rest. As they ran, 5 0-point robots appeared in front of the three of them. Oyuki. If the ones on the entrance exam went through all this. I wish they had prepared something better. She says, freezing 2 0-point robots instantly with her eyes. But no one in that stadium, except for Kid, Azami, and All Might, expected the green-haired boy to do the same. However, he found it easier, as Izuku simply stamped his foot on the ground, creating a path of ice that went straight to 3 more robots, freezing them completely. Oyuki looked towards where Izuku had been, but to her surprise, the green-haired boy was no longer there, nor was Kid. Both of them moved ahead of Oyuki without wasting any time. The bi-colored girl, saying, "Damn it," began to use her ice to advance more quickly, but staying behind the ash-haired girl and the green-haired boy. Present Mick. Todoroki was beaten by Izuku Midoriya and Kid Bakugo. "That trio is spectacular, yeah," exclaimed an excited Present Mick. Izuku had increased the percentage of his 1 for all to 25%, surpassing Kid, who, somewhat annoyed, began to increase the pace of her explosions. Izuku had now taken the lead, holding first place for the moment. As the green-haired boy ran, he had to quickly activate his air control quirk in his feet since he had just reached the area where there was a cliff. Then the green-haired boy began to fly, passing over the cliff, but then he saw that his girlfriend, Kid, was also flying thanks to her explosions, and Oyuki also appeared, passing through the cliff with her ice. Izuku would be the first to pass until he reached a minefield. The ash-haired girl and the heterochromatic girl were already about to catch up with Izuku, as were some other women who were further behind. The green-haired boy began to run, but with each step he took, a path of ice formed in front of him, preventing the mines Izuku passed from exploding. Kid, using her explosions, he would leap over the mines, shouting, "Don't pass me anymore, Izuku." And Oyuki was doing the same. The trio was already more than halfway through the minefield, exciting the crowd who didn't know who would win. Izuku, Oyuki, or Kid. But then, a huge explosion resounded throughout the stadium. Someone was launched into the air on a metal platform. Due to the speed caused by the explosions, this person managed to overtake the leading trio, and that person was none other than Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was a little surprised by this, since it was the same plan he had used when he participated in his first sports festival, but he wasn't going to let her win, nor Kid or Oyuki. Izuku then increased his 1 for all to 30%, abruptly increasing his speed, resembling a green lightning bolt that raced through the minefield, abruptly overtaking the ash-haired girl and the bi-colored haired girl. The mines Izuku passed through exploded seconds after he crossed them, as Midoriya's speed was greater than the reaction time of the mines. All the girls in the audience were amazed by the green-haired boy's sudden increase in speed, and they screamed with excitement. Present Mick also shouted with excitement, making the heroine eraser's eardrums hurt a little. All Might looked at his successor with pride and emotion, as Izuku managed to impress more than 200 people and overtake those women in less than 5 seconds. He was a box of surprises. Azami saw a green flash pass by her at great speed, which surprised her, but she already knew who it was. Izuku went through a tunnel, which represented the end of the first event. Without even hesitating for a millisecond, Izuku crossed the finish line swiftly, becoming the winner of the obstacle course. Present Mick. "Izuku Midoriya comes in first place, ladies and gentlemen," exclaimed an excited Present Mick alongside Aizawa, who wore a slight smile. We can see a green-haired boy standing on a platform. The final event of the sports festival was underway, consisting of one-on-one battles. Just like in the previous world, Izuku was matched against Shinsu in the first round, only now she was a woman. A very pretty one, if you ask Izuku. Now we can see Izuku, now a purple-haired boy, standing on a platform, about to begin the fight. Midnight. Begin the fight. The 18-plus heroine tells the two combatants. "Shinsu. That's so cool, isn't it?" the purple-haired girl said, trying to control Izuku. Being the first man in Japan, being the center of attention, having a spectacular quirk. She said, trying again to control Izuku, without success, which frustrated the girl with the brainwashing quirk. Izuku didn't want to hurt her, since, to tell the truth, she reminded him of his purple-haired friend from the other world. That's why he was going to end the fight quickly. Izuku placed his right index finger next to his right thumb, then charged 5% of 1 for all into those fingers, and then launched a powerful compressed air attack that went straight for the purple-haired girl. "Izuku. Delaware Smash," exclaimed the green-haired boy, firing his powerful compressed air attack, which struck the girl directly in the face, sending her flying off the platform and crashing hard onto the grass, with a trickle of blood running from her nose and mouth. Present Mick. "Izuku Midoriya crushes Narumi Shinsu and advances to the next round," exclaims the heroine announcer. The crowd roared with excitement. Even though it was a short match, they liked Izuku's victory style. Simple yet unwavering. Without wasting a moment, Izuku left the platform to help Shinsu up and offer her words of support and encouragement, which seemed to lift the purple-haired girl's spirits. Then, they both left the fighting area. Next up was Azami vs Kaminari, where Azami defeated the electric blonde by levitating her and knocking her off the platform, making Azami the winner. Then came Tenya vs Mei Hatsune, where the pink-haired girl literally used the aspiring heroine to showcase her projects before eliminating herself from the event, leaving Iida as the winner. Following the matches, Mina faced Aoyama, with Mina Ishido emerging victorious. Momo's fight against Tokoyami was swift, as Momo, with Dark Shadow's help, knocked the billionaire off the platform. In the fights, it was Kirishima's turn against a silver-haired girl named Tetsu. It was a hard-fought tie, but they broke it with a sleight of hand, which Kirishima won, advancing to the next round. In the 8th and final match of the first rounds, Achako Uraraka faced Kid Bakugo, with Kid emerging victorious. She finished the match with a powerful explosion that knocked the Machi-loving Achako unconscious, making Kid Bakugo the winner. After a 20-minute break, the pro hero Present Mick kicked off the second round of battles, featuring the exciting fight between Oyuki Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya. We can see Izuku walking towards his match, but then the green-haired boy encounters the number 2 flaming hero, Endeavor. Izuku. Endeavor. What are you doing here? The green-haired man said without a hint of nervousness or fear in the presence of the intimidating heroine. Endeavor. Oh, so you were here, Izuku Midoriya. The red-haired girl said to Izuku. I was watching your fight. You have a splendid quirk, a perfect one for my creation destined to defeat All Might. Oyuki, tell me, boy, do you want to have the hand of my creation? The flaming heroine said, believing the green-haired boy would accept without hesitation, but she was in for a surprise at the only man's response from Ue. Izuku. Oyuki isn't you? She's free to decide what she wants and who she wants to marry. She's not an object you can call a creation. She's a person, and you're the only one who doesn't see that. Endeavor. The green-haired man said, heading to where he was supposed to fight. Endeavor clicked his tongue in annoyance and went to watch the fight. But what neither of them noticed was that a certain bi-colored girl was listening to that conversation, surprised by the response he gave to that woman, since she believed he would accept her proposal. After they both left, she went to her fight. Now we can see a bi-colored girl standing on a platform. In front of her was Izuku, who had a serious expression, unlike her, who had a cold look. Present Mick. Izuku Midoriya vs Oyuki Todoroki. Begin. Exclaims the excited heroine announcer. Ending the chapter. We can see a green-haired boy with emerald eyes standing on a large platform. The green-haired boy was seriously looking at a bi-colored girl who was looking at him with a cold gaze. Midnight. Begin. Exclaimed the 18-plus heroine to both opponents, starting the fight. The bi-colored girl wasted no time, placing her right hand on the ground and launching a powerful ice attack at the green-haired boy, freezing him completely. Many were disappointed by the fight as it was incredibly fast. Oyuki. It's over. Endeavor's daughter said, turning to leave the platform, but she didn't expect steam to start rising from the enormous ice. Huh? She turned around to see what Izuku was doing. The ice began to melt completely, leaving nothing but steam that spread across the platform, obscuring the view of almost the entire audience, including Oyuki. In the stands, all of Izuku's classmates found it difficult to even see where the two opponents were. Azami. I can't see anything. Said the green-haired boy's sister, to which her companions completely agreed. Returning to the opponents, Oyuki was on guard, as the green-haired boy could attack her at any moment, but Izuku quickly appeared in front of Endeavor's creation. His left fist ablaze with fire, ready to strike her hard in the face. Izuku. The green-haired boy was about to deliver a powerful blow to the bi-colored girl's face, but she managed to defend herself by forming a medium-sized mound of ice as a shield, avoiding the attack. However, the ice began to melt under Izuku's flames. She managed to defend herself at the last moment. The green-haired boy stopped speaking as a massive amount of ice suddenly began to crash down on him. Present Mick. Wow, Todoroki is attacking with everything, could he finally defeat Midoriya? She exclaims excitedly to her audience, who respond with an excited shout from everyone. But the green-haired boy wouldn't stand still and receive that attack. No, the emerald-haired one would very quickly activate his air control quirk to begin moving backward at high speed, dodging some ice spikes. While dodging the attack from the albino half-hero, the boy would ignite his hands in bluish flames, a variant of fire control. This caught the attention of many pro-heroes, but especially Endeavor's. Without wasting any time, the green-haired boy would launch an attack with both hands towards the bi-colored one's enormous attack, managing to counter it correctly. The crowd erupted in excited cheers at the green-haired boy's attack, surprising many women who viewed him in a more lustful and perverted light. Izuku's classmates were excited, worried, and nervous about who would win. It was a close battle. When the green-haired boy's attack countered the albino girl's, it pierced through and went straight for her. She quickly slid to her left using her ice, but seeing that she wouldn't completely dodge, she jumped forward, narrowly avoiding the attack and rolling on the ground. The girl was about to get up and attack the green-haired boy, but she didn't expect the boy with emerald eyes to appear in front of her. Without wasting a second, he delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on the bi-colored girl's face. Izuku. One for all. Full cowling 20%. Shoot style. St. Louis smash. The bi-colored girl, upon receiving the kick, bled slightly from her nose and mouth. She was also propelled to the right by the direction of the kick, nearly flying off the platform due to its force and speed. However, she quickly managed to stop her fall by placing ice behind her, thus saving herself. Oyuki. He's much stronger than I thought. I have to defeat him quickly. The bi-colored girl thought, somewhat tired. Using her ice so much was taking its toll, as her body temperature was low, ice was on her skin, hair and clothes, and she was shivering a lot. Izuku. Todoroki. You're trembling a lot. Using your ice so much must be taking its toll, right? If you used your left side, you could control your temperature. The green-haired boy said, prompting the girl to use her fire. Oyuki. Shut up. I won't use her power, I won't use her power. Said the girl with heterochromatic eyes, launching another ice attack, only this time it was weaker and thinner. Without moving from his spot, Izuku would bring his left index finger and thumb together, then charge a bit of his one for all into them, and immediately afterward launch a Delaware smash which, upon impact with Oyuki's attack, would destroy it. Izuku. Don't you understand? It's your power. It's not mine, it's not Endeavor's, it's only yours. Todoroki. The green-haired boy exclaimed to the bi-colored haired girl, whose eyes widened in shock and she clenched her teeth, still trembling from the cold. Oyuki. Did she buy you or something? The girl exclaimed angrily, launching another attack at the green-haired boy using her ice, but she was greatly surprised to see him in the air above her, and unable to counterattack, she was hit on the head by the green-haired boy again. And when the girl was hit on the head, she felt a sharp pain, but she wasn't going to lose to the green-haired boy. She barely managed to recover from the blow and tried to punch him, but being inexperienced in hand-to-hand combat, he easily dodged her attack. He then placed his right hand in front of Todoroki and used airbending to send her flying backward, but not to eliminate her. She rolled hard on the ground, barely able to get up, as she was freezing cold from the ice and in great pain from the green-haired boy's blows. Struggling to her feet, with blood on her nose and mouth, ice covering her right side, and in considerable pain, she spoke to Izuku. Oyuki. Why are you going so far? The girl stammered, her voice trembling from the cold and the pain. Izuku. Because I want to help you. I want to live up to everyone's expectations, I want to be able to save everyone and smile at them no matter the situation. To be a great hero who saves everyone. And that includes you, Oyuki Todoroki. The green-haired boy exclaimed at the top of his lungs, heard by all the women watching the fight, whether in person or on television. That's why I think you should stop playing around because that's your power. Isn't it? The green-haired boy exclaimed to his opponent. Upon hearing the boy's words, the heterochromatic girl suddenly opened her eyes. Several memories flashed through her mind, but one in particular would be the trigger for the reddish half. Mom. Can I be a hero? You can be whoever you want to be, Oyuki. And boom. A lot of fire would start coming out of the left side of the two-colored film, generating enormous heat throughout the stadium. Present Mick. This is. She's using her left side. Exclaims the very excited heroine. Uraraka. It's really hot. Upon seeing that his perfect creation would finally use her left side, Endeavor would shout at the top of his lungs. Oyuki. The two-toned haired girl, using her fire side, would manage to neutralize her ice, moderating her temperature and looking with an excited smile at the green-haired boy. Oyuki. You're crazy for helping your opponent. Don't blame me for what happens now. The two-toned haired girl says, then fully activates her quirk. Izuku. I say the same. Says the green-haired boy to activate several quirks at once, his one for all at 30%. Electricity control, fire control, and energy control. Midnight. Cementus, stop them. Midnight exclaimed. She had used her quirk, but because of all the wind, it didn't work. Oyuki. Midoriya. Thank you. The albino half would launch his maximum attack towards his opponent. Izuku would put his arms in an X and then quickly gather the power of electricity control. Fire control and energy control before launching his attack, which was a very bluish color. Oyuki, Izuku. Take this. They exclaimed in unison, launching their attacks against each other. The heroine Cementus quickly used her quirk to create over 15 concrete walls to try and stop the attacks from colliding. It didn't work, but it did prevent something catastrophic. A massive explosion erupted when the attacks collided, a powerful shockwave pushing everyone in the audience backward. The wind made it difficult for them to breathe, and many people fell backward due to the force of the blast. Cementus and Midnight were hurled hard against the walls of the stands, causing them excruciating pain. After about 5 seconds, silence fell over the stadium. A cloud of smoke enveloped the platform, obscuring who was standing. No one spoke, unable to form words in the face of such a spectacle. But then the smoke began to dissipate, revealing who was standing, and that person was As the dust settled on the platform, people watched with desperation, anxiety, and a great desire to see who was still standing and who had won. Present Mick. Who's still standing? The pro hero exclaimed, eager to see who had won the fight. All the women saw the smoke begin to dissipate completely, revealing who was on the platform. And they're both still standing. She exclaimed excitedly, met with a huge roar of excitement from the crowd. What kind of training did you give them, Azawa? Eraserhead. They've made progress on their own. But I won't deny it's impressive. The former security guard says with a slight smile. 12. On the platform, the two opponents could be seen standing. Oyuki was badly injured, barely able to stand. Blood trickled from her head to her chin, and half of her shirt was burned, though thankfully her white bra wasn't exposed. The vision of the half-albino was somewhat blurred. It was obvious she could barely move. On the other hand, Izuku had blood running from his forehead to his right cheek and several burns on his arms and chest. Almost his entire shirt was burned, revealing some of his well-built physique, though his scars were also visible. Many girls drooled at the sight, finding him extremely handsome. In the stands, many girls from Class 1 were blushing deeply. Mineta was blushing, with a trickle of blood running from his nose. She quickly pulled out her phone and took a picture of the green-haired boy for later use. Back to Izuku and Oyuki, seeing the bi-colored girl's condition, Izuku decided it was time to take her off the platform to Recovery Girl. He activated his One for All at 5% power and, without wasting any time, unleashed a powerful Delaware smash that struck the heterochromatic girl directly in the face, knocking her off the platform hard. When the girl was hit by that blast of compressed air to her face, she fell hard to the ground off the platform and was finally knocked unconscious, making Izuku the winner of that fight and advancing to the finals. Midnight. Izuku Midoriya advances to the final round. Exclaimed the pro hero, surprised by the fight and blushing at how Izuku looked. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd erupted in cheers. The fight had been much better than they expected. After Izuku was declared the winner, he stepped off the platform and watched as two robots carried the bi-colored girl to the infirmary for treatment. The green-haired boy, after descending from the platform, also went to the infirmary. Although somewhat exhausted from using the quirk combination, he was in a lot of pain, especially in his arms. But that wouldn't stop him from reaching the infirmary, where he knocked on the door to be attended to by the youthful heroine. Seeing that she had already attended to the unconscious bi-colored girl, the UA nurse told the green-haired boy to stay for at least 20 minutes after a lecture about using his quirks in that way. Recovery already knew about One for All, so Izuku wasn't bothered at all. The boy rested on the bed next to the bi-colored girl, who was resting after the fight. 20 minutes passed. The green-haired boy then left the infirmary, thanking the nurse before heading to the stands, where the match between Tenya Iida and Izumi Midoriya was taking place. When he arrived at the stands and where his classmates were, he was greeted by almost all of them, who bombarded him with questions. Mina. How are you, Midoriya? The horned girl asked. Kirishima. Does something hurt, Izubro? The dyed Redeed asked. Mineta. Does your hurt? She was interrupted by Keed, who stood face to face with her boyfriend. Keed. I hope you're feeling better now, Izu. I don't want to have to beat you when I'm feeling really bad. The girl said arrogantly to her boyfriend. Izuku. I'm perfectly fine, I hope you make it to the final because I want to face you, Kaken. The green-haired boy said with a challenging smile towards Bakugo, who blushed slightly at that smile. Keed. PFF. Of course I'll make it to the final. Says the ash-blonde girl in a somewhat sundier tone. Some of the girls there who did notice Keed blushing just thought. She's such a sundier. And then the pro hero Present Mick exclaimed excitedly. Present Mick. Tenya Iida defeats Izumi Midoriya by knocking her off the platform. Exclaims the heroine. The blue-haired Tenya had outpaced Izumi, making it nearly impossible for Izuku's sister to catch her with her telekinesis, and therefore Tenya wasted no time in eliminating her from the platform. The green-haired girl went to the stand somewhat discouraged by the defeat and then went to where her class was. Izumi. And I thought I could make it to the final. She said with a defeated sigh, but then her teammates and Izuku told her. Kaminari. That was a great fight, Midoriya. Exclaimed the electric blonde girl. Jiru. You did what you could, and that's pretty good. Says the Jax girl. Keed. Not bad for someone like you, nerd. Says the explosive girl with her arms crossed. Kaminari. Ara, Kaken is cheering for Midoriya. Says the electric girl, teasing the ash-haired girl. Shiro, Kirishima, Mina, Uraraka, Kyoka, and even Momo would laugh a little at that teasing. Keed. If you laugh again, I swear I'll kill you all. The ash-haired girl said, repeatedly hitting Kirishima on the head. Izumi chuckled a little at what was happening, managing to lift her spirit somewhat. At that moment, Izuku stood in front of her, kneeling down to be at her level. Izumi. Ani-chan. Izuku. It was a good fight, you gave it your all, that's why I admire you, Azami-chan. The green-haired boy said, placing a kiss on her forehead, making her blush abruptly, and her spirit soar. Just as some girls were about to speak, they heard Present Mick's voice, calling for the next participants. Present Mick. Kid Bakugo and Ig Kirishima go to the platform to start the next match. Kirishima. Let's put up a good fight, Bakusis. The Daidrite said, sounding a little nervous. Kid. At least entertain me a little, you shitty hair. We can see a girl with ash blonde hair and ruby eyes, named Kid Bakugo, standing atop a huge platform after defeating her opponents and advancing to the finals. On the other hand, we have a green-haired boy with emerald eyes who was standing on the platform. The final fight of that sports festival was about to begin. Present Mick. And well, the final fight that will close this year's sports festival is about to begin. On one side, we have an explosive beast who has demonstrated her superiority throughout the event, Kid Bakugo. Exclaimed the pro hero, causing the audience to erupt in excitement. Azawa, standing next to the presenter, was momentarily deafened by the volume of her voice. On the other side, we have the boy who hasn't been dethroned, the boy who hasn't been defeated in any event. Izuku Midoriya. The hero exclaimed again, greeted by a loud cheer from the audience, along with whistles and several swear words. Midnight. Okay, I suppose you both know the rules, right? Midnight exclaimed to them both, who nodded. Alright, now. Begin. The 18-plus heroine exclaimed. Kid. Just because you're my boyfriend doesn't mean I'll be merciful to you, I won't hold back. The ash-haired girl exclaimed, then generated an explosion in her left palm, propelling herself swiftly towards the green-haired boy at incredible speed. When the ash-haired girl charged at Izuku, she went towards him at great speed, but before she could come face to face with Midoriya, he feinted with an upward explosion, and without wasting any time, launched an explosion directly at the green-haired boy's face, while shouting die. But the ash-blonde girl didn't expect the green-haired boy to perform a quick and agile backflip, and swiftly propelled himself forward just as he landed. The green-haired boy was using 30% of his one for all, which significantly increased his speed, strength, agility, and defense. The ash-blonde girl barely turned around before being met with 5 consecutive powerful punches to the stomach, causing Mitsuki's daughter to spit up some saliva and blood. To finish her off, the green-haired boy delivered an upward kick, a kick to the girl's chin, sending her flying slightly and then rolling backward on the ground. Izuku. I won't hold back with you either, Kid. The green-haired man said seriously, on the defensive. Bakugo, slightly annoyed, gets up from the ground, wincing a little, and without wasting any time, she swiftly launches herself at the green-haired boy. She then creates an explosion on the ground right in front of him, slightly surprising him, since the girl was now behind the emerald-eyed boy. Without hesitation, Bakugo takes advantage of the situation and places her hands on the boy's mid-back, then unleashes a powerful explosion with both hands, generating a thunderous sound that resonates throughout the area. Kid. Die. Exclaims the green-haired boy's girlfriend and opponent. Izuku's classmates couldn't help but worry about the ash-blonde girl's attack. It was true that Izuku was strong, but the ruby-eyed girl was just as strong. When the ash-blonde girl unleashed that explosion, many people were worried about the green-haired boy, since the explosion was incredibly powerful. Kid was also worried about Izuku, but she knew that was nothing to him. Kid. Come on, Izu. Did I really beat you that easily? Exclaimed the green-haired boy's girlfriend, somewhat annoyed. But then she realized she couldn't move her arms, nor her legs. What the? And she couldn't finish speaking because she received a hard punch to the chin, causing blood to come out of her mouth. Izuku. As I told you before, Kid. I won't hold back. The green-haired boy said, his one for all activated at 30% and his electricity control quirk activated, causing the blow to stun the ash-haired girl with its force and the electricity coursing through her body. Present Mick. And Izuku Midoriya appears out of nowhere. The pro hero exclaimed excitedly, making the audience shout with equal excitement. Azawa simply watched the fight intently, eager to see how Izuku would win. Yes, the black-haired girl thought the green-haired boy was destined to win. Without wasting any time, Izuku delivered another blow to the girl's stomach, knocking the wind out of her with the force of the impact, but she was met with another blow, this time to her cheek, then to her chin, then to her other cheek, and so on, striking her very hard. With each blow to her face and stomach, Kid felt her strength leaving her, she felt she was going to lose. No. She wasn't going to lose so easily, even though Izuku was her boyfriend and she loved him very much, a fight is a fight, and she wasn't going to let herself be hit. Kid. Get away. Die. She exclaims, launching a gigantic explosion directly into Izuku's chest, covering the entire platform, and fortunately not reaching the audience. But the ash-haired girl didn't stop there. She rose rapidly upwards with her explosions once she freed herself from the ice chains that had been holding her. Once airborne, she began using explosions in a zigzag pattern, then spun around in the air like a tornado, before exclaiming as she headed towards Izuku. She managed to spot his figure through all the dust. Keyed. Hotzer. Impact. He exclaims, then strikes the green-haired man with all his might. After the ash-haired girl unleashed that powerful attack, a huge explosion sounded, then subsided. Having landed her attack, the ash-haired girl stood up, clearly sore and tired, and then said with a somewhat arrogant smile. Keyed. I win. Said the ash-haired girl, believing she had won. Midnight was about to declare the ash-haired girl the winner, but then. Don't celebrate just yet, Keyed. Came a voice from right behind the ash-haired girl, who was genuinely surprised, as it was her boyfriend Izuku's voice. She quickly turned around to see Izuku with a kind of bluish fire in his left fist, about to deliver the final blow. She also noticed that the target he struck was nothing more than an ice statue in the shape of Izuku. Damn it. She thought when she realized she was about to be hit hard. Izuku. I win. Keyed. The green-haired boy said, then successfully struck the girl in the stomach with his one for all at 30% power and energy control. The girl couldn't help but spit blood from the force of the blow. Izuku's fist even sank a little into the girl's stomach. And only 5 seconds passed where silence reigned in the stadium, but that silence lasted practically no time as the ash-haired girl shot backwards very quickly, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Then the ruby-eyed girl crashed hard into a wall, becoming embedded in it while spitting up some blood from the force of the impact, and finally falling unconscious. Present Mick. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya wins the fight. We see a green-haired boy lying on his bed. Just 3 hours ago, the sports festival had ended, and he had emerged victorious in every event, taking first place and receiving countless compliments and flattery from the audience. Many heroines were noticeably interested in him, and would obviously want him for their agencies. After the final award ceremony and having to escape several women, he made it back to his room at the High Alliance safe and sound, thankfully. The green-haired boy didn't dwell on the festival. He was now thinking about something else, something he couldn't bear any longer. Eri. Izuku. I can't let Eri suffer anymore. I don't care if it's illegal or not, but. The green-haired boy thought, getting out of bed and walking to a wall in his room. He placed his left hand on it, and as he did, the wall suddenly twisted, revealing another wall. This one, instead of being empty, was covered with things Izuku had made himself. The green-haired boy removed a few items, then made the wall return to its original state. I'll save Eri. No matter what. Time skip, night. A few hours had passed, and night had fallen. His classmates were already asleep in their respective rooms, which was perfect for Izuku, the green-haired boy. He walked to a piece of furniture where he had left the things he had taken out a few hours earlier. The emerald-eyed boy put on a dark full bodysuit along with a black mask. The green-haired man placed 2 items in a small backpack he was wearing, which would aid in his rescue of Eri. He climbed out of his bedroom window, trying to make as little noise as possible, and then used his one for all at 10% power, but without unleashing its characteristic green lightning, so as not to attract attention. He headed to a place he knew very well. 15 minutes passed, and the green-haired man stood on the roof of a large building, looking down at a specific house. The Yakuza's house or base, Overhaul's base. The camouflaged man used airbending to descend very silently until he was almost at the entrance of the base, making no sound upon landing. Thanks to the tremendous intelligence bestowed upon him by Kami-sama. He had learned to make absolutely no sound if he so desired, without effort. The green-haired man took a small object from his backpack, which was basically a grayish button. He would place it on the ground, where no one but him could see it, and then press the button, causing a slight invisible energy field to surround the base. This would prevent anyone outside from seeing anything happening inside, even its destruction, and they would only see that the house was normal. The green-haired man would then take out the other object, which was the same as the first, a button, only this one had a bluish line in the middle. The emerald-eyed man would press the button, making any sound inside the base, or within the invisible field, inaudible to anyone outside the area. Izuku. Alright. It's time. He said to himself before entering Overhaul's base. When the green-haired man entered silently, he noticed several of Shisaki's henchwomen, who, upon seeing the masked figure, did not hesitate to point their weapons at him, and others used their quirks. Henchman, number 49. Who are you and what are you doing here? The woman asked. Henchman, number 17. Talk or we'll blow your brains out. The confident Yakuza said. But none of them expected Izuku to put his left hand out in front of him, then bring his index finger and thumb together, and swiftly unleash a powerful Delaware smash. Which sent all the henchwomen flying, crashing into walls and furniture, causing a great crash that would attract the attention of many Yakuza. Izuku. One less problem. Said the green-haired man, ready to go in and rescue the girl with the small horn. But then he noticed more of Chisaki's henchmen had appeared, but one in particular caught his eye. She was a tall, muscular girl wearing a mask that covered most of her face. It was Kendo Rappa. And another one begins. Rappa wouldn't say anything, but her excited smile was evident. The Yakuza rushed towards the green-haired boy, preparing a strike. Izuku recalled a conversation he'd had with Kirishima from his other world about the fight with Rappa. He knew she was an opponent, and in Izuku's case, an opponent who wouldn't stop fighting until she won or lost. Izuku swiftly dodged a blow from Chisaki's follower, sending her fist crashing to the ground. Having dodged the blow, Izuku leaped upwards, used the opportunity to spin rapidly in the air, then delivered a spinning kick to the Yakuza's face, sending her flying backwards. Izuku. This will take some time. Izuku said. He wanted to rescue Eri once and for all, but he knew it wasn't going to be easy. The green-haired boy then increased his inherited quirk to 35%, causing his electric green lightning to appear. Rappa. You'll give me a good fight, I can feel it. Let's fight. The excited woman exclaimed, launching herself at Izuku and unleashing a barrage of swiftly powerful blows that were met with equal force. The henchmen who had arrived with Rappa were thrown backward by the wind caused by the blows. The blows were countered with force, literally emptying the base's entrance. There was nothing there but the people inside, most of whom lay unconscious. Izuku. I don't have time for this. Exclaimed the masked emerald-eyed man, delivering a powerful punch to the villain's stomach, sending her flying backward. I'll finish this. Said the green-haired man, causing yellow energy and lightning to form in his right fist. The boy was combining energy control and electricity control to deliver that powerful final blow. Rappa. Go ahead, hit me. Says the fight-loving woman, believing she could withstand the blow. Which wouldn't happen. The green-haired man dashed towards Rappa, surprising her slightly, as the speed of the man in the black suit was quite high. Before the strong girl could block and withstand the blow, Izuku punched her hard in the stomach, his fist sinking into her abdomen and sending a powerful electric shock through the Yakuza's body. The woman coughed up a lot of blood and was thrown backward, crashing through a total of 6 walls of the Yakuza base. The impact was strong enough to create a powerful wind that pushed the henchwomen even further, causing them to crash through 1 or 2 walls and instantly lose consciousness. Izuku. I'm coming for you. Eri. Said the green-haired man, deactivating energy control and electricity control. To head towards where Overhaul and Eri were. We can see the masked green-haired man fighting against the Yakuza. He was literally beating up all of Chisaki's henchwomen, even defeating the high-rank ones. The boy was using combinations of his original quirk with One for All, tiring himself a bit and suffering some repercussions, but he wasn't going to stop. He was going to save Eri, no matter what. Now we can see Izuku standing in front of the last door, the one where Chisaki and the white-haired woman were. The boy, dressed completely in black, didn't hesitate for a second and opened the door, but then a bunch of cement spikes shot directly at him as soon as he opened it, caused by the Yakuza leader, Overhaul. But Izuku reacted quickly, using air control on his feet to propel himself upwards very rapidly, sustaining a few cuts from the stakes. Chisaki. Meddling hero. She said, noticing the green-haired boy's appearance and feeling somewhat surprised that he was a man, but she didn't care in the slightest. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? The brown-haired girl asked. Izuku. I've come for that girl, Eri. The masked green-haired man said, hovering in the air. I won't allow you to continue experimenting on her, I won't let her suffer any longer. When Eri heard these words, she was surprised, but also hopeful. Finally, she could be free, but she knew the Yakuza wouldn't let her go easily. Chisaki. I won't let you take her, she's essential to my plan. She belongs to me. The brunette exclaimed, striking the ground with her left hand, causing many stakes to fly towards the green-haired man. The emerald-eyed boy began to fly towards Chisaki, and while flying thanks to air control. He quickly dodged the stakes, greatly angering Overhaul. Although 1 or 2 stakes slightly damaged the green-haired boy, Izuku, without wasting any time, used his air control again to move Eri from her position, as she was very close to the villain, leaving her in a corner. Chisaki. You miserable wretch. I won't let you ruin my plans. She yelled, about to hit the ground with her hands, but before she could, Izuku was already in front of the brunette, and without wasting any time, he delivered a powerful punch to her chest, sending the girl with a destructive quirk flying towards a wall, spitting blood in the process. Gage. She groaned as she hit the wall, but despite some pain, she got up anyway. Damn you. The brunette was about to attack the green-haired man, but at that moment Chronostasis entered the room, badly wounded from her battle with the mysterious being. Chisaki had a plan, realizing that even if she used her quirk repeatedly, it wouldn't accomplish anything. She placed both hands on the ground and then summoned numerous large stakes that rapidly descended upon the green-haired man. Chisaki wasted no time and ran to where the woman stood, ready to execute her plan. Chronostasis. Overhaul-sama, that intruder defeated all the subordinates. Says Overhaul's follower. Chisaki. You think I don't know that? But you've still done an excellent job, Nemoto. She said as she touched her follower's mask and touching her own face as well. They began to dissolve, then quickly began to fuse together. Izuku. Damn it. Just what I didn't want. Says the green-haired boy, his one for all at 50%, blue fire emanating from his hands and legs. After Overhaul did that, she would meet with her follower and then reveal her new appearance, frightening Eri. Overhaul. See what you're doing, Eri. He's trying to help you, but he's going to die because of you. The villain said angrily, making Eri feel guilty and want to help the man. This caused Overhaul to stop, but she saw that Overhaul was about to launch himself at the masked man with lightning speed, ready to touch him and make him explode. But at that moment, Izuku angrily dodged the woman with a jump and was about to launch a Delaware smash directly at her. Izuku. How dare you? Blame Eri. The green-haired boy exclaimed, about to unleash his powerful attack infused with fire control. But then, Izuku would be quite surprised by that. He was using the black whips, or rather, he had awakened the black whips. Overhaul was also surprised, but also annoyed. Izuku. I have to control them. The green-haired man thought, then quickly recalled his conversation with the Dagoro from the other world, so he would do the same as in his other world, succeeding, but with difficulty. Chisaki. Get ready. The green-haired man said as he grabbed large rocks with several whips. And after grabbing those rocks, she would quickly throw them directly at Chisaki, but the villain, using her quirk, would easily destroy them. But at that moment, Izuku appeared in front of her, moving with great speed, and threw a punch that was going straight for her face, but Overhaul barely managed to dodge that blow, and then was about to touch Izuku and explode him, but at that moment she stopped completely. Chisaki. What the hell is going on? Exclaimed the furious Yakuza leader. Izuku. I see my plan worked. Said the masked green-haired man. Overhaul exclaimed again. What did you do to me, you bastard? I'm controlling you. Or rather, your blood. I'm controlling your blood. Said the green-haired man with some effort, since it was the first time he had used bloodbending on a person. He then channeled 100% of his one for all into his left fist, which also contained blue fire and energy of the same color. This is for all the damage you did to Eri. Said the green-haired man in an intimidating tone of voice that frightened Overhaul a little. Chisaki. No, wait. But it was in vain, because at that moment, a powerful blow struck the Yakuza woman squarely in the face, causing intense heat in that area from the masked man's fire. The impact sent her flying to the other side of her base, crashing into the entrance wall and instantly losing consciousness. Blood streamed from her head and mouth. Izuku, meanwhile, had deactivated his quirks and knelt slightly in pain. He felt his arm, the one he used to strike Overhaul, burning and badly injured. He felt sparks coursing through his body from the electricity control he had used against Rappa. But the important thing was that he had finally defeated Chisaki. Seeing her savior kneel, Eri ran to him, somewhat fearful. Eri. Hey, are you alright? Asks a frightened white-haired girl with bandages. Why, you shouldn't have done that, he could have died because of me. Says the little girl with several tears in her eyes. Izuku. You don't have to worry, Eri. I saved you because I didn't want you to suffer anymore. I want you to be free. And now you are. The green-haired boy said, removing the mask that covered his face and revealing it to the little girl. You won't suffer anymore. Eri-chan. The green-haired boy said, receiving a big hug from the little girl, who repeated several times. Thank you so much. While crying. I won't let you go back to that hell. We can see a green-haired boy and a small albino-haired girl standing in front of a door. Both had already arrived at UA Academy and were now at High Alliance. More specifically, they were standing in front of the room of the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, Shota Izawa. The green-haired boy, somewhat tired and sore, crouched down until he was at the same height as Eri and then said. Izuku. Alright, Eri, I'm going to talk to my sensei about you. You don't have to be scared or anything, she's a good person. The green-haired boy said kindly and in a calm tone, which would reassure the little albino girl with a small horn. Eri. Oh okay, I trust you. The small, white-haired girl said somewhat shyly, still finding it hard to accept that she was free from Chisaki's grasp. After Izuku defeated Chisaki, the green-haired boy called the police and told them everything, obviously not revealing his identity or about Eri, only mentioning the Yakuza. They were all taken to prison in patrol cars. Izuku then got up and knocked on the former vigilante's door. After waiting about 3 minutes, the door was opened by Izawa, who looked sleepy. Izawa. Why the hell are they coming at this hour, damn it? She says to herself, then opens the door, seeing a green-haired boy with several scratches and some wounds, dressed in his black suit, and behind him was an unknown little girl with white hair. Midoriya, what are you doing up at this hour? What the hell happened to you? And who is that girl? Eraser says. Izuku. Well, you see. And the green-haired man would tell the Eraser heroine what he did, the confrontation against all the Yakuza, the defeat of Chisaki, and the rescue of Eri. And that's what happened. I didn't want Eri to continue suffering. Since I discovered what they were doing to her, I couldn't stand idly by. I'll accept any punishment, whether it's going to prison or something else. The green-haired man said seriously. Aizawa. Damn it, Midoriya, you always get into trouble for other people's business. The heroine said, then gave a slight smile. I know what you did was illegal, but you rescued Eri for the greater good. From what you told me, Overhaul was planning to use Eri's blood to create quirk-nullifying bullets, right? The green-haired boy nodded, all while the little albino girl watched fearfully. Fine, you'll get away with it this time, but don't let it happen again, you hear me? The pro-hero exclaimed, using her quirk, receiving a very quick nod from the green-haired boy. Alright, now go to your room. Tomorrow, go see Recovery Girl so she can heal you. I'll take care of the girl. Izuku. Hi. Said the green-haired boy, then knelt in front of Eri. Tonight you'll stay with Aizawa-sensei. She'll take care of you, okay? He said, trying to reassure the little girl, who accepted hesitantly. After Deku left Eri with her sensei, he went to his room without a sound, changed his clothes, and collapsed onto his bed into a deep sleep. Fortunately, they had been given days off after the festival, so the green-haired boy didn't have to worry about classes. That same night, with Aizawa. Aizawa. This is the second time they've come, don't they know any respect? Damn brats. Said Aizawa, who had to get up again because there was another knock at the door. When she opened it, she saw it was Tokoyami. It better be important. Tokoyami. It's Ichako again sensei, she floating in her sleep. Aizawa goes to look for her bandages, cursing incoherently. It was already daytime, approximately 9:15 in the morning. Our emerald-eyed boy was opening his eyes because the sunlight reflected in Midoriya's eyes. The green-haired boy, bothered by the light, sat on his bed somewhat annoyed. Izuku. Turn off the sun, damn it. The green-haired man said, stretching. He then grabbed some clothes from his closet and went to take a shower. His wounds barely hurt anymore and he no longer felt the same pain as last night. With the girls. We can see all the girls from class 1A, yes, all of them, Azami had called them all, except for Izuku, who wasn't even aware of this meeting. Kid. What the hell do you want, you damn nerd? Izuku's girlfriend said, somewhat annoyed that he had to get up early. Momo. Why did you summon us, Midoriya-san? The raven-haired girl asked. Kaminari. And why isn't Izuku here? The electric-haired girl asked, searching for her beloved green-haired girl with her eyes. Azami. I'd like us all to celebrate Izuku's victory at the festival, to throw him a party. The green-haired girl said in a kind tone. Kyoka. That's not a bad idea, we could do that to him too as thanks for saving us at USJ, he sacrificed himself for us. Says the purple-haired girl playing with a jack of hers. Mineta. If we throw her a party and I tell her it was my idea, she'll definitely fall in love with me. You're so clever, Minori. Of course, let's do it. Says the purple-haired girl. Oyuki. It's no problem for me, I should also thank you for helping me. The two-toned haired girl said, looking at her left hand with a slight smile and a faint blush. Azami. Great. How about we go to the mall at 2 in the afternoon? Says the green-haired girl, receiving a positive response from her companions, except for one blue-haired girl. Lita. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go. My sister, Ingenium, was attacked by Stain, but thankfully it wasn't anything serious, so I'll go see her at the hospital, but I'll be back around 4 o'clock. Says the blue-haired girl. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing a green-haired man with bandages on his face and arms. He applied basic treatment to himself. Some women, seeing him with the bandages, became worried and went to the emerald-eyed man. Izuku. What's up, girls? The green-haired boy asked calmly. Kirishima. What do you mean, what's going on? You're covered in bandages. The red-haired girl said, looking at the only man at UA. Kid. You're going to explain what happened to you, now. Said an ash-blonde girl, looking at her boyfriend with a deathly aura, and strangely enough, the girls he liked also had that aura. Izuku. Come on, you don't have to get upset, I just overtrained and hurt myself, but it doesn't hurt at all. The green-haired boy said with a smile that would make the girls blush. Momo. Oh okay, just don't overdo it. Says the millionaire Yaoirozu. Izuku. Sure, by the way, why were you all gathered here? Asked the boy with emerald eyes. Mina. And nothing, we were just talking about some things we're going to buy, you know, girl stuff. The pink-skinned girl said, trying to sound as believable as possible, which was completely useless. Izuku just wouldn't say anything else and went to have breakfast. Damn, I almost screwed up. Azami. Phew, thank goodness she believed it. Midoriya said with a sigh of relief. Well, we'd better get ready to go shopping. The emerald-eyed girl said, going to her room to get ready, as did the other girls. Izuku. What are they going to do? Well, it's best not to interfere. Something tells me that if I get involved, I'll ruin something big. Says the green-haired boy, preparing a healthy and nutritious plate of katsudon and ending the chapter. It was 7 in the evening, and for some strange reason, none of his classmates were at the High Alliance. Izuku was puzzled by this. Had they all gone to the mall together? Maybe, but that wasn't the reason. Now, Izuku was sitting on a sofa in the recreation room, on his phone. He was completely relaxed until Azami and Kid appeared in the recreation room. They went over to where the emerald-eyed boy was sitting, and then both stood in front of him, drawing Midoriya's attention. Izuku. Huh? What's up, girls? The green-haired boy asked with a slight calm smile, noticing that the girls were more dressed up than usual. Azami. Well, it's just that. She tried to say something, but she felt that if she did, she would ruin the plan she and her friends had made. Kid. Go to the gym in 20 minutes and get ready, dress nicely, not a minute more or less, Izu. The ash-haired girl said directly, before proceeding to kiss her beloved on the lips and leaving. Azami would do the same and leave with Kid. Izuku. Okay. Said the green-haired boy, having an idea of what the girls had planned, before going to his room via the elevator and proceeding to dress casually. Izuku. Well, I guess I look alright. Says the green-haired boy, then heads down to the arcade via the elevator and on to the gym. It's been 14 minutes, I'm on schedule. Says Izuku. The green-haired boy walked until he reached the entrance of the indicated place, hearing some music playing and women chatting, thus confirming Izuku's assumption. Hagakure. How long until Midoriya arrives? 20 minutes have already passed, says the visibly invisible girl. Ajiro. Maybe it's still getting fixed. The girl with the tail says to her invisible friend. Tenya. Not arriving on time is not acceptable. Says the blue-haired woman, moving her left hand up and down in a karate-style gesture. Jiro. Well, while we wait for him, how about we dance a little to liven things up? Says the lively rocker, before putting on a song. Well, some girls started dancing to the song, which sounded pretty good. Izuku. Wow, I can hear how good it sounds from here, it's time for me to go in. And having said that, the green-haired boy opened the gym door, drawing the attention of all the females. It should be noted that only Class 1A was present. Upon entering, the boy proceeded to dance gracefully, surprising many of his female classmates, if not all of them. And when the song was in its final part, Izuku would dance in time and finish his dance at the same time as the song. Mina. Wow. And I thought I was the only one who knew how to move around here. Says the girl with pink skin and hair, teasing her friends. Shoji. Now that's quite an entrance and an end. Says the girl with the face mask. Kaminari. That was amazing, Izuku. Exclaimed the electric blonde girl, walking over to the boy she liked. Izuku. It's not a big deal, I just got carried away by the song. The green-haired boy said calmly. His companions went over to him. By the way, what's this party about? Izuku asked. Oyuki. This is a celebration of your victory at the sports festival. We hope you enjoy this. The bi-colored haired girl said with a slight blush, then moved closer to the green-haired boy and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek, making him blush. And that's for helping me understand. Some girls became jealous at that. Izuku. You didn't have to do all this, but I'm still very grateful. The green-haired boy said with a radiant smile that would make those who liked him blush. Well, let's dance a little. He added. After the green-haired boy said that, he went to the center of the gym, which was well decorated, and then the girls followed him, and they began to dance animatedly. The whole class enjoyed that moment, including the explosive Kid and the gloomy Tokoyami. Then a song would play that would catch the attention of a certain green-haired boy and a certain brown-haired girl. Achako. I know the dance. Says the machi lover. Izuku. Me too, shall we dance together? Izuku says cheerfully, to which a blushing Achako gladly agrees. Izuku, Achako. Let's begin. They exclaimed together, and then they started dancing together. After they both finished dancing, they were greeted with applause from their classmates, who were amazed by their performance, and continued celebrating the emerald-eyed boy's victory. Then Azami drew the attention of all the women and her boyfriend. Azami. I want to make a toast to Oni-chan and his victory at the festival. Cheers. The green-haired girl said, raising her glass of punch. Everyone except Izuku. Cheers. They all said, including the green-haired boy, before ending the chapter. We can see a certain green-haired boy sitting calmly in his assigned seat. The emerald-eyed boy was chatting with his sister Azami, the fiery Kid, the multi-millionaire Momo, the strict Tenya, the kind Uraraka, the scheming Oyuki, the extroverted Kaminari, the perverted Mineta, among others. At that moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 made her appearance in the classroom, causing the entire class to be in their assigned seats in less than a second, which made the former class monitor smile slightly. Aizawa. Alright class, as you know, having participated in the sports festival, some heroines have requested you at their agencies to come and train with them. Therefore, you must choose one agency to do your internships with. Those who weren't requested can choose one of the few that the academy has given you. Choose wisely. She says, showing on the board the people who were requested and the number of requests, which were these. Izuku Midoriya. 3,523,259. Oyuki Todoroki. 4,792. Keet Bakugu. 4,791. Azami Midoriya. 4,006. And there were several more requests. When all the students and Izuku saw the number of heroines who applied to the green-haired boy, they were speechless. It was a massive difference in applications. It was simply absurd. Izuku. Wow. That's all he could manage to say upon seeing the number of requests. While he expected a high number, he didn't expect such a high number of applications. Kirishima. What a difference. Exclaimed the dyed Redeed with noticeable astonishment. Oyuki. I see it and I can't believe it. Says the two-toned haired girl with a slight surprise. Kaminari. Damn, and I was expecting more applications. Exclaims the electric blonde. Mineta. At least they asked you. I was hoping to do my internship with Izuku. The voluptuous woman said, frustrated. Izuku. I guess All Might will show up in 3, 2, 1. All Might. I'm here to talk to Midoriya Shonen. Exclaimed the number 1 heroine, abruptly opening the classroom door. Midoriya Shonen, would you mind accompanying me for a moment? Asked the blonde American girl, to which the green-haired boy responded positively. They left the classroom and headed to the Pro Hero's office. I assume you already know why I called you here, don't you? She said with her ever-present smile. Izuku. Gran Torino, right. Says the green-haired man with a slight smile. All Might. That's right, my teacher has asked you to. She says as her legs trembled at the memory of her teacher. Legs, stop trembling. She tells herself as she hits her legs. Izuku. Of course, I'll go with her, don't worry, All Might. The green-haired man said kindly. By the way, I need to tell you something extremely important. The green-haired man said seriously, which surprised All Might a little. All Might. What's going on? The blue-eyed girl asked. Izuku. The UA training camp for us to improve our skills is in 3 weeks, right? He says, to which the woman nods. Well, you'll have to prepare, All for One will appear. The emerald-eyed man says seriously. All Might. Nani? She exclaims, surprised but also worried. So soon. Izuku. That's right, but don't worry, I'll design a device that will increase her powers so I can defeat her. She'll be a big problem in the future. He says. All Might. As long as I defeat that wretch, I'll gladly accept your help, Midoriya Shonen. She said with a smile. Izuku. Yes, if you'll excuse me, I'll return to my classroom. He said, bowing and leaving the 8th bearer's office before returning to his own classroom. Azami. What did All Might want, Ani-chan? The green-haired woman said with a sweet smile. Izuku. He recommended an internship to me, which I'll be going for. He said, sitting down in his seat, not without first kissing his girlfriends on the lips, who blushed and responded. Other women who liked Izuku felt jealous, especially a bi-colored girl who had developed a strong romantic interest in Izuku. The heterochromatic girl's eyes flared slightly when she felt their jealousy, but it was quickly suppressed by the bi-colored girl herself. This wasn't noticed by any of the girls, but it was by a green-haired boy who decided to say nothing. Aizawa. Okay, you have until Friday to decide. The internships start next Monday. Now you have to decide something important for yourselves, But she's interrupted by a certain plus 18 pro hero who enters swaying her hips seductively, directing her gaze towards a certain green-haired boy. Midnight. Heroic and hero names. The woman exclaimed, causing many to become excited. If you're not serious about this, you'll pay dearly. Because many of the students' hero names become known throughout society and end up being the real names of pro heroes. Aizawa. Okay, Midnight will help you with this and make sure your names are correct. The dark-haired girl said, getting into her sleeping bag, then adding before falling asleep. Don't make too much noise. And finally drifted off to sleep. After the pro heroine said that, Midnight handed each of them a small whiteboard so they could choose their hero names, and when she got to the green-haired boy, he winked at her and passed her his whiteboard. After a while the class was deciding on their names, Midnight said. Midnight. Okay, those of you who finished, start introducing yourselves. Many were nervous, but then a certain blonde girl walked in front. Aoyama. Here I go. She says, lifting up and showing her whiteboard, and then says. Brilliant heroine. I can't stop twinkling. And most people thought. That's a sentence. Midnight. It's easier if you remove the I and cannot and replace them with can't. The plus 18 rank heroine corrects her. Mina. It's my turn. Pink heroine. Pinky. She exclaimed, thrilled with her name, which Midnight accepted. And so they told their names to their classmates, some better than others, but all were accepted, except for one. Keat gave names that weren't very reliable, so she opted to keep her normal name until she decided on a better one. Midnight. Only you are missing, Midoriya-kun. Midnight said, at which point Izuku stood up from his seat, then walked over and stood in front of his classmates. Izuku. Okay, this is the name I'll use. The green-haired boy thought, showing his whiteboard to his classmates. Elemental hero. Shingakm. We can see a green-haired boy dressed in the uniform of the prestigious UA Academy. The green-haired boy was standing in front of a somewhat old house, a house which was less outstanding than the others. Upon seeing that house, Izuku only smiled slightly, and then the boy with emerald eyes entered the house carrying a briefcase containing his hero costume. Izuku. Excuse me. Midoriya said, before witnessing a peculiar scene that brought back memories. Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gran Torino. Said the only boy from UA Academy calmly, knowing that the old woman was playing a joke on him. Gran Torino. So you noticed I was faking it, kid. She says, getting up from the ground. So what? Didn't they teach you manners, kid? Introduce yourself. The retired pro hero says to the ninth wielder of One for All. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's a pleasure. He said, giving a slight bow to his new teacher. Gran Torino. Well, Toshinori told me you handle One for All excellently, but you don't control it 100%. Izuku nodded. He also mentioned you unlocked a new quirk. What did he mean by that? The symbol of peace's teacher asked. Izuku. Yes, I unlocked the quirk of a former wielder, Black Whip. The boy said, pulling out a few black whips for the retired heroine. Izuku. I have it somewhat under control now, although it's still a little difficult for me. The boy explained, deactivating his black whip quirk before looking at the old woman. Gran Torino. Interesting. Well, this week we'll focus on perfecting that quirk in One for All, so you can control it better. What percentage do you control now? Asks the gray-haired old woman. Izuku. Now I can control 82%. If I increase the percentage, my body goes numb and it hurts. Says Izuku. Gran Torino. Okay, for this week we'll have you controlling up to at least 90%. The training will be tough, I hope you can handle it, Littles Igid. Now go put on your suit, we'll start training right now, time is of the essence. She says, to which the green-haired boy does as ordered. Once Izuku donned his hero costume, training with Gran Torino began. The elderly woman instructed him to use Black Whip to try and catch her as she bounced off the walls, striking Izuku, who was forbidden from using One for All or elemental control. Hours passed, and Izuku only managed to grab All Might's mentor once, when the minimum was 3 times. The boy needed to improve his control over that quirk soon. All for One was about to appear, and he had to prepare. Now we see a tired green-haired boy sitting in a chair while Gran Torino eats a taiyaki. Gran Torino. It wasn't all bad, you managed to catch me once, but you still need to improve. I'll take care of that, and now we'll go patrolling Hosu. We'll take the bullet train. She says. About 15 minutes passed, and we see Izuku and Gran Torino on a bullet train, heading to Hosu for patrol. Many women on the train waved, took pictures, and flirted with the green-haired boy, which embarrassed him a bit. But as they were about to reach their destination, a multi-eyed Nomu abruptly entered the train, ready to attack the passengers. In a swift movement, Gran Torino lunged at the creature, knocking it off the train. Izuku also got off the train, remembering something of utmost importance. Stain. It was the moment when Stain was fighting Iida. Activating 5% of his One for All, the green-haired boy began to run swiftly, weaving through the crowd of people and heroes battling 2 more Nomus. After passing through several alleyways, Izuku finally found his blue-haired companion, who was lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the anti-heroine was facing a heroine, native, about to finish her off. Stain. Scum like you only rot this world. You will be sacrificed for a better world, fake heroine. Now. Die. He says, about to kill the heroine, but at that moment a blast of compressed air hits the heroine killer's face, pushing her back hard. Having pushed the assassin away, Izuku used his air control to grab Native and Lita and quickly put them out of the alley. Izuku looked at Tenya, who still couldn't move. Izuku. Why are you in that state? Did you want revenge because Ingenium couldn't defeat her? The green-haired boy asked seriously. Lita. Oh, of course not. I wanted to save that heroine. I was evacuating the civilians until I saw Stain about to kill her and I intervened to stop it. But I couldn't do anything. The frustrated blue-haired girl said. Izuku was a little surprised by that, since he hadn't done the same thing as the Tenya from his other world. Stain. Despite not saving that fake heroine, she did what she could. She has the potential to be a true heroine, that's why I didn't finish her off. She says, now recovered from Izuku's attack. You're Izuku Midoriya, you'd better step aside if you don't want to get hurt. Get that brat out of here and let me kill that fake one. She orders, a katana in her left hand. Izuku. Obviously I won't do that. A hero's duty is to save people. I won't let you kill her. He said, activating his one for all to 30%. The hero killer was surprised to hear those words. They were words worthy of a true hero. Stain. You're a true hero. She exclaims. Izuku. That doesn't matter right now, I'll stop you. He exclaimed as he ignited his feet in bluish flames, then launched himself at the assassin, but Izuku began to bounce off the walls around Stain multiple times, leaving fire in the air as he bounced, making Stain realize he really wanted to kill that fake girl. And as he bounced, Izuku appeared at incredible speed to the assassin's right, about to deliver an energy-infused smash, but Stain swiftly dodged the attack by ducking, and with his katana was about to slash at the green-haired boy, but using a black whip, he grabbed the katana just as he was about to be cut. Izuku quickly disarmed him and then launched a small glacier of ice at Stain, who had to jump backward repeatedly, completely forgetting about the fire Izuku had left in his wake, so she was burned on her back and let out a slight groan of pain. Stain. This kid will give me trouble. He thought as he drew a sword from his back, launching himself at high speed towards Izuku, shattering Izuku's glacial defenses with repeated cuts. He then began to unleash a barrage of attacks on the green-haired boy, who dodged them with some difficulty. But the green-haired boy didn't expect the assassin to draw a blade and swiftly throw it at his shoulder, plunging it in hard, causing him to wince slightly. If you go with that girl, I won't hurt you anymore. He said seriously. Izuku. That's not what a hero does. The boy said, smiling slightly. His plan had been successful. Stain. It's definitely a ver. She didn't finish thinking as she felt her body being trapped by something. Looking closer, she saw that she was trapped by a thick layer of hard earth, gripping her tightly. Damn. And the green-haired boy wasted no time and launched himself towards her, spinning rapidly on his own axis, and delivered a powerful downward kick to the assassin's head. The blow was incredibly strong, as it was powered by energy control. Instantly knocking out the heroine killer and saving the heroine native. Izuku. Thank goodness I defeated her quickly. He said, wincing slightly from the blade stuck in his shoulder and ending the chapter. Practical exams area. We can see Class 1 is standing in front of several of their teachers. Aizawa had told his students that they would be going to a training camp to improve their skills, so they had to take a practical and a written exam. The written exam was passed by the entire class, so now they had to take the practical exam. A week ago, the class had returned from their training camp, where many had improved. Izuku was able to gain better control of the black whips and use them at will, and he was able to increase the percentage of 1 for all to 90% after very hard non-stop training. Also, the green-haired boy, along with Ingenium's sister Tenya Iida, were reprimanded for fighting without a license against a heroine killer, so the credit would go to Endeavor, the number 2 pro hero in Japan. Aizawa. Alright, now we'll begin the practical exam. Of course, it's possible to fail this exam, so go all out and don't hold back. The former security guard said in her usual tired tone, and at that moment a small white-haired girl emerged from her bandages with a smile. Director. Okay, the exam consists of. And so the little headmistress began to explain what the exam entailed. They would have to face the professionals, and if they wanted to win, they had to put handcuffs on them or go to the exit. Which was on the other side from where they would start. And well, now we'll tell you who you'll have to face. Cementus vs Rikido Sato and Eiji Kirishima. Ectoplasm vs Azami Midoriya, Sayu Asui and Tokoyami Fumikichi. Power Loader vs Tenya Iida and Ajiro Mashirao. Eraserhead vs Kid Bakigu and Momo Yaoi Rozu. 13 vs Achako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama. Director vs Mina Shido and Kiyomi Kaminari. Present Mick vs Kyo Kajiru and Koji Koda. Snipe vs Toru Hagakure and Mizo Shoji. Midnight vs Hanta Siro and Minori Mineta. All Might vs Izuku Midoriya and Oyuki Todoroki. Izuku. I'm paired with Todoroki-san. Thought the green-haired boy, since he believed he would be paired with Kid, just like in his other world. Kaminari. You're up against All Might. I wish you luck. Said the electric woman. She was somewhat worried about the match, so she approached the green-haired man and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, surprising the emerald-eyed boy and making many women jealous. It's for good luck. Kid. Why the hell did you do that, you damned effective bitch? She exclaims, running towards her at full speed, at which point Kiyomi begins to escape from the explosive girl. Aizawa. Stop playing games, let's get started. She says, and then the fights begin. In the first match, the heroine Cementus won, causing Kirishima and Sato to lose, and then taking both women to the infirmary. The second match was won by Azami, Sayu, and Tokoyami, as they managed to handcuff the hero in 8 minutes. The third match was won by Iida and Ajiro, as they both escaped to the exit thanks to Tenya's speed, dodging obstacles with Ajiro's tail. The fourth match was won by Momo and Keed, as the black-haired boy trapped Bakugo with his bandages, immobilizing her, but Keed used her quirk to explode the bandages, and Momo created a capture net that caught Izawa, allowing them to handcuff him. The fifth match was won by Uraraka and Aoyama, as they devised a plan and managed to escape from 13, thus winning. The sixth match was won by the principal, as she quickly and efficiently captured Mina and Kiyomi. The seventh match Kyoka and Koji would win, since they managed to put the pro hero's handcuff on her. Toru and Shoji would win the seventh match, since with a good plan they managed to put the handcuff on Snipe. Minori would win the ninth match alone, since Hanta was put to sleep by the pro hero's +18 quirk, and the perverted girl managed to reach the exit. And now it was Izuku Midoriya and Oyuki Todoroki's turn against All Might. Azami. Good luck, Ani-chan. She said, giving him a kiss on the lips, before going to join her teammates who were in the camera room watching the final match. Keed. You'd better win, Izu. She says, giving her a kiss on the lips. If you lose, I'll beat you up myself. She says, going to join her companions. Izuku. It still feels strange having two girlfriends. The boy thought, before a certain heterochromatic girl approached Izuku, catching his attention. Oyuki. Okay, so what's the plan, Izuku? She said, a little jealous of the affectionate interaction between Bakugo and Azami with the green-haired boy. Can I call you by your first name, right? She said, slightly invading the green-haired boy's personal space. Izuku. Of course. He says, blushing slightly from having her so close, then adds. Okay, here's the plan. And the boy with green hair tells her the plan he had to defeat the #1 hero. Begin. Would be heard throughout the entire place where it would take place, to which Oyuki, without wasting any time, would place her right hand on the ground, causing a large mountain of ice to be directed forward. And the green-haired boy took advantage of that to take the bi-colored girl in a bridal style, making her blush, and then the emerald-eyed boy started to disappear into an alley in the fake city, making no sound as he ran. Having divine knowledge, he knew many ways to be quiet, so he took advantage of that and entered the alley, just as the American blonde was about to shout smash, thus destroying all that ice. But there was no one there, missing All Might. Izuku. Alright, I'll distract All Might, and when you see the opportunity, you put the handcuffs on him. Said the only male student at UA, before activating his one for all. Full cowling at 60%, causing intense green lightning and red-orange lines to appear on his body. He then launched himself at tremendous speed towards All Might, bouncing off a wall to propel himself even faster, resembling a green lightning bolt. He then ignited his right leg with light blue energy, along with flames of the same color, and immediately stood close to All Might, exclaiming, Wyoming smash. As he delivered a powerful kick to All Might's face, surprising her. All Might. What? And she receives a powerful kick to the face. When All Might received that kick, she was pushed several meters back. She also felt a burning sensation on her face, and a lot of pain. Some trickles of blood ran down from her mouth and nose, showing that that blow did hurt the symbol of peace. All Might. Nice shot, Midoriya Shonen. The woman said, her guard down. Oyuki took advantage of this to run towards All Might, propelling herself with her ice. She charged at the pro hero to put the handcuffs on her, but just as she was about to do so, All Might elbowed her backward, striking the bi-colored girl in the forehead. The impact sent her flying backward, stunning her, but her ice prevented her from crashing into a wall. Nice try, young ones. But I won't make it easy. Izuku quickly launched a black whip towards the heroine's left arm, trapping it, but All Might swiftly yanked the whip back forcefully, sending the green-haired boy hurtling towards her. This was exactly what Izuku had planned, as it was precisely what the green-haired boy wanted. Izuku was about to execute his strategy, but he hadn't counted on All Might appearing in front of the green-haired boy and delivering a powerful punch to the emerald-eyed boy's stomach, causing him to spit blood and be swiftly launched towards a building. As the boy crashed into the building, he felt 2 ribs break, but that wasn't going to stop him from winning. With a little effort, he got up. As Izuku stood, blue flames ignited in his hands, and he immediately began to fly using airbending. All Might was about to attack the green-haired boy when his legs were frozen by none other than Oyuki. All Might would use his leg muscles to break free with relative ease, which Endeavor's daughter had anticipated. He would then use his left side, generating a great deal of fire, and immediately afterward fire a large wave of fire that directly impacted the blonde American girl. But for All Might, that was nothing, as at that moment the pro-hero effortlessly passed through all that fire and going at great speed towards the heterochromatic girl, who quickly put up a wall of ice to avoid any blow from the heroic woman. But All Might with his right hand passed through the wall, grabbed the bi-colored woman by the face, and without any mercy, lifted her up and forcefully slammed her against the ground, making a medium-sized crater, and Oyuki, feeling the impact, was knocked unconscious. All Might. I think I went too far. Well, I'll take her to recovery girl later, now all that's left is Midoriya Shonen. He says, holding the bi-colored girl. All Might. I feel so hot, she said, her body burning with heat. She then looked for Izuku, who was in the air. What was particularly striking about him was the small heat wave forming in his left hand. An intense, abysmal heat. Izuku. I'm still here. All Might. The boy said, his one for all at 80%. I haven't mastered this attack yet, but it'll still hurt you, All Might. The green-haired boy exclaimed with a determined smile. Cruel son. All Might. Damn, that could hurt Todoroki Shoujo. She says, carefully leaving the bi-colored girl behind her. Okay, now. The blonde says, seeing that the green-haired boy has already launched his attack towards her, to which she unleashes a powerful Texas smash. And at that moment, when All Might's attack collided with Izuku's, a powerful explosion was generated, creating a cloud of smoke. But out of nowhere, Izuku appeared in front of All Might, delivering a powerful smash to his face. Izuku used 90% of his power in that blow, sending All Might flying into a building. Taking advantage of All Might's sudden departure, Izuku launched a black whip towards Oyuki, grabbing her by the waist, and without wasting any time, he began to run very fast. A little sore, Izuku was about to reach the finish line with the unconscious Oyuki, but All Might appeared right next to the green-haired boy. All Might. I'm here. He said, about to strike the aspiring hero, but his body didn't respond. He remained motionless as the green-haired boy advanced, feeling his body frozen up to his neck by a thick layer of ice, the work of Izuku, who used a variant of waterbending, and Oyuki, who awoke somewhat sore. They both launched a combined attack that froze All Might. Midoriya Shonen and Todoroki Shoujo coordinated very well. Izuku. Using Cruel Sun wore me down a lot, using those combinations exhausted me too much, but I'll still win. Exclaimed the boy with emerald eyes, crossing the finish line alongside Oyuki. Azawa megaphone. Mi's team. A blonde girl takes the megaphone from her, totally excited. Present megaphone. Izuku Midoriya and Oyuki Todoroki's team wins. We can see several women and a green-haired man parked near a cliff, believing they would make a momentary stop according to the women, and at that moment a small limousine parks there as well, and then two cat-like women get out making strange poses. Mandalay. In the crosshairs with shining eyes. Pixie Bob. Sharply cute and feline. Mandalay, Pixie Bob. Wild. Pussycats. They shout, ending with a rather strange and ridiculous pose, according to most of the students there. A little girl standing next to those two pro-heroes had a slight bead of sweat on her brow. She thought it was ridiculous what they did every time they introduced themselves. Azawa. The Pussycats will be with us for camp. Says the former lifeguard in her usual tired tone. Azami. They're a 4-person team that started their own agency. They're veteran mountain rescue specialists. This year will be the 12th ad. And then Pixie Bob appears in front of her with a sharp look, showing her claws, and says, Pixie Bob. I'm 18 at heart. To which Izuku's sister responds with a hi. Izuku. It's the same thing he did to me. He thought, a drop of sweat forming on his brow in true anime style. Mandalay explained that the land belonged to them, so they could set up camp without any disturbances or interruptions. She also explained where they would be staying. The place was literally on the other side of the forest. Most of the women, if not all, decided to go to the bus, but a certain emerald-eyed girl didn't go to the bus. Instead, she walked to the edge of the cliff, which surprised and worried many of her companions. Keyed. Hey Izu. What are you doing? The ash-blonde girl asked, stopping in her tracks. Uraraka. Izuku-kun. And to everyone's surprise, including the pro-heroes and a certain brown-haired girl, the green-haired boy jumped off the cliff, causing them all to run to the edge to see him. But they were greatly surprised to see that as he fell, his feet were still on the mountain, suggesting that he was surfing. And when he was about to fall, the green-haired boy created a small ice ramp beneath him, then stepped onto it and landed normally on the ground. He then looked up and saw that all the girls were staring at him with expressions of utter surprise. Izuku. That was incredible. Said the one with emerald eyes, smiling, then stretching his muscles, waiting for Pixie Bob to do his thing. In 5, 4, 3, 2. Pixie Bob. That boy is a daredevil, I want him for myself. she exclaimed, touching the ground and using her quirk on the students of Class 1A, causing the ground to rise and all of them to start falling, to which the green-haired boy only said one. Mandalay. It's private property, so you can use your quirks. We'll expect you in 3 hours, get there on your own 2 feet. After passing through the forest of beasts. She exclaimed with a smile, before proceeding to leave with her companion, niece, and Aizawa. As the girls were falling, they felt something wrap around their waists. Surprised, they saw that it was a kind of dark whip and they realized that these whips belonged to Izuku, who helped them avoid a painful descent. Kirishima. Izuku helped us down. That's great. Exclaimed the red-haired girl, blushing slightly, now on the ground along with her companions. Momo. Thank you so much for helping us, Izuku-san. She says with a slight tone of elegance in her voice. Hanta. Yes, thank you very much. Wait, Forest of Beasts? She asked, somewhat confused, until all the girls and Izuku heard a growl coming from some trees and something a little ugly came out of it. Kaminari, Kirishima, Hanta, Mineta. A beast. They exclaimed, their skin turning extremely white upon seeing that earthen thing. And so the entire class faced multiple earth beasts as they advanced towards the camp, and then, after exactly 3 hours, they finally arrived, some more exhausted than others. Izuku was somewhat tired. His tie was askew and his shirt open because of the heat. The girls, seeing him like this, couldn't help but get a little nosebleeds. After arriving at the camp, they were greeted by Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Aizawa, and 2 more heroines, the water hose, which brought a smile to the green-haired boy's face, since on the shoulder of one of the water hose was a smiling Kota. Mandalay. Surprisingly, they took the same amount of time as it would have taken us. She said with slight surprise. Aizawa couldn't help but smile slightly with pride as he saw his class progressing. Pixie Bob. To be honest, we expected them to take longer. They didn't have as much trouble with my land beasts as I thought. She smiled. Feline. Especially. You. Pointing at the only man in the place. Pixie Bob. You acted without even hesitating. I'm asking for you just for myself, I want to see you in 3 years. She exclaims, launching herself towards the green-haired boy, under the terribly annoyed gaze of many girls there, ending the chapter. We can see Class 1A alongside Class 1B, as well as the Pussycats, Waterhose, and Little Kota. It was nighttime, and the classes had to participate in a game of courage. Nothing bad was happening. Each pair took their turn until, at one point. Pixie Bob. What's that burning smell? He wondered to himself as he sniffed the air. Azami. Look at that. He says, pointing to a lot of black smoke coming from the trees. Lita. Is something burning? The blue-haired girl asked, quite puzzled. At that moment, the heroine Pixie Bob began to levitate with a light pink aura around her, then was carried towards the dark trees. But Izuku, already knowing who they were, quickly sent a black whip that grabbed the woman by the waist and pulled her towards where he and the others were. Waterhose number 1. What was that? She wondered, puzzled by the fact that Pixie Bob had levitated. Izuku. Come out of there, villains. He exclaims seriously, at which point 2 women emerge from their hiding place, visibly annoyed. Mineta. Why are there villains here? She exclaimed, worried and scared, standing to Izuku's right for safety. Ig. Are they from the League of Villains? Asks the Daedrite. Magni. Damn kid, if it weren't for you she'd be finished, so you or those brats will take her place. The angry villain said. Spinner. Wait, Magni, it depends on whether having power over life and death follows Stain's principle. Says the woman who was dressed just like Stain. Lita. Did your ideology bring you here? The blue-haired woman asked, ready for combat. Spinner. That's right. She says, pulling out her weapon, which was a bundle of swords, katanas, and blades tightly bound together. I am Spinner, the one who will spin your dreams into reality. Exclaims the villain. Tiger. I don't care, we won't let them do whatever they want in our camp. The woman said, about to attack, but Mandalay put her right arm in front of her. Mandalay. Wait, Tiger, I sent instructions to the students. We'll take care of them. You all go. The delegate is in charge. She said seriously, at which point Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Tiger, and the water hose began to battle the villains, and the students entered the forest. Izuku would start running alongside his female companions, looking for the other girls, but then the green-haired boy would stop abruptly, and the girls would do the same. Kaminari. What's wrong, Izuku? Why are you stopping? She asked, sounding a little scared. Izuku. There are more villains in the camp. He says seriously, which worried many of them. Therefore, as your delegate, I grant you permission to fight if you encounter 1 or more villains. He says, to which the women exclaim. Girls. Hi. As they ran, they managed to spot their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, who was just about to go out in search of his students or villains. When they approached, Aizawa told them. Aizawa. Sprouts, thankfully they're okay. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, there are more villains in the camp attacking us. He says seriously, to which Aizawa would reply. Aizawa. Yes, I know, that's why they have to stay in. But this is interrupted by a certain shark's teeth. Kirishima. We won't just sit back and watch them attack us, we're going to fight back. And everyone else supports her, including Mineta, who was a little scared. Aizawa. Heh, I was going to tell you that's why you should stay on your guard. If you see a villain, fight as a group, not alone. She said as she left the place. Izuku. You heard her, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mineta, Kota, go find any injured or unconscious teammates. Azami, Iida, Shiro, come with me to find any teammates fighting. Let's go. And with that plan made in a few seconds, they would leave as the green-haired boy said. When Izuku and his 3 companions ran in search, they soon found their companion Shoji, who was fighting to stop Tokoyami, or rather Dark Shadow, who had completely lost control. Tokoyami. Stay away from me. You'll die. Exclaimed the crow-faced girl, who was struggling to stop her quirk. Forget about me and run. Izuku. Heroes. He said, igniting his hands in flames that glowed brightly. They don't abandon their comrades. He added, pointing his hands at Dark Shadow and Tokoyami, but without firing. The intense light caused Dark Shadow to regain control and retreat inside Tokoyami, who was kneeling and breathing heavily. The green-haired man approached her and extended his left hand, which was no longer ablaze. Are you alright? Tokoyami. Yes. I am. He says as he gets up with Midoriya's help, then apologizes to Shoji for what happened earlier. Then they ran again looking for more companions, and they all saw a certain girl with two-toned hair and ash blonde hair battling a villain who was using her teeth for both attack and defense. The villain hadn't noticed the newcomers, so Izuku looked at Iida and his sister and said. Izuku. Lita, attack that villain with an upward kick, then Izami, you levitate her with your telekinesis, and I'll finish her off, okay? And the 2 women nodded seriously. Lita quickly activated his quirk, causing intense blue flames to appear, then moved at great speed towards the distracted villain, and with all his might kicked her in the chest area, causing the villain to spit blood and feel as if some ribs had broken. Azami quickly activates her quirk, then uses it on the villain, causing her to float in the air. Izuku, without wasting any time, uses his one for all at 20% power, appearing above the villain, and without hesitation, delivers a powerful energy-enhanced kick, knocking her unconscious and causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Izuku. Girls, let's move on. He exclaimed, to which almost all of them agreed. Keed wasn't the type to accept everything at first, but because she was Izuku's girlfriend, he was an exception for her. Keed. Anyway, let's get this hell out of here. She exclaimed, at which point they all started running, ending the chapter. We can see several women running alongside a green-haired boy, all of them chasing a villain with a white mask and a typical mage's outfit. The villain had kidnapped Azami, Izuku's sister, something Izuku had anticipated with a 10% probability, since that was the percentage he calculated for the possible kidnapping of his sister Keed. Keed. Give back the damn nerd. The furious ash blonde exclaimed, propelling herself with her explosions towards the masked villain known as Madame Compress. Madame Compress. I'm sorry, but she's essential to our plan. Besides, she's not an object that can be returned or not. The villainess said calmly, approaching the other villainesses. Among them was a dark-haired villainess with several burns on her body, Dabi. A blonde schoolgirl with a strange blushing smile, looking at the only man present. And a villainess in a grayish costume, Twice. Alright, open the portals. But she didn't finish speaking because Oyuki, Shoji, and Izuku pounced on her. Izuku, using his one for all at 20% power, knocked the wind out of the villainess's mouth, causing the marble she was holding to fall out, thus releasing Azami. Azami. Huh? She was a little confused, but quickly understood what was happening, so she went to join the other girls quickly. Girls, Ani-chan. Lita. I'm so glad you're okay, Azami-kun. The blue-haired girl said with relief. But to the surprise of Oyuki, Shoji, and even Izuku, Madame Compress began to turn into mud, then spread out on the ground. Izuku. Shit. This didn't happen in my other world, shit, I have to act fast. Thought Izuku, increasing his one for all percentage. His hands burst into orange flames, yellow electricity surrounded Izuku, and his legs were enveloped in bluish energy. Girls, be careful with those villains, they're quite dangerous from what I can see. And facing. But a wall of bluish fire separated Izuku and Oyuki from the other girls. Oyuki quickly ignited her left and right sides, generating intense heat and cold in the area. Twice. It's cold. It's so hot. Exclaims the woman. Izuku. Now, Oyuki. The green-haired boy exclaimed, about to launch a coordinated attack with the bi-colored girl. But that was ruined when the real Madame Compress appeared beside Oyuki, about to trap her in a marble. Izuku was faster, using a black whip to move Oyuki behind her, and without wasting a moment, he sent another black whip toward Compress. But a purple portal opened to Izuku's right, a few meters away, and Madame Compress's left hand emerged from it. Izuku was about to dodge the hand when a knife was thrown toward him, grazing his right cheek and distracting him. Taking advantage of this, the masked villain touched the boy's head, immediately trapping him in a marble. Inside the marble, Izuku thought with a slight smile. Izuku. Okay, first step done. Madame Compress. Target complete. The woman exclaimed, withdrawing her arm from the portal and standing next to her fellow villains. Oyuki. Damn it, Izuku. The woman exclaimed, running towards the villains without her quirk active. Dabi. How sad. Oyuki Todoroki. She says, holding the marble where Izuku was trapped, to which Oyuki quickens her pace. No problem. She says, and Izuku gets out of the marble, but Dabi had him by the neck, pulling him into a portal. Oyuki. Izuku. She exclaims, stretching her hand towards Izuku. Izuku. Don't come, Oyuki. The emerald-eyed man said, before disappearing into a portal along with the aforementioned villains. And when the portal closed, Oyuki walked right through it and fell to the ground, and the wall of fire created by the villain Dabi disappeared, revealing all the girls from Class 1A, 1B, the Pussycats, Waterhose Azawa, and Vlad Queen. Some of the girls from both classes lay unconscious from a gas released by Mustard. Kaminari. Where's Izuku? The worried electric blonde asked, approaching Todoroki. Kid. Where is Izu? Answer me. Exclaims a furious, explosive blonde. Oyuki. They took him. They kidnapped him. She exclaims, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly pounds the ground. He was right next to me, and I couldn't do anything. Nothing. Azami. Todoroki-san. The green-haired woman approaches her heterochromatic friend, then hugs her while kneeling. It's not your fault, we'll get Ani-chan back. Kyoka. Before Yamomo lost consciousness, she gave me this. She says, showing a mini cell phone that displays the city of Kamino, but also shows an orange dot fixed in one place, which is in the slums or poor neighborhoods of that city. From what I can see, that's where the League of Villains hides out. Says the Jack's female relative. Azawa hung up her cell phone. She had called the police, ambulances, and the UA heroines along with the principal. Okay, Jiru, give me that. She says, and the rocker girl hands the mini cell phone or tracker to the head teacher. With this, we'll organize a group for Midoriya's rescue. Rest for now. The ambulances are on their way. Says the tired pro hero. In a bar. League of Villains. Shigaraki. Well, but what do we have here, Izuku Midoriya? The villain said with a smile, looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku. So this is your base, Shigaraki. We can see a green-haired boy who was tied up with no escape sitting in a chair. The boy had been captured by the League of Villains. Shigaraki, who had a somewhat deranged smile mixed with satisfaction, looked at Izuku and said. Shigaraki. Come on Izuku, join us, you can do whatever you want, you won't have to follow the rules of those disgusting heroes, you'll see that everything will change. Says the girl who has several hands on her body, standing in front of the boy with emerald eyes. Toga. Come on, Izuku-kun, that way I can cut you every day. Exclaimed the blood-loving girl, a noticeable blush rising to her cheeks. Twice. Yeah, join in, kid. Fuck off, who wants you here? Says the girl in her grey villain outfit. Izuku. Why would I join you? To be scum, just another clown in your circus. Thanks, but no thanks. I have something you don't. My dignity intact. Said the green-haired boy with a slight smile, which annoyed Shigaraki a little. Dabi. Heh, I like the boy. The dark-haired girl said with a slight smile, standing with her arms crossed, looking at Izuku. Shigaraki. Shut up, you half-burned bastard. He says, scratching his neck slightly. Look, brat, you're extremely valuable and powerful. With you in our ranks, we'll be unstoppable. This isn't something you can say no to, understand? The woman says, looking at the green-haired man. Izuku. Yeah, right, I won't join you even if it's the last thing I could do. The boy said, looking seriously at Shigaraki, exuding a tremendous aura of intimidation that would make all the villains back down. Make one thing clear. I wasn't captured by you because you did it right. I let myself be captured on purpose, just to give you something. The boy said, ceasing to project that aura of intimidation. Kurogiri. Give us what, young man? Says the purple villain with a portal quirk, no longer intimidated. Izuku. This. He said while biting something in his mouth, making a sound like a button had broken. Shigaraki. What the hell are you trying to do? The light blue-haired girl asked seriously. Izuku. In 3, 2, 1. Now. he exclaims, and at that moment a great explosion would be heard near that bar, more specifically, in the place where the multiple nemesis lay stored without activation. The explosion was so strong that it left no trace of those beasts without their own consciousness. Shigaraki. I'll kill you, you damn imbecile. The woman exclaimed, extremely furious that the nemesis had been destroyed by the emerald-eyed boy. She was about to attack him when there was a knock at the bar door, putting everyone on alert and causing Izuku to smile slightly, but at the same time, a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead to his chin, knowing what was coming. Hello, we're here to deliver a pizza. Toga. Who ordered pizza and didn't tell us? The blonde asked. Twice. Me, finally. He says, approaching the door, until he stops. Wait, I didn't order any pizza. And then the entire entrance of the bar is completely destroyed. All Might. Smash. Exclaims the number one heroine, abruptly entering the bar. Spinner. But what? Shigaraki. Kurogiri, portals. She exclaimed desperately, but she didn't expect an old woman to quickly knock Kurogiri and Dabi unconscious with a single blow while they were clinging to some branches created by the pro-hero Kamui Woods. Gran Torino. Hold it right there, don't be impatient. Says the retired heroine seriously. All Might. You'll have nowhere to run now, League of Villains. The American heroine says seriously, somewhat annoyed that her precious successor has been kidnapped. All Might. Do you know why? Because we're already here. Says the heroine. But at that moment, strange things appeared where each villain was standing, causing them all to disappear from the bar, which alarmed everyone. Then Izuku began to be carried away by that strange grey thing, which alarmed All Might and the other pro-heroes who were there. But before he disappeared, something happened to Izuku. A kind of metallic bracelet. Izuku. Put it on your arm. The green-haired boy said, then disappeared from the bar. Izuku had handed him the device that would increase the power of All Might's One for All, a bracelet he had built not too long ago. All Might. Damn it, come with me, you too, Endeavor. The pro-hero said very seriously. If Izuku gave her that bracelet, it was because it was the moment when All for One would appear. Endeavor. TSK, let's go. She said without refusing, seeing All Might's complete seriousness, she wasn't going to refuse. As the heroines arrived where Izuku and the other villains were, a girl of medium height, with shoulder-length white hair and red eyes, appeared where they all were with Izuku, who had his One for All at 70%, causing several intense green rays to appear around him. I wish they hadn't shown up. She was starting to think for herself. She says with a slight grimace. Some girls who were hiding remained silent, covering their mouths, with beads of sweat on their skin and tears welling in their eyes. These girls were Kid, Azami, Oyuki, Iida, Momo, Kirishima, and Kaminari, who had gone to that place to rescue Izuku, but quickly hit upon sensing the intense aura of death emanating from it. Izuku. All for one. Said the green-haired boy, unfazed by the aura of death. He knew perfectly well how to avoid it. All for one. Izuku Midoriya, I would have liked to have you in our ranks. But well, you're here now, right? The woman said, looking up, as at that moment the number one heroine appeared, launching herself very quickly towards the villain. All for One quickly grabbed All Might's hands, while being pushed strongly back by All Might's strength. All Might. I'll make you return everything you've stolen, All for One. The angry number one heroine said seriously, while the other heroines kept their distance from the two of them, ready to act at any moment. All for One. Oh. Are you planning to kill me again, All Might? The villain said with an evil smile, bringing this chapter to a close. Two women could be seen fighting fiercely, throwing punches, receiving blows, and counter-attacking. It was a close battle, but the one with the advantage was the number one heroine, All Might, who, thanks to the bracelet given to her by Izuku, was gaining the upper hand. The number one villain noticed this and immediately struck All Might in the chest, pushing her back. Without wasting any time, the villain pulled out some kind of metal with red lines from her fingers, which she then used against All Might. All Might. I won't let you continue roaming free. I'll make you pay for all the damage you've caused, All for One. The blonde exclaimed, dodging the metal blades from the villain's fingers. But that was all part of the white-haired woman's plan, as she intended to strike All Might's bracelet with one of those blades, piercing it, and consequently the American heroine's arm. Ugh. She groaned, then launched a punch forward. Smash. She yelled, unleashing a powerful blast of air that sent the villain reeling. Damn, I feel weaker. All for One. That blow was weaker, All Might. Was that device what made you so strong? Or has your power weakened? She said in a tone of voice that would chill anyone. You're still weak, All Might, you're nothing. But suddenly she was lifted rapidly upwards, feeling two sharp things embedded in her shoulders. She noticed they were feathers, but she didn't even have time to say anything before a powerful burst of flame was directed towards her. Endeavor. Prominence burn. She exclaimed, launching one of her best attacks at the villain. She knew the danger All for One represented, so they had to defeat her now. All for One. Forced activation. He says quickly, sending one of those metals from his fingers to Kurogiri, burying it in the villain's left arm and causing a portal to appear in front of her, sending the attack to where all the heroines were. Best genist. Damn it. She exclaimed, creating a dome with super strong threads to protect everyone there, but All Might was faster and exclaimed. All Might. Texas Smash. And launches a powerful attack towards Endeavors, causing them to collide and produce an explosion, but no one was injured. All for One. We don't need you heroines interfering in our fight. She says, taking the feathers off her shoulders and landing on her feet without hurting herself. Hawks. She plucked my feathers with ease. She says seriously, as she flies alongside Endeavor. All for One. First of all. He says, forcing the activation of Kurogiri's quirk again, causing portals to begin pulling Shigaraki and the other villains fighting with Izuku away. Shigaraki. Wait, teacher. And left the place against her will. All for One. Okay, it's time to finish with. And again she is interrupted, as she was hit hard in the face from above, feeling great pain, because of that blow it made her face hit the ground and bounce. Izuku. Detroit, smash. The green-haired boy exclaimed, having landed that blow on the villain. As it rebounded, Izuku, with his one for all at the maximum percentage he knew how to control, then delivered a spinning kick that impacted the villain's right abdomen, sending her flying towards a building already in ruins from the battle. You shouldn't have taken your allies, All for One. The boy said without sounding arrogant. All Might. Young Midoriya. Gran Torino. That was a good Zygot hit, but that didn't defeat that damned woman. Get ready, here she comes. The villain exclaims, dodging numerous attacks from All for One, as do all the other heroines. All for One. That was a good hit. The villain said as she floated, blood trickling from her head and mouth, her clothes torn and her ribs broken. But that won't finish me, and the best part. I'll kill you both, Izuku Midoriya, and end your legacy. She said, referring to One for All. All Might. We won't allow that. Says the American blonde with 100% of her One for All, unleashing intense and numerous purple rays, generating a wind that disperses the dust around the heroine and lifts many rocks. All for One. I'll end this once and for all. The white-haired villain said seriously, gathering her best quirks in both arms, making them look disgustingly powerful, before launching herself into combat. All for One quickly launched himself at All Might using his quirk that allowed him to float. As he headed towards his nemesis, he dodged numerous fireballs launched by Endeavor, but this was a distraction. The heroine Best Genist sent out several threads intended to ensnare her, but All for One swiftly struck with his enormous right arm, sending out a blast of compressed air that impacted the blonde heroine's stomach, piercing it and causing a large amount of blood to flow. All for One's attack was so powerful that the heroine fell sideways to the ground instantly unconscious, beginning to bleed profusely. Mount Lady. Damn it. She was very upset since her companion had received a truly lethal wound, but she knew she shouldn't be reckless, so without wasting time, she would pick up her badly injured companion and say, I'll take her to a hospital. She said, starting to run while activating her gigantism quirk to go faster. Izuku. Damn. Thought the green-haired boy, but he quickly brought the index fingers and thumbs of both hands together, starting to fire multiple Delaware smash attacks that had blue flames, demonstrating that he was using a lot of power in those attacks. All for One. The ninth's first quirk would be very useful to me. She thought, dodging his attacks with some difficulty, but All Might appeared to her right, delivering a powerful punch that sent her flying into some beams and buildings. And the number 2 heroine, Endeavor, didn't miss that opportunity and launched a very powerful, enormous attack that headed towards All for One, impacting where she was, generating a powerful explosion. Izuku. If that attack had hit me, it would have killed me. The green-haired man thought seriously. But the fight didn't end there. At that moment, a very powerful air blast, its impact multiplied by 100, was directed at all the heroines. Some barely managed to avoid being sent flying, while others were flung backward, colliding with various objects and becoming unconscious. Izuku managed to avoid being thrown back by burying 5 black whips in the ground and creating a wall of ice behind him. All Might, knowing that Izuku wasn't going to leave, looked at the boy, who, feeling the blonde's gaze, returned it. Izuku quickly nodded, understanding something. Izuku and All Might would take advantage of a moment of the villain's lowered guard to deliver the final blow. All for One. I've had enough. I'll kill every single one of you here. She said, now quite enraged. The white-haired girl had multiple burns all over her body, her clothes almost destroyed. She was only wearing her bra and pants, which were now shorts. She began to summon multiple metals from her large arms, shooting out non-stop, forcing many to dodge as they ran. Some couldn't avoid being injured by these attacks and were pierced. While dodging, Endeavor launched an attack called Hell Spider to cut through many of the metals. Come on, heroines, you think that'll defeat me? Pathetic. She said as she began to launch more attacks with more of her multiple quirks, but for a few moments she forgot her main objective, lowering her guard as she was more focused on attacking, something that Izuku and the pro hero All Might noticed. All Might, Izuku. Now. Thought the one for all wielders and then launched themselves at incredible speed. Izuku increased one for all to its full potential. He was going to go all out, just like his master. They both appeared in front of the villain, who looked at them in surprise. This ends here, all for one. They both said seriously. All for one. Shit. He exclaims, knowing he couldn't dodge their attack. Endeavor, Hawks, other heroines. Finish it. People who watched that fight. All Might. Class 1A. Izuku. All people. Finish her. Everyone exclaimed, whether they were girls, heroines, etc. Izuku, All Might. Double, United States. Smai Ash. They exclaimed, giving it their all in that final blow. Izuku's left fist crackled with blue energy and fire, and then they both delivered a powerful punch that struck the villain squarely in the face, burying her face in the ground. A tornado erupted from the force, pushing all the heroines and helicopters aside, and a thick layer of dust filled the air. Silence. That was all there was. Nothing could be seen through the cloud of dust. All the women were impatient to see the result, and as the dust settled, All for One was revealed, lying on the ground with blood on her head and all over her body, not breathing, dead from that final blow. Izuku and All Might were also shown, both standing with their fists raised in victory, causing everyone watching to shout with joy and excitement at the victory of All Might and the aspiring hero Shingaki. But all the women's screams of joy and excitement were replaced by expressions of horror and panic as All Might was pierced by something. No. She was pierced by metal with red lines that punctured the left side of the heroine's abdomen. Izuku. All Might. The green-haired boy exclaimed, rushing to his teacher's aid, but then he heard applause echoing through the area, followed by a sinister laugh. Well done, you managed to defeat her. Said a deep voice, a sinister voice that conveyed more fear than the now dead number 1 villain. But, can you defeat me? Said a voice. Male. Gran Torino. Who is he? Asks All Might's teacher, helping her student along with other heroines. Izuku. Impossible. I killed you. It's not possible that you're here. I killed you. All for one. All for one. Come on, what's wrong, Hero Deku? He says, observing the green-haired boy's astonished gaze. Izuku. Damn it, how are you here? The green-haired man said seriously, a drop of sweat sliding down his face towards his chin. Endeavor. Deku Hero. Who is that guy? The heroine said seriously. This guy who had appeared didn't give her a good feeling, so she kept her flames burning. Many people were puzzled by this. No one understood what the green-haired boy and the masked man were saying. Deku. That guy had been killed but came back. No one understood anything, not Inko, Kid, Azami, Oyuki, etc. But the only one who did was the badly injured All Might, who was the only one who knew about the green-haired boy's past life, and even she didn't quite understand how All for One from Izuku's first world was there. All for One. I see you've changed since our first encounter, but that was to be expected. Many years have passed since our confrontation. He said in a chilling tone, even for the green-haired boy. And to answer your question. Easy. Just as you were reincarnated by Kami himself. I was reincarnated by Satan himself. He said, surprising the green-haired boy, who clicked his tongue in astonishment. All for One had literally revealed how he arrived in this world. Everyone who heard this was shocked, stunned, and speechless. The villain looked at a helicopter that was broadcasting everything and then said. That's right. The Izuku Midoriya you know isn't the real one. He's just a replacement for the original in this world. An impostor. Well then. The number 1 villain exclaimed in a clearly mocking and malevolent tone. Just as there are angels and gods. There are also demons and devils. If I defeat you, I'll recover from the fights with the previous wielders, and my quirk will be even more powerful than it already is. He said, then added. Therefore. This will be your end. You'd better be prepared. He lifted himself up using his float quirk. Izuku. Damn, there's no point in hiding it anymore. But now's not the time for explanations, we have to finish him off, he's extremely dangerous. I knew there was a chance this would happen, but I didn't think it was possible. Damn, this is going to be really difficult. The green-haired boy thought, still a little sore from his fight with the female version of All for One. Then, a light blue-green aura began to surround him, the ground he was standing on cracked, and all the dust in the area was scattered. One for all. Full combination. 100%. He said as countless green lightning bolts surrounded him. His hair stood on end, blue fire erupted from his legs, rising to his knees, light blue energy appeared from his hands to his shoulders, and darkness appeared on his chest, enveloping the entire area. Gran Torino. From what I can see. He's as strong as, or even stronger than, that All For One. The former pro hero said very seriously. Endeavor. DSK, in that case we need the old lady from UA to come and heal All Might, we need her strength. We have to team up again to defeat that guy. Oyuki's mother said, looking at Gran Torino. But All For One, knowing that things would be much more complicated with All Might, decided to ignore the old woman's call. So, without wasting any time, he extended his hand, pointing at All Might's mentor, and then threw something at her. Gran Torino. What is happening? She asks, not understanding what the villain did, but out of nowhere she begins to rise. Huh. Damn it. All Might. Teacher, no. Exclaims the pained All Might, helplessly watching the scene. Izuku. I won't let you. The green-haired boy exclaimed, about to launch himself at his enemy, but at that moment All For One would lift the little former heroine even higher. Damn you, stop. He exclaimed, throwing a black whip at Gran Torino with the intention of catching her, but even at his maximum power he wouldn't succeed. All For One. Die. He says, clenching his fist tightly, causing Gran Torino's inevitable death at that moment. Endeavor. You damn bastard. Exclaimed the number 2 pro hero, truly enraged by the death of one of her allies. Well, she hadn't cared much about such things before, now she did. She had recently reconsidered all her actions. I won't let you live. She declared, causing all her flames to turn an intense blue. She was furious, and it was very noticeable. All For One. One less. He said as he killed the old woman, knowing she was the All Might's teacher from that world. He saw Endeavor unleash blue flames so powerful they melted even rocks, and he too felt the intense heat. This is magnificent. If I take your quirk, I'll undoubtedly increase my progress. He said evilly, but at that moment he noticed a green-haired boy looking down, his fists clenched tightly. Oh. Izuku. You damn fool. He said through gritted teeth, the aura surrounding him intensifying, his rays becoming much more intense, appearing faster and faster. Izuku. I will never forgive you for this. Never. Exclaimed the emerald-eyed boy, extremely angry, raising his gaze and looking with pure rage at All For One. The number 1 villain was surprised by the boy's attitude, but what surprised him even more were the green-haired boy's eyes. The entire eye, except for the pupil, had turned black, and the pupils glowed an intense green. Everyone watched in amazement. Those eyes were very intimidating but also amazing. All For One. It will be a pleasure to finish you off, Hero Deku. I'll repay you for what you did to me. Exclaimed the villain, pulling out several metal objects with reddish lines, which flew towards the green-haired boy with great speed. But Izuku was much faster, as in a microsecond the green-haired boy was no longer in the same place, surprising All For One with the absurd speed of the boy. But his surprise was even greater when he saw that Izuku was in front of him, with an angry face that sent a chill down his spine. Before he could react, Midoriya began to unleash a barrage of punches on All For One, hitting him in the face, chest, stomach, etc., even breaking the villain's mask. Then the green-haired boy kicked All For One in the stomach with both legs, causing the villain to spit a lot of blood from his mouth and be very quickly launched towards the heroines. Endeavor, knowing that Izuku had given him this opportunity to attack the villain, prepared himself. All For One. This kid is even stronger than last time. The villain thought, seeing the boy's power and noticing he also had a new quirk. But I'm so. The villain felt something grab onto his back. Turning around, he saw it was Endeavor. What do you think you're doing, heroine Endeavor? He said, trying to shake the heroine off, but the immense heat she was generating made it very difficult. I can't use my quirks like this. Damn it. Endeavor didn't say a single word. He began to rise rapidly into the sky using the flames on his legs, and when he was at a very great height, he shouted. Endeavor. Burn in the flames of purgatory, prominence. Burn. And by launching the greatest attack he had ever made, he caused an intense tower of blue fire to rise, followed by a powerful explosion that shook the entire area. Even the helicopters had to move away because they were dying of heat. Then something began to fall, but it was caught by Izuku's black whip, trapping Endeavor, who was unconscious from using far beyond his power, with many burns on his body, and his clothes almost burned away. Izuku. I hope he's finished it. The green-haired man said, still using his full combination technique, but he knew very well that it wouldn't defeat the killer of the previous wielders, and he was right, because from the generated smoke, a silhouette appeared, and the wielder of One For All recognized it instantly. TSK. All For One. If I didn't protect myself in time, I'd end up like All Might's teacher. The villain said, surrounded by layers of air that protected him, and with a mocking smile, which caused the green-haired boy to exclaim. Izuku. You bastard. And the green-haired boy would very swiftly launch himself against the villain, going at a superhuman speed, looking like a living light blue lightning bolt, which surprised even more the people who were watching that fight. Inko, the mother of Izuku and Azami, was about to burst out of her heart watching that fight. As Izuku charged towards All for One, the latter began to spin, surrounded by a torrent of blue fire and green electricity, resembling a tornado. The tornado left a trail of destruction in its wake, and Izuku collided with All for One. All for One swiftly created 10 layers of air in front of him to try and stop Izuku, knowing how powerful he could be. However, Izuku's combined strength and speed were so great that he easily shattered those layers of air, crashing into All for One. Feeling the fire, electricity, and power of Izuku, All for One couldn't help but let out a scream of pain. Still spinning, Izuku rose into the sky, and without giving his opponent any chance, he stopped spinning and grabbed All for One's right arm. To prevent any further movement from Izuku, All for One used his airstrike quirk, striking the boy without moving his only free arm. Surprisingly, the boy was unaffected. Because of the attack, Izuku would then send the eyeless villain crashing to the ground with such force that he would leave the number 1 villain buried in the ground, and the aspiring hero would quickly gather a lot of fire in his right arm, thanks to fire control, and then launch all that fire, which was more of a powerful explosion, a variant of his fire, towards the buried villain. All the heroines present on the battlefield were thrown back by the magnitude of the attack. The spectators were speechless at the immense power the green-haired boy displayed, but they all grew excited and began chanting Izuku, 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 hoping that the green-haired boy could defeat that infamous villain. Izuku descended to the ground, putting a good distance between himself and All for One, and then began to breathe heavily. He was exhausted from his fight against the female version of All for One, and now he was using a high percentage of his quirk along with his other quirk. He certainly wouldn't emerge unscathed from this. Izuku. Damn, I don't think I can hold on any longer, the green-haired boy said, his eyes returning to normal. His elemental control quirk had completely deactivated, revealing numerous burns on his arms and legs. He felt his body paralyzed by the electricity, and his entire body ached from one for all. Unable to endure anymore, the green-haired boy had to deactivate his inherited quirk. Shit. I can't move. And the green-haired boy couldn't finish, as he was pierced through the right side of his abdomen and his left shoulder. His pupils turned white for a moment because of this. Izuku. Ugh. The boy was pierced again through his arms and chest, spitting up a lot of blood in the process, and falling on his back in extreme pain, unable to move due to the great pain and numbness. Damn it. I can't feel my body. All for One. That was really close. But it wasn't close enough to defeat me, the villain said, appearing with his chest completely exposed, covered in wounds, blood dripping from his body and face. You were so close to killing me, but now I see the tables have turned, haven't they, Hero Deku? The villain said, his right arm beginning to transform grotesquely, blending numerous quirks within it. I'll kill you just like I did the other wielders, he said, stepping in front of the green-haired boy. You put up a good fight, but now you'll die, and I'll plunge the world into chaos. I'll rule everything, and no one will stand in my way. Izuku. If there will always be someone who gets up and fights, said the green-haired boy lying on the ground, one eye open and the other closed, barely able to speak. All for One. HMPH, foolish last words. But it's to be expected from a hero, he said, about to finish him off, but quickly had to block a very powerful blow. You interfere right now. All Might. All Might. I won't let you hurt Midoriya Shonen anymore, the furious fully recovered heroine exclaimed. How did she recover? Because while the faceless villain was fighting Izuku, they called Recovery Girl, preventing All for One from noticing the old woman's presence. And I will avenge my teacher's death, she declared, delivering a powerful smash to the villain at full power, pushing him back forcefully. Then she grabbed Izuku and swiftly carried him to where the other pro-heroes were. Mirko-san, take Midoriya Shonen to Recovery Girl. It's urgent. And the rabbit heroine nods, somewhat annoyed. She wanted to kick that villain's butt for killing one of her own and seriously injuring Izuku and Best Jeanist, so she quickly takes the green-haired boy to where the youthful heroine is. All Might. I've had enough of this, exclaimed the number 1 pro-hero, clearly furious. A dangerous and powerful battle was taking place. The number 1 heroine, a symbol of peace and justice, was facing off against the recently appeared All for One. Both were throwing hard and fast blows, neither giving an inch. But the one with the advantage was All for One, who knew All Might's moves and how to counterattack them. Even so, they fought so intensely that the whole place trembled from the intensity of the combat. Meanwhile, we see a green-haired boy lying on a stretcher. They were in a place a little away from the combat zone for obvious reasons. The boy lay unconscious after the UA nurse treated him, healing all his wounds in the process, until Izuku opens his eyes and gets up quickly, but feels the gazes of many people on him. Azami. Ani-chan. And she hugs her brother with several tears coming out of her eyes, seeing that fight scared her tremendously because of the outcome. Uraraka. Izuku-kun. The Machi lover also hugs the green-haired boy, tears streaming down her face as she sees that he is safe and sound, and surprisingly, all the girls from Class A are there, even the entire Class 1B is present. Kaminari. We thought you were. Mineta. You were dead. Izuku. No. I'm fine, the important thing now is to help All Might. Izuku said with utmost seriousness. Aizawa-sensei must have brought them. Or they came on their own. Thought the green-haired boy. At that moment, two people arrived at the scene after hearing several voices in the area. These were Racerhead and Endeavor, who was also healed by the young heroine. Aizawa. It's good you're awake, Midoriya. Let's get straight to the point. He said bluntly. It wasn't the situation or the time to talk about unnecessary things. Endeavor. We give you all, and Izuku Midoriya, our permission as heroines to assist in combat. You are in an extreme situation and need all the help you can get. Although I hate to say it, we can't defeat that wretch alone. She says, frustrated and annoyed by that damned villain who appeared just as they finished off the other All for One. Kendo. Don't you think it's a bit much to ask for help from aspiring students? Asks the orange-haired girl with the quirk of enlarging her hands. Kid. Do you think I care? I want to kick that son of a bitch's ass. She exclaimed, furious at what had happened. She didn't like seeing what happened to her beloved boyfriend. Aizawa. It's decided, come with us, you two Midoriya, it seems you've recovered, you're the one that guy is looking for, so you're the most important one. The former vigilante said seriously, starting to walk outside, followed by Endeavor, the other students, and Izuku. The surprise of all the women, except Eraser, Endeavor, and the only man there, was great when they saw that all the top-ranked heroines were gathered together, along with many more lower-ranked ones. Endeavor. It's now or never. Said the heroine with Hellflame's quirk. With All Might. We can see All Might delivering powerful blows to the villain, who dodged and counterattacked. He had to admit that the number one heroine was stronger than the All Might he had known, but that didn't matter now. Dodging a blow from the American blonde, All for One placed his left hand on her abdomen, then moved his hand forward sharply, causing All Might to spit out saliva and blood. But the eyeless villain didn't stop there, as he used his metals with red lines to pierce the heroine's arms, shoulders, legs, feet, and the left side of her abdomen, causing her to cough up blood. All Might. Am miserable. Said the number one pro hero, badly injured. Even fully recovered, she couldn't defeat that damned villain who murdered her teacher. All for one. You're weak, All Might. You lack hatred. Said the number one villain, bearing several wounds, but seemingly unaffected at the moment. He was about to finish off the pro hero under the watchful eyes of many terrified spectators. Kid. Get away from her, you damn Darth Vader copy. The furious ash-haired woman yelled, unleashing a powerful explosion at the villain. And the villain, by putting a layer of air in front of him, avoiding being harmed by Kid's attack, and All for One would put a layer of air in front of Bakugo, then make the ash blonde be pushed upwards, and he crash heavily to the ground while exclaiming, damn it. But she was caught by a black whip, preventing her from hitting the ground, thanks to Izuku, who had an annoyed look at seeing his teacher in that state. Because of All for One, Gran Torino died, and now All Might had that serious injury. All for One. I see you're recovered, Deku, but it won't do any good. And I see you brought reinforcements, huh? Says the faceless villain, strangely normal, as if seeing so many heroines together didn't affect him. Vlad Queen. We'll finish you off, you damned villain. Exclaimed the head teacher of Class 1B with clear anger. Ryukyu. For your own good, it's best if you surrender voluntarily. The heroine said, using her quirk, transforming into a huge dragon. Izuku. You'll pay for all the damage you've caused. The green-haired man said very seriously. If he hated Tamura Shigaraki's villain and master before, now he hated him 100,000 times more. In short, he would make him pay for everything. All for one. Interesting, I see that this will finally be my end. Or so I would say if it really were my end. He says, opening his arms, and on each side, more than 200 grayish portals appear, and then from there many nemesis begin to emerge. Weak, normal, strong, and high-end. Eraserhead. It was to be expected that things wouldn't be easy. The dark-haired woman said, putting on her yellow glasses, ready for combat. Mirko. I'll kick every single one of those pieces of shit's ass. Says the rabbit heroine, also ready for action. Silence was all that filled that battlefield, which looked more like a war zone. The heroines, the aspiring heroes, All for One, and even Izuku didn't say a word until suddenly, a piece of rock fell to the ground, generating a heavy sound, causing all the pro heroes and aspiring heroes to launch themselves into combat. Endeavor. Now. They exclaimed as they all charged into battle, and at that moment All for One ordered the nemesis to launch themselves into the fray. All for One. Kill them all. I'll take care of Izuku Midoriya. He said, and those things quickly launched themselves into combat. The entire area, once a great city, had been transformed into a battlefield where heroines and nomes fought, and aspirants gave their all to avoid defeat. "Lita. Azami-kun, get down," exclaimed the blue-haired girl, seeing that a Nomu was about to hit one of her best friends from behind. Midoriya obeyed Ingenium's sister and ducked, allowing Tenya to use his quirk and deliver a quick and powerful kick to the beast's head, passing over his green-haired friend. "Azami. Thank you, Tenya-chan, jump," she exclaimed, seeing that another Nomu was about to attack her friend's feet. The girl with glasses did as she was told and jumped. Azami then used her quirk on the Nomu, making it float from a great height and then crash down heavily on top of another beast, crushing them and leaving blood and brains scattered about. Ugh, how disgusting. All those people gave their all, causing the heroines to gradually gain ground against a weak, normal, and strong Nomus, but with the high end it was another story. Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, and Edgeshot fought hard against those beasts. They had managed to defeat those monsters. Mirko? Moon Ring. The pro hero exclaims, spinning forward rapidly and delivering a kick directly to a Nomu's head, slamming it into the ground. Hawks. These Nomus are really annoying, he said very seriously as he flew and threw extremely sharp feathers at those beasts. Izuku. The green-haired boy was in the air, floating thanks to airbending. And then a small sun began to form in his left palm, radiating intense heat. After a long time, I was able to perfect this ability. Girls, get back, the green-haired boy exclaimed. All the heroines present heard this and moved away, leaving the Nomus alone. Cruel sun. The green-haired boy shouted, launching his attack rapidly downwards, causing the ground to shatter and an explosion to incinerate the Nomus sent by All for One. All for One. That quirk is truly powerful, the villain thought, watching as several high-ends were defeated by that attack, but he had to try to block a swift blow from Izuku, but his arms were caught by black whips from the green-haired boy that gripped him tightly. Damn it. Izuku. Wyoming smash, exclaimed the emerald-eyed man, delivering a powerful punch to All for One's head at 90% power. Many green lightning bolts appeared, his hair stood on end, and his pupils shone more intensely. The blow was so powerful it made the place tremble slightly. All for One was about to be sent flying, but the green-haired man grabbed the villain again with his whips. This time, however, he used a variation of waterbending, bloodbending, preventing any movement from the villain. This surprised even the villain, since the emerald-eyed man hadn't used that technique in the previous fight. All for One. Damn brat, you got more tricks up your sleeve, she exclaimed angrily, unable to stop herself from using her numerous quirks. But the inability to use them wasn't due to Izuku, but rather Eraserhead, who had erased All for One's main quirk. The Eraser heroine had water floating near her eyes to prevent them from closing. Damn it, they're just in the way. Izuku. Shut up, the green-haired boy exclaimed, raising his one for all to 100%. He knew he shouldn't hold back against him. Izuku, after grabbing All for One and preventing him from moving, would deliver several blows with all his power, using various combinations with his original quirk. Izuku. Wyoming smash. St. Louis smash, the green-haired man exclaimed, unleashing several powerful blows that seriously damaged All for One, who grew increasingly frustrated, cornered. You will pay for everything, the green-haired man shouted angrily, his pupils momentarily disappearing with rage. All for One. Damn it, Nomus, protect me, he exclaimed, a little desperate. He hadn't planned for this. He hadn't expected the green-haired boy to have any way of preventing his movement. Upon hearing this, some Nomus stopped fighting and quickly went to their master or leader to protect him. They were accomplishing their mission when, at that exact moment, a Nomu was knocked upwards, and surprisingly, it was Lemillion. Poier, exclaims the blonde with blue eyes, appearing in combat and delivering a powerful blow to a Nomu. Izuku. Lemillion, exclaimed the green-haired boy, surprised to see his friend and senpai there. Nijire. I'm here too, Izuku-kun, the light blue-haired girl said, appearing on the scene and launching several waves at Nomus as she flew. Tamaki. And I'm the same, she said, somewhat shy about speaking, but not too much because they were in an extreme situation. The black-haired woman was using several tentacles to grab some Nomus and throwing them upwards so that Nijire could launch waves at them. All for One. You just keep showing up, you keep getting in the way of my fight, the furious villain exclaimed, since this meant he wouldn't be able to fulfill his duty to kill Izuku in order to recover his face and enhance his quirk. Everything was going to hell, and all because of that same damn green-haired kid again. Izuku. Those nuisances you talk about are my friends and companions, exclaimed the green-haired boy, beginning to use Plus Ultra. His beams became much more intense, his gaze sharpened even further, and the wind around him was truly fierce. Izuku. This is for all the damage, for all the victims you claimed, the green-haired man exclaimed, gathering his full power into his right arm. Fire, energy, darkness, and wind. Causing the sleeve of that arm to pulverize. One for all. Full combination. At 1,000,000%. All for one. Shit. Eraserhead. Midoriya. Kid. Izuku. Everyone. Go. Azami. Ani-chan do it. Izuku. Delaware. Detroit. Smai-Ayosh. The green-haired man exclaimed, delivering his final blow to the number one villain's chest, piercing him with the force of his punch combined with his quirk. All for one. And no way. I've lost again because of that brat. He thought for the last time as he felt his imminent death before beginning to fall heavily towards the ground and finally falling on his back, dead. Several people could be seen looking at a person lying on a stretcher after the fierce battle that had taken place no more than 2 hours prior, where the heroines had fortunately emerged victorious without any losses, aside from Gran Torino. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who defeated All for One, was on a hospital stretcher. He had been brought in after being knocked unconscious, severely injured and exhausted from using One for All and elemental control extensively. Now he was covered in bandages all over his body and some on his face. The girls of Class 1A, along with Inko Midoriya and Shota Izawa, were watching the green-haired boy, many with great pity, having witnessed the immense effort he had made fighting that villain. Inko had arrived at the hospital as quickly as she could, and Izawa was there because he wanted to ask the green-haired boy several questions. Kyoka. When do you think Izuku will wake up? The purple-haired girl asked, sounding somewhat sad. She also had bandages on her face from fighting the nemesis. Mina. I don't know, I'm really worried. The pink-haired girl said sadly. She didn't like seeing Izuku hurt. It was hard to see, especially since it was the boy she liked. Oyuki. I know he'll wake up soon. But why did that villain call Izuku Deku? The bi-colored girl thought seriously. She had heard everything the faceless villain said perfectly, and that question, along with others, came to mind. Inko. I just hope my baby wakes up soon. The green-haired woman said, her eyes welling with tears. More than anyone, she felt terrible seeing her beloved son like that, no matter how many times it happened. It was something she couldn't bear. But they all saw that the green-haired boy was beginning to open his eyes with some effort, which made them all quickly enter Izuku's room and then see the emerald-eyed boy sit down on the cot. Inko. Izuku. Azami and Izuku's mother quickly hugged her son as tears streamed from her eyes. Seeing her son awake and seemingly healed was a huge relief. Izuku. Akasan, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. The green-haired man said with a smile and a look that conveyed peace. The fact that he had finished off the All for One of this world and the All for One of his other world relieved him greatly. Azami. Ani-chan. The sister of the only man in that place also shed tears, as did several of her companions. It was a gigantic relief. Kid. You'd better have woken up now, Izu. Said the ash-haired girl with ruby eyes, in her typical tsundere mood, though she was extremely relieved that Midoriya was alright. Lita. It's good to see you're alright, Midoriya-kun. The blue-haired girl said, letting out a sigh of relief. Kaminari. I thought you had gone to the other world. The blonde girl said, tears welling in her eyes. Izuku was a role model for her and the person she loved. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm recovered. Aizawa-sensei, what about All Might? The green-haired boy asked seriously. He had an idea of what it was about, but hoped it wasn't that. Aizawa. She's undergoing surgery. She suffered extensive injuries all over her body, and recovery girl couldn't heal her because she risked dying. That villain completely perforated her stomach and part of her respiratory system. She says, somewhat annoyed with the now dead villain. All Might was in critical condition, and they had been operating on her for 2 hours and still weren't finished. Uraraka. That villain left her badly injured. It was thanks to Bakugo that All Might didn't end up worse. And I wasn't lying. If Kid hadn't attacked that villain with multiple quirks, the American blonde would have died. Aizawa. Midoriya, I have several questions for you, and since you're well, I don't see any problem with you answering them. Said the former vigilante with her arms crossed, not wearing her typical kill me face, but a more serious one. Izuku. Izuku sighed softly. He expected questions, and it was time to tell the whole truth. Go ahead. All the women there fell silent, as they too wanted to know, including Inko. Aizawa. Is it true that you're not the real Izuku Midoriya? That you come from another world? Izuku. That's right, I'm not the real Izuku, I'm from another world where I died fighting All for One. At this, many opened their eyes in shock, knowing this surprised them greatly. Aizawa. What did that villain mean by the existence of gods and devils? Izuku. Alright, but you mustn't tell anyone this. It's something that must never be made public. He said with immense seriousness, to which all the women nodded in agreement. Well, there are deities who watch over all the worlds, the multiverse. The gods are the highest ranking, responsible for watching over and also for guiding souls to the other world or reincarnating them. Then there are the angels, who, so to speak, are the children of the gods. By this point, no one knew what to say. Knowing that the gods existed was awe-inspiring. And the devils are the opposite of the gods. They are responsible for destroying the multiverse, as are the demons, but the gods and angels keep them in check. He said, possessing the knowledge of Kami-sama himself. He already knew about this. Shoji. That's Momo. Awesome. Oyuki. I'd also like to ask you something, Izuku. The heterochromatic girl said, drawing the attention of the boy she liked. Why did that guy call you Deku? Kirishima. Yes, I want to know that too. Says the dyed-redeed, intrigued. Izuku. It's because that was my hero name in my other world. Deku meant useless, but. A certain brown-haired girl interrupted the green-haired boy. Achako. Useless. To me it means you can do it. Said the brunette, to which the green-haired boy opened his eyes in genuine surprise. Mineta. What was your other world like? The perverted girl asked, wanting to know more. That it intrigued her. Tsayu. I want to know too, Kiro. She says, placing her left index finger on her chin. Izuku. It was quite. He couldn't continue because the regular teacher would interrupt the green-haired boy. Azawa. That'll have to wait for another time, Midoriya. You know what you did was illegal, right? This time, UA can't help you. He said, and all the girls were terrified and incredibly worried. But. The president of Japan sent someone to deliver something to you. He said, taking something out of his pocket and handing it to the green-haired boy. Inko. What is that, Izuku? The older Midoriya asked, puzzled. Izuku. A provisional license. He says, observing what Izawa handed him. Keyed. If you think having that license means you've surpassed me, Aizu, you're wrong. She said in her typical explosive tone. Izawa. We're in a hospital, show some respect, Bakugo. She says with her quirk activated, looking at the ash-haired girl. And UA will give you a week to rest and recover. You can go home to rest or to the High Alliance. She says, leaving the place. Azami. I still find it hard to believe that Ani-chan has reincarnated. Says the green-haired girl sitting next to her boyfriend. Tokoyami. You're right, but there's no point in dwelling on this topic any longer. Said the girl with the crow's head, arms crossed. Inko. I have to go now, Azami-chan, Izuku. If you want to come home, you're more than welcome. She said, kissing her daughter and son on the forehead, then looking at the other girls and saying. Please take good care of my children. She said, bowing to the girls. The girls. That's what we'll do. They said in unison, bowing, and then Inko proceeded to leave the hospital. Izuku. Girls, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this, but it was extremely important. Said the green-haired boy with his head down. He thought the girls would be angry with him. Hagakure. Don't worry, Izuku-kun. We understand you had to keep it a secret. Said the visibly invisible girl. Achako. You, like everyone else, have your secrets, but that's not the only reason we're going to get angry with you. The Machi lover said with a sweet smile, which made Izuku blush. Lita. You're right, it wouldn't be typical of a good friend. She says with a kind smile, which makes the boy blush again. Mina. Hey, I have an idea. The pink-haired girl said, noticing the boy blushing. To celebrate Izuku's victory, let's go to the movies. She said with a smile. Kirishima. Yes, let's do it. The woman said with a smile. Izuku. That's not a bad idea, of course. The boy said, accepting the idea. A little break would do him good, something that would excite almost all the women. But that will have to be in another city, since this one was almost completely destroyed. Oyuki. I don't see a problem. She said with a slight smile. Seeing that Izuku was alright made her quite happy. Mina. Great, let's hope Izuku gets discharged and we'll get ready. She says excitedly. This could be her chance, and everyone else's except Azami and Kids, to be more than just friends with Izuku. The green-haired boy could be seen leaving the hospital where he had been sent 2 days prior. Izuku was now being guarded by 4 pro-heroes. Endeavor, who had recovered, Eraserhead, Present Mick, and finally Midnight, who was also there in case the other women who were about to break through the hospital gates, went after Izuku. Azawa. Midoriya, we'll take you to UA so you can pick up a suit. We're going to Gran Torino's funeral. We were waiting for you to start. She says in a slightly serious tone. Izuku. Okay, thanks for waiting for me. Said Izuku, sounding a little sad. Losing one of his teachers was hard. Endeavor. Don't be discouraged, kid, you've already done her justice, you've finished off that villain. Said the number 2 heroine strangely with a smile. Managing to avoid the massive crowd of women, journalists, etc. The boy and the women got into a waiting car and were taken to the academy, which was empty except for a few teachers and the principal. Izuku went to the principal's office, knocking on the door and receiving a come-in from the white-haired woman. Izuku. Good afternoon, director, I've come for the suit for the funeral. Izuku said to the second smartest person. Director. Okay, there it is. She said, pointing to a shelf where the suit was located, which the green-haired boy then picked up. Midoriya, thank you for defeating that villain. You'll be a great hero. Izuku. There's no need to thank me, it's what a hero should do, right? Izuku said with a calm smile, before heading to the only men's bathroom at UA and changing his clothes. After the green-haired boy finished putting on his suit, he went to the funeral for All Might's teacher, where many people were gathered, including the blonde American girl. After the funeral ended, Izuku and All Might placed a white flower on their teacher's grave, saying goodbye with a few tears, and finally left, going to their respective homes. At the Midoriya house. We can see a green-haired boy entering his house. Strangely, there wasn't a single woman outside, but it wasn't as if he cared. Upon entering, he was greeted by Inko and Izami, who hugged Izuku tightly. Inko. I'm so glad to see you here, Izuku. Said the mother of the two green-haired boys, hugging her son with a few tears in her eyes. Izami. I missed you so much, Ani-chan. She said happily. She hadn't been able to visit her brother in the hospital because she was planning an outing with the rest of her classmates. Surprisingly, Keat also helped with the planning. Izuku. I missed you all a lot too. Would you like something to eat since the three of us are here? The emerald-eyed man asked with a smile. Inko. In fact, we already knew you were coming today, so Izami-chan and I prepared katsudon. The cheerful green-haired girl said with a motherly smile. And so they spent the rest of the day as a family, watching movies, talking, and other things. Time skip, next day. We can see Izuku getting dressed for the outing he was going to have with his classmates. Ioka had told him by phone that at 2:30 they would meet at the entrance of an amusement park in Shizuoka Prefecture, since that's where the outing, or rather, the date, would begin. Izuku. Will I look good? He asked himself, looking at himself in a mirror. And so he left the house, saying goodbye to Inko, and then walked towards the designated place. Many girls asked him for autographs, photos, greetings, and even kisses from Izuku, obviously refusing the last one, but he wouldn't be late, since he would arrive precisely at 2:30, observing that Izami, Kid, Oyuki, Achako, Iida, Momo, Mina, Kyoka, Hagakure, Tsuyu, Kaminari, Mineta, Kirishima, Shiro, and Ejiro were waiting for him there, all dressed casually, although Izuku couldn't help but blush. Izuku. Mineta and Denki from my other world would be dying of jealousy. Izuku thought with a touch of humor, before saying. Hey girls, did I keep you waiting long? Oyuki. No, we just arrived. The bi-colored girl said with a slight smile. She liked seeing and being with Midoriya. Kid. You're late, don't be late again, Aizu. The ruby-eyed girl said, standing next to her boyfriend. But I'm still glad you came. She admitted with a slight calm smile, which surprised Izuku a little. Momo. Well, now that we're all here, we'd better go in, don't you think? Says the multimillionaire girl with a large bustness, surreptitiously approaching Izuku. Kaminari. Yes, I want to ride the roller coaster, let's go. Exclaimed the lively electric blonde, grabbing Izuku's hand and running into the park. And so they began to have fun at that amusement park, going on all the rides, all enjoying the moment they shared with Izuku, and Izuku enjoying being with his companions. They also played on the rides where they could win prizes, and Izuku, knowing many ways to win, won all the games, winning many prizes which he gave to the girls. Then Kirishima suggested they go to the movies, since a new film was showing, which they all agreed to, including Izuku. So they went to the movies, and Izuku paid for the tickets, even though they had all refused to let him, including Mineta, who for the first time didn't see Izuku in a purely lustful way. They entered the theater and went to the corresponding auditorium, waiting for the movie to begin. Mina. I hope it's fun, what do you think, Aizu-kun? The lively pink-haired girl asked with a smile. Izuku. I think it'll be good, or at least I think so. Said the boy with emerald eyes, waiting for the movie to start. Kyoka. According to those who have already seen it, it's one of the best they've shown. She says with a smile. Achako. Yes, it'll be amazing. He said with a smile. Seeing the smiles of all the women, the green-haired boy couldn't help but blush deeply. He was beginning to understand their feelings. Hagakure. Izuku blushed. She said in a playful tone of voice. Lita. From what I can see, that's right, he's completely blushing. The blue-haired woman stated. Izuku. I'm not blushing. He says, trying to avoid blushing, but in vain. Izami. Nice, it looks. I was going to continue, but the movie was finally going to start. And exactly 1 hour and 45 minutes later, the movie would end, having been quite funny. Then they would all leave the cinema with Izuku, and they would take one last walk of the day, passing by a beach, managing to see the sunset, the sun reflecting on the sea, seeing a beautiful scene. Mina. How gorgeous. Sayu. Kiro. Momo. It's time. The raven-haired girl thought, approaching the only man in the place and calling his attention. Izuku-kun. Izuku. What's wrong, Momo? Asked a boy with emerald green eyes. The other girls, except for Izami and Kid, understood what the multimillionaire girl was getting at, and all of them approached her, except for the two already mentioned. Kirishima. Well. Izuku. Yeah. Oyuki. We would like. Kid. Just say it already, damn it. All. We wish you were our boyfriend. They all exclaimed in unison, blushing. Izuku's expression upon hearing the unanimous declaration. What? Echako. Izuku-kun, we want you to be our partner. We've liked you for a long time, and when you rejected us, you said that if we won your love, you'd be our boyfriend. Don't you think we've already won your affection? Asks the Machi lover, taking the green-haired boy's right hand. Kaminari. We've shared so much with you, we want our future to be with you, and no one else. She says, taking the green-haired man's other hand. Mineta. You've saved us and helped us so many times that you're our role model. Says the purple-haired girl, surprising Izuku. Lita. So we'll ask you again, would you be our partner, Izuku Midoriya? Ingenium's sister asked, looking Izuku straight in the eyes. Izuku. They've changed compared to before. Izuku thought with a slight smile, then said with a soft sigh. Girls. He was about to answer when Oyuki stepped in front of him. Oyuk. And at that moment, the bi-colored girl kissed him on the lips, surprising everyone there, before pulling away. Huh? He exclaimed, surprised and blushing deeply. Oyuki. Will you be our boyfriend? She asks, standing in front of Izuku, looking him directly in the eyes. Izuku. I accept. Izuku said with a smile, to which all the women there smiled like never before, and they rushed towards the green-haired boy, bringing the chapter to a close. Whoa. Izuku's pav. 12 years have passed since I agreed to go out with my classmates. We became couples, with me being the boyfriend of all of them, but now we're married. Some say I have a harem, but I don't like to call it that. I prefer to call it polygamy, as it's a more accurate term. We graduated from the academy and finally became pro-heroes. As the first male hero, I attracted the most attention, worldwide in fact, but that's not the important thing. I finally became the #1 hero in Japan, which made my wives, the now retired All Might, and my mother very proud. When she found out, she almost flooded her house with tears as I told her on the phone. What surprised me and many other people was that the League of Villains hadn't acted during all this time, leading many to believe they had died or something similar. But obviously, I didn't believe any of that nonsense. I know they're out there, planning something, and not something small, it must be something extremely dangerous. Now I'm with my wives at our house, which is a huge mansion where we all live together, and believe it or not, I'm expecting 13 children. 13. Yes, it's a lot, but I like the idea of being a father. In my other world, I didn't have this opportunity, so now I finally can. Izuku's pav end. We can see a tall, well-built, and more mature green-haired man, a 28-year-old Izuku Midoriya, the current #1 hero, and the most famous, including in several countries like China, France, etc., one could say all over the world, not only for being a man, but because throughout his heroic career, he was never defeated by any villain, earning him the nickname Shigako. The invincible hero. Something that didn't bother him, besides, it made the villains think twice before committing their evil deeds. Kid. Hey, Izu, haven't you been paying attention to us or what? The ash-blonde woman said, looking up at her current husband. The woman had grown a few centimeters, her hair was shorter, and her stomach was bigger because she was pregnant. Azami. Why so distracted, Izuku? The green-haired girl asked, a little worried. She had also grown a bit taller, her breasts had also gotten bigger, and her hair was a little shorter, but the difference was barely noticeable. She also had a swollen stomach, as she was pregnant, expecting twins. Oyuki. If anything happens to you, you know you can tell us, we're your wives. The bi-colored girl said with a smile. She had become more open when it came to expressing herself, something that pleased Izuku and all the other women, yes, including the explosive Kid. She had grown in size, being a little taller than the green-haired boy's sister, her hair was a little longer, and she wasn't pregnant, since she didn't feel ready to be a mother yet, and because she wanted to continue her work as a hero, as she was also in the top 3 in Japan. Izuku. It's nothing, girls, don't worry. Izuku said with a pleasant smile. He loved it when his wives cared about him. Kaminari. It won't be long before they're born. Said the electric blonde, rubbing her stomach a little. She was 8.5 months pregnant with Izuku's child, something she liked, since she had wanted to be a mother for years. Lita. Girls, you need to be resting, you're pregnant. She said, moving her right arm up and down, still maintaining her usual rigid demeanor. Achako. Tenya-chan is right, they can hurt the babies. Said the Machi lover, who was also expecting a baby. The girl with the zero-gravity quirk had grown a few centimeters taller, her hair was longer, and it was obvious that she was more mature than before. Izuku. Achako is right, they should. Izuku was about to say something, until he heard Tsuyu say something from the living room of that mansion. Tsuyu. Izuku-chan, girls, come and see. Exclaimed the heroine Froppy from the living room. She hadn't changed much, but she was noticeably more mature, and yes, she was expecting triplets. And when they heard the girl with the frog quirk call them, they went to where she was, seeing that the other wives of the green-haired boy were also there, and Inko was there too, who had gone to live with Izuku and Izami at their request. They were all watching television, more specifically, the news. Mineta. Look. The purple-haired girl said, watching the news intently. She had changed drastically. Her perverted personality had vanished. Now she was someone completely different, and no, she wasn't pregnant, at least not now. And Izuku was quite surprised to see that a live broadcast was being shown from downtown Chiba Prefecture, where it showed hundreds of villains destroying everything, and several heroines fighting. Izuku. Alright, we'll go then. Izuku said seriously, then looked at his watch, which was really modern, it looked very futuristic. The emerald-eyed boy pressed a button on his watch 3 times, causing his hero costume to appear already on the green-haired boy. Oyuki, Tenya, Kirishima, Mina, Hanta, Ajiro, and Kyoka did the same. Girls, let's go. The green-haired boy said, then left his house with his wives. The green-haired boy began to float, thanks to Nana Shimura's now unlocked quirk, and then Izuku made 7 black whips appear from his fingers and tied them around the women's waists, proceeding to march at full speed towards the scene where the villains were attacking. We can see Chiba Prefecture almost in ruins. The villains were gaining more and more ground, but that didn't mean the heroines would give up. The people who lived there had already been evacuated, so there was no fear of them dying. Sun Eater. Damn it, more and more of them keep coming. She exclaimed, using her tentacles to defeat several villains, but more and more kept arriving. Random heroine. It's like they're doubling up. The heroine exclaims, but is struck from behind, causing her to fall to the ground, injured. Damn it. She cries, surrounded by numerous villains with sadistic grins. Oh no. Random villain. Oh yeah. And just as they were about to finish off that heroine, all the villains and pro-heroes heard. Oh crap. Everything will be alright. Do you know why? Because I'm here. Upon hearing the voice of the man who had never been defeated, the heroines felt happy, excited, and relieved all at once. The villains, on the other hand, turned so pale they could be mistaken for ghosts, for the strongest hero of all had arrived, none other than the hero Shingaki. And at that very moment, the green-haired man would land in true superhero style alongside his wives and heroines. Red Riot. We've arrived. The woman said seriously, but with a confident smile. She activated her quirk, hardening her entire body. Battle Fist. It's good you're here. Says the orange-haired girl, punching 2 villains with her enormous fists. Izuku. Alright, it's time to defeat the villains. The green-haired boy said, about to act, but at that moment. More than 500 nemesis began to emerge from that portal, in rows, more than 10 rows filled with normal, strong, high-end, and ultra-end nemesis, the latter being slightly stronger than All Might. The heroines, seeing this immense number of villains, were frightened, but not Izuku. He became very serious. The nemesis moved aside, as none other than Tamura Shigaraki would emerge from that portal. He was now taller, had completely white hair, and no longer had those hands on his body. At his sides were Himiko Toga, who now had a ponytail. Dabi, who was now albino. Madame Compress, who hadn't changed, except that she no longer wore a mask. Twice, who no longer had her trauma and therefore no longer wore the grayish disguise. And Kurogiri, who was practically the same. Shigaraki. Well, it's been a while since we met again, Hero Shingaki. She says with a somewhat sadistic smile. Izuku. Until they finally deigned to appear after more than 10 years, League of Villains. The green-haired man said seriously. This time we won't let them escape. Dabi. Words worthy of a hero, but can you back them up? Says the albino-haired woman with a mocking smile. Oyuki. We won't let them escape again, Tuya. She says seriously. Izuku told her that Dabi was Tuya a long time ago. Izuku. We knew they would appear at some point, so I personally prepared for that and made this. Izuku said, taking something out of his pocket, a kind of metallic sphere with electric blue lines, and then throwing it into the air, putting all the villains on guard, but then it exploded in mid-air, and everything went silent afterward. Madame Compress. What was that supposed to be? Himiko. Ha, I'm sure his little device malfunctioned. He exclaimed mockingly. Ajiro. Don't speak prematurely. And at that moment, several golden portals began to appear above Izuku and the other heroines, from which heroines from Japan, China, and even the United States emerged. Retired heroines also appeared, such as All Might, who, despite no longer being able to be a hero, could still fight. Endeavor, Mirko, Hawks, Mount Lady, and more heroines also appeared. More than 1,000 in total, which surprised but angered the villains, especially Tamura. Tamura. You son of a bitch. The enraged villain said, harboring a deep hatred for Izuku and All Might for killing her teacher. Kurogiri, bring the Mega Nemesis. Kurogiri. At your service, Shigaraki Tamura. She said, opening 2 portals from which 2 nemesis emerged. But what was strangest and most worrying about them was that they were both all for one, who had been transformed into nemesis. Izuku. This battle will decide everything, good versus evil. Heroines. Shigaraki. Villains. Izuku, Shigaraki. Let's go. Attack. They exclaimed, beginning the battle that would decide everything, good against evil, heroines against villains. Who will win this? That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.